Test. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Test 1, 2. Testing.
Check, check. Can you hear us?
like to get started if possible. Thank you for joining us for the session on connecting and enabling the next billions. This is phase 4 of a multi-year project. I'm one of the co-conveners. My name is Christopher Yu. I teach at the University of Pennsylvania. And I am happy to open this session on behalf of myself and my 2 co-conveners. One of my co-conveners is Raquel Gatto of the Internet Society and also a current member of the MAG of the IGF. And unfortunately, the other co-convener is Constance Beaumelaire, who is also of the Internet Society, who unfortunately for other reasons could not be here today. But she led the entire initiative for the first 2 years. So her absence here is not any indicative of lack of support for the project or a lack of appreciation for the contribution she has made to the project. Just to give you the run of show, I will offer a brief orientation of the history of the CENB project, followed by Ms. Radhika Radhakrishnan, who is the consultant on this project, who took the lead in drafting the report, which is available on the IGF website for comment and will be revised and released publicly. And so you know the structure of the report. This entire focus of this year's project is case studies based around 4 of the SDGs. And in fact, it's consistent with what we've done before. This year, we're focusing on energy, work and economic growth, partnerships, and of course, because it's the IGF infrastructure. And she will be introducing the case studies and the thematic findings we've made from the different, roughly 10 or so case studies in each of those areas. And Raquel will have to take our leave. Please join me in thanking her. Anyway. And then we will hear presentations from a MAG member and a person actually deploying each of these initiatives in the field from each of the SDGs. Because we are covering 4 different SDGs, time will be very much of the essence. So I will apologize in advance for being ruthless in keeping time. But it was not intended to offend anyone or to take anything away from the important work they're doing. It is just a desire to give as much room for as many different voices as possible. All right, and without further ado, I will introduce the basic project of CENB. If I have the first slide, please. So the CENB is a direct outgrowth of the MAG's growing emphasis on intersessional work, and consistent with the spirit of the IGF, really attempting to create a bottom-up approach that builds in many voices from the community. So we chose different forms of focus on different topics each year, asked for solicitations from the community, and then drafted a report in each of the years, and then asked for further input from the community to refine and to amplify on what we've learned. At this point, at the end of all 4 phases, we've received in excess of 150 submissions from various members of the community, and for that, for everyone who participated in this process, we thank you very much, because none of it would be possible without you. So just to introduce to you briefly the 4 phases, the first began at a very high level about policy, solutions about how to connect more people to the internet. As is well known, a little bit of more than connected to the internet as of now, and are still seeking to connect more and looking for innovative ways to connect more. And what's quite striking is the first year, it was actually just called Connecting the Next Billions, because we didn't fully appreciate that it's not just a matter of making connectivity available and affordable, but there are other barriers that remain. And second, most of the input we received was at the national level in the first round, and we discovered that we needed to broaden out the information that we received. That led to phase 2 in year 2 in 2016, which really focused on the different drivers of the enabling environment, looking at things such as digital literacy and other demand-side considerations that have come to the fore, but also put a growing emphasis on local and regional interventions to understand exactly how internet connectivity is built one community at a time on the ground. So the first 2 years were quite abstract and general. The next 2 years, we actually devoted to being very concrete based on case studies. and to try to understand, look at actual implementations of different people on the ground to understand how the projects were working, and as I had a brief conversation with Philip earlier, and the challenges they face. Because one of the great desires is for us to learn best practices, try to benefit from the experience of others, and to understand what the challenges can be, and to try to help some people avoid some of the challenges that we've seen before. I look at my friends from GiphyNet. I know they know well the importance of educating the rest of the community about the challenges that wait different projects. And then lastly, in those deep dives, last year we focused on 3 SDGs. That was gender, education, and infrastructure, and received the report. That report is now available. This year we are focusing on 4 different SDGs: energy, work and economic growth, partnerships, and because infrastructure is always central to what the internet does, we are doing SDG 9 a second time as well to get as much learning as we can. That is my summary of the initial progress of the 4 years. I turn the floor over to Radhika, who will discuss this year's findings.
Thank you, Professor Yu. So the draft paper that we have produced for the CENB4 is already up on the website, and it's open for comments, it's open for everyone to view. So I will just briefly go through some of the key findings from the report, but please feel free to go and read the full paper that's up on the website. So as Professor Yu has already mentioned, we are focusing on 4 SDGs this year. The first of them is SDG 7, which is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So the reason we're really looking at this SDG as part of CENB is because one of the reasons is because the lack of power infrastructure and grid connectivity really affects how you can connect to the internet. So of course you require power to be able to connect to the internet, and therefore if you have local access projects that try to advance sustainable energy sources, then we're going to be able to have more people connecting to the grid. So I will not go in detail with respect to the specific local access projects that we've looked at, because we will have speakers also speaking about them today. But I will briefly talk about some of the common themes that we think came about from the submissions that we received this year. So with respect to the case studies dealing with SDG 7, the first common theme was that internet access was used to provide the backbone infrastructure for real-time monitoring of renewable energy sources, such as in the case of Sigora in Haiti, ME Solshare in Bangladesh, and M-Copa in Kenya. We also noticed that internet access projects often provide energy as a complementary service, so that provides additional sources of revenue for a lot of people, such as in the case of the Mawingu networks in Kenya. And thirdly, a lot of the projects that we received submissions for were also private sector led, which meant that there was a lot of heavy reliance on creating markets in areas where markets did not exist earlier. Again, there's a lot more information on all of this on our draft paper, so you can please feel free to go and read that. So the next SDG we're focusing on is SDG 8, which is to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth, a full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Again, the relevance of this, the reason we're including this as part of CENB this year is because, as we know, internet access, it has both microeconomic as well as macroeconomic effects, which is what is envisioned by SDG 8. So at the macroeconomic level, for example, the World Bank estimates that for every 10% increase in broadband access, there is a 0.65% increase in the GDP. And at the microeconomic level, we also have a lot of job creation, access to online freelancing. This is especially beneficial for youth and women who sometimes, due to cultural norms, cannot access these kind of opportunities outside of the cyberspace. And some of the common themes that came across through the projects that we received were that the modes by which internet access helped span both the demand and the supply side. So, for example, we saw that in Georgia, the connectivity itself was acting as an enabler, but in some other places like Papua New Guinea, the effective connectivity was supplemented through some kinds of training programs and assistance, etc. We also noticed that digital skills training programs were used to complement the traditional connectivity, and we saw this was being especially useful for youth, such as the programs in Nigeria show, and for women, such as the CEDRO shows in Peru. The submissions have also highlighted the critical role that community anchor institutions play. So, for example, libraries, they help in creating meaningful access and supporting communities' goals in economic empowerment. So SDG 9 is about building resilient infrastructure, promoting sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Internet access provides it proves to be a key component of thriving innovation and helps to transform industries. We have seen how mesh networks linking to Wi-Fi signals in villages. Now we have innovative technologies such as TV white space spectrum for data use, and a lot of emerging technologies that are being used to help industries thrive. Some of the common themes that we came across in these submissions were, first was the emergence of community networks, which supplemented the traditional connectivity models in remote areas that are geographically isolated in many parts of the world. So examples are, again, you can see on the screen, we have in Mexico, Argentina, projects that are aiming to do this. We also see that there is a lot more proliferation of unlicensed spectrum use as opposed to licensed spectrum approaches. And a lot of the internet connectivity projects were also, the ones that we received were also a smaller scale. They were specifically focusing on certain sub-communities, which really highlights the importance of regional and local specificities, as we have been talking about throughout the phases of CENB. Lastly, the SDG that we focus on is SDG 17, which is to strengthen the global partnerships for sustainable development. Now, internet access projects facilitate partnerships between different stakeholder groups, and you cannot advance these goals as a single stakeholder, so partnership between different stakeholders is absolutely crucial for attaining all the goals and visions that we've been talking about. Some of the common themes that we received among the projects were, first, that there were different levels of aggregation that we received projects at. So some were international partnerships, such as the World Economic Forum's Internet for All. Some were regional, some were even local partnerships. And a lot of them had specific issue verticals. So, for example, Equals focuses on the issue of gender digital equality, and we have Joyce today who will be able to speak later on more about this in the session. Some partnerships also had country champions and working group coalitions, and some of the submissions also showed how, again, libraries can sometimes be a strategic venue for forging these kind of partnerships to further internet access goals. So that is briefly the highlights of some of the things that we've been working on in our paper, and I'm sure the speakers will add a lot more to this as we go ahead in the session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Radhika. I mean, she's done excellent work pulling together a lot of different threads. Just to give you a little bit more color on the different aspects to get into specifics, on the energy SDG, all of them are solar. Interestingly, one of the different infrastructure projects, though, there is one battery-oriented power system, which is quite different, and it's an interesting model. We'll see how that works out. Many of the solar projects or the energy projects are focused on internet connectivity, but some of them are explicitly focused on agriculture, both in terms of running irrigation system and agro-processing for different facilities. And economic growth, there's a wide range of projects. Some are about engaging in promoting economic activity in mountainous areas. Some are on digital trading, as Radhika mentioned, based in libraries. Others are based on women, youth, entrepreneurship. One is offering training in law. And there's a number of them trying to increase the expertise that farmers bring. On infrastructure, as Radhika mentioned, community networks play an important role or an interesting option that people have not fully considered. We also looked at schools and clinics, different aspects in the case studies, but perhaps the one that's the most interesting is the one where they have Wi-Fi equipped motorcycles that drive around neighborhoods and establish hotspots. And it's an interesting model. We've seen different forms of that in the work that we're doing. One World Connected is actually collected over 1,000 innovative ways to connect more people to the internet, and you do see these sort of mobile processes that are used to deploy different technologies. Just so you know, I neglected to mention that I am working on a project called One World Connected. If you're interested in more case studies, the Dynamic Coalition on Innovative Ways to Connect People to the Internet is having its session tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in Sal 8. If you're interested in learning more about that, I encourage you to come and to stop by the One World Connected booth, which is booth number 1 in the village, where we will actually have handouts, again, providing more and more information about these kinds of interventions. Okay, is Wisdom here? No. Is Mary here? Mary. So we are going to change the order of our program because Wisdom is not here yet. So Mary, if I may invite you up now to give your remarks, and Philip, if you would come join us as well. Mary will speak for 3 minutes about SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. And we'll talk about the different policies that countries should put in place. Please join us, Mary. And then Philip is doing a deployment of actual Wi-Fi in the Philippines. That's right. And one of the things that we're attempting to do with this program, which we did in the last IGF, is not just talk at the high level of generality, but to really bring the people who are deploying these projects in region so they can talk about their experiences, their aspirations, their challenges, and really to provide a map forward on how to proceed. Mary?
Thank you very much. My name is Mary, and I'm from Nigeria. First, I want to start by saying that we all agree that the internet is a disruptor. There are legacies, there are issues, and for economic growth, it could be, well, good, but on SDG 8, decent jobs, so how can we redistribute the gains of innovation, the gains of automation, the gains of internet development to be able to distribute fairly to both the innovators as well as the legacy skills. We witness in my region, in my country, where some health workers refused to adopt new technology because they are afraid they are going to lose their jobs. So now that we are talking about innovation, talking about new technologies, and talking about the economic development and growth, and yet some will lose out. What policies should countries put in place to be able to make sure that they are fairly treated, fairly distributed? How can we start retraining? I am an accountant by profession, but I decided to come to the space of internet governance, ICT, and some, when they speak to me, they think I'm an engineer. So retraining is one aspect of economic development. So when we gain from these new technologies, disruption of automation and new things happening in the space, we should also, on the other hand, give back. The mental set and the orientation, people are afraid to embrace new things because they are afraid they want to keep their jobs. So if we are going to create decent jobs for all, not only that we are seeing new things happening, but also we need to retrain the legacy skills so that we can key into what is happening currently. So that's my point. That's the point I'm bringing out. That's the thing we should take home with us. What policy with our countries, with our organizations, with our communities, what do we do to reorient legacy skills to be able to key into the new development, and all of us will hold hands and go and grow together as we develop economically. That's where I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I neglected to mention, Mary is also a member of the MAG, so thank you for your service to the entire IGF community. Without further ado, I introduce Philip, who will share with us his experiences.
Hi guys, good morning. I'm Philip from the Philippines, easy to remember. The name of our company is Wi-Fi Interactive Network, or WIN for short. We're a 3-year-old tech startup based in the Philippines. So our approach is a little bit different because we're a private enterprise, and we're trying to figure out, is there a commercial model out there that we could test wherein we could actually provide affordable internet access to the people that are underserved and unserved. So we've been at this journey for about 3 years now. The first model that we tested, and I'm going to share with you the different trials that we've undertaken just to give you some flavor of what we've tried to do. So the first model that we tested was a model where we would provide internet access through the mom and pop stores based within communities. These mom and pop stores are called sari-sari stores in the Philippines, and there are different versions in each country. So typically this would be women-run, very small stores that sell mainly consumer goods like shampoo, soap, milk, and whatnot. So the idea was, what if we provide internet access to consumers in exchange for purchasing preferred brands that would actually pay for the internet access? So we actually worked with a major global consumer goods company, Unilever, and they basically agreed to fund the trials wherein every time somebody would purchase a sachet or a little packet of shampoo, we would provide the consumer 30 minutes of internet access. So it's kind of a purchase for access type of value exchange. And while it was an interesting and very exciting idea, in fact, it made its way all up to the global CEO of Unilever when it was presented to him. One thing that we really learned that was very important was that we couldn't attribute the purchase of the specific brand to reward the consumer with internet access. And the reason for this is the small mom and pop stores didn't really have POS systems, point of sale systems, or cash registers. So we were left to having the store owner or the salesperson decide whether or not the person qualified for free internet because of their purchase. And that wouldn't work for a brand sponsor because it would be difficult to attribute the actual purchase for the internet access reward. So that was a very important learning experience for us. In fact, one of the sponsors even offered to foot the bill and put POS systems in the stores. But unfortunately, in my country, people are very tax sensitive. And what that means is that the stores didn't really want a POS system because then their sales will be tracked by the government and will be taxed. So that was another hurdle that we didn't anticipate that we learned from. So moving on from that, we moved to a paid model. And so this time, with the help of Microsoft, we got a grant from the Microsoft Airband Initiative. We set up our own base station. So we decided to broadcast our own Wi-Fi signal in a small town. And we basically put up access points in different houses and stores. And the idea being is that if we provide internet access to the stores, they would sell internet access at 20 US cents per hour. And what we learned was that people just weren't willing to pay for internet access. They just preferred Wi-Fi to be free. So if there's any takeaway from this, and I only have a minute left, One thing that we've concluded is that providing internet access to the base of the pyramid is not a question of affordability. I think it's a question of sustainability. People don't have the budget to pay for internet access, so we have to develop the business model to be able to give them free access with sponsors and maybe advertisers paying for that access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both to Mary and Philip, for sharing your important perspectives with us. May I invite Wisdom? You are here? Yes? No? No? Okay. Is June here? June is here. So if I could invite June and Carlos to come up, while please, the audience, if you would join me in thanking Mary and Philip for a very stimulating presentations. We will now proceed to SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. June Paris, member of the MAG, will introduce the importance of the topic, and Carlos Ray Moreno will share with us the important work he's been doing with community networks all over the world. June.
Hello, I'm June. I'm from Barbados. I'm looking at policy number 9, policy options for connecting and enabling the next billion. And our topic is actually how to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Develop quality, reliability, sustainable and resilient infrastructure, including regional and transborder infrastructure. Promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization by 2030, raising industry share of employment and gross domestic product. Increase the access of small-scale industrial and other enterprises, in particular in developing countries, to financial services, including affordable credit and their integration into value chains and markets. Hopefully by 2030, we will upgrade infrastructure and retrofit industries to make them sustainable with increased resource use efficiency and greater adoption of clean and environmental sound technologies and industrial processes, with all countries being taken action in accordance with their respective capabilities. We need also to enhance scientific research, upgrade the technological capabilities of industrial sectors in all countries, in particular developing countries, including by 2030, encouraging innovation and sustainability, increasing the number of research and development projects workers by 1 million people and public-private research and development spending. Facilitate sustainable and resilient infrastructure development in developing countries through enhanced financial, technological, and technical support to African countries, least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island states. We also need to support domestic technology development, research, and innovation in developing countries, included by ensuring a conducive policy environment for industrial diversification and value action to commodities. Significantly increase access to information and communications technology and strive to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in least developed countries by 2020. So, how can we make this possible? Let's see if we can find some changes here. How can we build resilient infrastructure and promote sustainable industrialization and foster innovation? So we need to get structures that are resistant to natural disasters, war, and open to entrepreneurship. We also need to encourage partnerships and village investment, have debates and inclusiveness using a bottoms-up approach, include polytechnics and places of learning so that promotion reaches everyone, not only universities. We also need to build and support credit unions, offer small business loans, and involve participation from governments. Reach out to villages and give them a voice. Encourage bottoms-up participation to prevent elitists. Also, make full use of research development at universities. Give opportunities for funding by making funding more transparent. Although funding may be available, it is not always accessible. Offer small loans and investment opportunities with easy payback schemes. Make use of universities in developing countries. Link universities so that they are not standing alone and have greater strength. use other institutions that can provide training and entrepreneurship schemes. We also need to publish this information. Newspapers, newsletters, government information sites, like in Barbados, we've got the GIS, include clubs and religious institutions and network with these institutions. How do we go about it? Countries share responsibility in promoting and enabling these guidelines as set out by the UN. So stricter monitoring and restrictions, not only on users, but on providers. Providers are accountable. For example, on Friday in Barbados, there was no internet. So if you've got e-commerce and you work on the internet, especially from home, and you haven't got the internet, how can you get your work done? So therefore, disruption should be, the public should be notified when there's going to be a disruption. We also have social media and SMS on most phones, even in developing countries. If one is notified, then one can plan. So if I knew there was going to be no internet in Barbados on Friday morning, I could easily have done my work on Thursday night. I'll wrap up and consider diversity and improvement of education. Have a computer, laptop, and iPhone does not always mean that they are used to their full potential. It is up to networking, educational facilities, IT departments, schools, internet societies especially, to outreach and offer basic training to fully enter the next phase of enabling the next billion.
Thank you very much, June. Carlos.
Hi. Welcome all to the session. Well, I thought I was going to start somewhere else, but let me step back a second. I think at the moment many people, I don't know, I mean, if you are in this session, probably you know that half of the people in the planet don't have access to the internet. And maybe they don't have access to the internet for several reasons, including skills, including others, but there is also a question of infrastructure. In Africa, for instance, as for today, there is 40% of the people that don't have access to mobile broadband infrastructure. Not because of digital skills, not because of local content, but because of infrastructure per se. And the main actors, those that are represented at the GSMA, are actually recognizing in reports that have come out in the last 2 months that this is not going to change much in the next 8 years. Actually, the trend is that mobile infrastructure and the pervasiveness in rural and remote areas where more of the unconnected live is not going to grow that much. It's actually plateauing. So in that context, I think in the introduction it has been noted that there are new actors that are actually contributing to this debate, increasing the infrastructure in those areas that traditional market players are not able to provide connectivity, right? And this is happening in many cases because the telecommunications landscape, as Stevenson has said in some of his writing, is changing, right? Like, the value chain of the telecommunications network infrastructure is becoming disaggregated. There is, people can actually invest in the last mile because there are other infrastructure in place in the middle mile and in the backhaul that are actually in place for smaller actors to make use of it. There is a huge spread of fiber optic, both intercontinental, undersea cables, as well as national. I mean, is booming. And in many countries, the pervasiveness of fiber is big. And again, it allows smaller operators to actually tap into broadband infrastructure. There is a huge change in the last few years in last mile technologies. We were mentioning TV white spaces, GSM, etc. It's not only in the technologies, but in the cost and in the way they are designed for connecting the unconnected, in the sense of low power, low cost, etc. And there is also some openings and some changes in regulatory environments that are allowing these smaller actors to actually make use of these technologies and these changes in the infrastructure to provide affordable and universal access. And yeah, some of these actors, you've mentioned them, and they've been cited before, community networks and small operators. And I would like to maybe stop on some of them just to highlight the ones that are in the report, just to highlight some of the issues that I was mentioning before. One of the ones that was described was the Zapotec community in Oaxaca, in Mexico, is using low-cost GSM autonomous infrastructure that connects via Wi-Fi to their voice over IP provider. And is providing connectivity in places where there was none. And it's doing so because the Mexican government is the only one that has set up a set aside for social use of a spectrum that is not used by the operators in these areas. It would be interesting to see similar examples in other places. Other two examples that are mentioned are TV white spaces in Colombia in particular, with the projects from Colnodo and Lavazza. TV white space is a technology that has a huge potential to increase infrastructure in these remote areas, yet very few countries have actually regulated and gazetted these regulations to use these technologies. In Colombia, in South Africa, in the US, actually I read yesterday about a very interesting project to connect libraries in the US using TV white spaces technologies. Why there are no more countries implementing these regulations, right? Then we have the traditional Wi-Fi that is being used in many places. In the Philippines, you just mentioned it, it's described in Uganda, in other countries, both for fixed Wi-Fi, I mean long hauls, as well as for access. And then there are other providers. You mentioned Giphy, that is not in the report. Oh wow, 1 minute. Oh wow. Okay. That are deploying fiber. I also wanted to mention that that it's not only that community networks are contributing to SDG 9, they are contributing as well to SDG 8. Many people don't see that they are small and medium enterprises that are employing people, that are contributing to the digital economy in many ways. There are going to be sessions today and tomorrow where you are going to be able to listen to other case studies, in particular the GizWatch launch tomorrow in room 10 at 1:30, where 43 case studies of community networks are going to be presented. And then around policy and regulatory changes that might be important to enable more of this. I think the first one is to recognize these actors, to recognize that in spite of not having had any support from regulatory frameworks, from funding agencies, etc., or very, very little, they are actually thriving and they are actually providing connectivity in places where there was none. Recognizing them as viable actors, I think, is very important from governments and from other stakeholders. And also, access to a spectrum. There is going to be a session later today in room 7 discussing this at 12:30. But access to radio spectrum, as in the case of Colombia and in the case of Mexico, to other spectrum bands is actually critical for enabling this actor and enabling the connectivity in these places where the market is failing. I'm going to leave it there. I can maybe talk later about other things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I also should mention that we have with us here is Jane Coffin from the Internet Society, who has been doing instrumental work in promoting community networks and supporting through a wonderful grant program that Internet Society runs, making it possible for experiments like the kind that Carlos is discussing to take place all over the world. So on behalf of us, we thank all of you at the Internet Society for that work as well. Are Wisdom or Renata here yet? Renata, you're here. So if Renata and Joyce would come join me, we will go to partnerships. And while they're changing, please join me thanking June and Carlos for a very stimulating presentation. While Renata and Joyce are joining us, they will be talking about SDG 17, which is Partnerships for the Goals of Internet Connectivity. We'll begin with Renata to talk about why this issue is important, and Joyce to talk about what lessons we have learned. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the CNB efforts. My area of action, research, whatever, is 9 countries long. It's the Amazon region, and we also represent 50% of the world's remaining rainforest. And we have around 10 federal and state universities in the area, and several other spaces that are in the countryside representing these universities. So the SDG 17 is about partnerships, and partnerships are important for people from underserved regions to approach regional challenges globally. The Amazon region activists and indigenous people who want to voice their opinion on the delegation of the .amazon domain could only do it with global partners. Best Bits, a civil society group, published a collective manifesto. Mozilla Festival brought us to present to their community, And they, not only that, through a program called Mozilla Open Leaders, they did capacity building of our indigenous leaders, which are, by the way, 70% women. Brazil is the world leading killer of environmental activists. So family-led by women, specifically in the indigenous regions, are very common. We also, in IGF Brazil, had a workshop on the theme. IGF Colombia and Guyana approached the theme. IGF Ecuador invited us to speak remotely in the session. And ISOC was very important for us because it enabled us through ISOC Blockchain SIG to do a chapter-run project. And at Black IGF to formulate the embryo of what we hope someday will have the Amazon IGF. I hope you all come. And we have Caribbean partners because we're all part of the CARICOM, Caribbean Communications Treaty region. And the ICON Global Indigenous Ambassador Program already brought 2 indigenous fellows for meetings. Duolingo has put Aymara, the Bolivian indigenous language, for their new indigenous languages program. It started with the Amazon languages and the Andes region languages. And the ISOC Indigenous Summit in USA had our online attendance. And little by little, our partnerships expand the 9 countries border of the Amazon. And we will never stop. We have just started.
Thank you very much for that very inspirational message. Joyce?
Thank you, Christopher. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that when you look at the Sustainable Development Agenda, it really requires partnerships to achieve those goals between governments, private sector, civil society, academia, and the technical community alike. So the challenge that brings the efforts together on all the other 16 SDGs, actually. So at the same time, when you look at the Tunis agenda, the different stakeholders from the internet ecosystem have agreed that an inclusive and sustainable development cannot be achieved without global success of the internet, which was a big statement, was important. And just like the internet, to achieve the ambitious goals that were set out by the SDGs, we really need to create a network of network, and not only in the technical sense, but also a network of humans, of communities. And if you look at it really, the harder the issue you look at, and the ambitious goals of the SDGs is definitely one of them, the more multi-stakeholder approach you really need to achieve those goals. Now, I've been invited here today with my Equals hat on, so as Vice Chair of the Equals Partnership, I wanted to share a little bit about what happened with Equals and how we see that this is really a successful model. And I'll sneakily bring in another SDG, which was part of last year's actually, but I'll sneakily bring in SDG 5, which is gender equality. So we know that the internet is really a powerful tool for inclusion. It's probably the most powerful tool for inclusion that the world has ever seen. And we still see that women are trailing behind in use of the internet, in access and use of the internet, especially in the developing regions of the world. Now, we still see that there's 250 million fewer women online compared to men. 32% fewer women are online compared to men in all of the 47 UN-designated least developed countries. And so these gaps are depriving women of access to social improvement, to economic improvement, to education, to healthcare, to just name a few. Therefore, it's really critical that our work really in connecting the next billion does not leave that part of the population behind, that we really work in including women in being connected to the internet. Equals, to really dive into the case study of Equals here, Equals is a multi-stakeholder partnership bringing together representatives from governments, private sector, civil society, academia, to really address the issue of digital gender gap. And EQUOS was founded in 2017, so it's a very young partnership, and it was founded by ITU, UN University, GSMA, UN Women, and International Trade Center. And it's really an example of now over 40 organizations, governments, academia all together, that have come together to tackle an issue together. So what we see is that there's a lot of initiatives going on around gender divides. I mean, we all hear them. We hear them a lot at IGFs as well, which is great. There's a lot of amazing initiatives going on. Now, what we saw is that these initiatives very often are happening in a silo, and it's very often smaller local NGOs or smaller organizations that are trying to make a difference. And what the EQUOS partnership is really trying to achieve, and has in the first year, I have to say, successfully achieved, is creating some synergies between organizations, but also involving government so that we actually can get the digital divide, the digital gender divide on the agendas at government level as well. And bringing in the private sector to also bring in some of the important activities, but also funding, let's just say it, to some of the access issues related to digital gender gap. So the EQUOS partnership has set out 4 different coalitions. One is around skills. We heard some comments around the importance of the development of skills, meaningful access, and actually development of skills for people to have meaningful access once they have the connectivity. And so we just have launched the EQUOS Digital Skills Funds. Please go and check it out and apply if you have any amazing projects. Little call for advertising here. The second part is a leadership. So Leadership Coalition really working on business and leadership for women in the technology sector. And a number of courses have been developed around that. And then we have the Access Coalition, of course, which is definitely part of the bringing women on the internet. And lastly, the Research Coalition, which is really putting some numbers to what we're doing as well. So what we see is that thanks to EQUOS partnership, there's a lot more coordination and collaboration happening at local, regional, and sometimes even at global level. So there's a lot more information sharing, but also collaboration in terms of actual projects. And it's something that we definitely need to replicate in other areas as well to make sure that we achieve those ambitious goals that we've set for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. More information at equos.org, and please feel free to come and chat afterwards. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Christopher.
Well, thank you very much. The University of Pennsylvania and One World Connected is proud to be a supporter of EQUOS. The work we're doing on case studies is feeding directly into the project and the best practices forum here on gender as well. So we're delighted with that work, think it is very important, and thank the Internet Society for your speaks here. I mentioned Jane and the work she's doing with community networks earlier, and the fact that 2 of the other co-conveners of this session are members of ISOC shows ISOC's deep commitment to the issues generally about connecting and enabling the next billion, and issues such as equals and gender as well. As I invite Michael to come join us, please join me in thanking Renata and Joyce for excellent presentations.
Sure. Excuse me, so just leaving the online address of our project is netcollective.wordpress.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renata. So I gather Wisdom is not here yet, correct? I've not seen him. Okay. So unfortunately, our MAG speaker who was supposed to introduce this session has probably been detained by the process of getting registered. But Michael Ogia has agreed to do double duty, both talking about the overall importance of the issue as well as talking about the important projects that are going on. Thank you very much, Michael.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. And I'll just say quickly, although I'm here in the official capacity on behalf of the Global Forum for Media Development, here being at the IGF, I'm speaking now really with my very personal hat on. Sustainability is a key passion for me when it comes to internet policy, and it's unfortunately something that we don't quite address often enough. So I really hope to address wider policy gaps, policy gaps under the wider umbrella of sustainability, not just specifically to energy. And really one of my key theses that I've been making for the past year, or more than that, is that we cannot legitimately discuss internet access without addressing sustainability. One of the biggest kind of oversights that I recognize is that there's no actual direct or explicit link within the SDG framework between goals 7 and goals 9, which I would say that's actually a grievous oversight. It's not just about things like data center power use. ICT electricity use is growing in general. Current estimates say that ICT energy use is about 10% of all global electricity use, which accounts for about 2 to 3% of all global greenhouse gas emissions. So it's something that is quite relevant, yet the relationship between energy and internet is, although to me it's clear, still about well over 1 billion people still lack access to reliable energy, especially within the global south. And according to the Digital Dividends report in 2016, more people have access to mobile phones than they do to reliable energy or clean water for that matter. So energy and sustainability should consistently be part of our conversations. We should not look back and address sustainability in retrospect. It should be integrated into the core of our work, into the core of technological design, whether that be devices or networks, etc. But as well, sustainability should be a public policy consideration. It should be a basic requirement, especially as it relates to things like the Paris Agreement and other, climate and environment-related agreements. Something else to just take into account is that as data traffic rises, with the increase in the number of internet users, the Internet of Things, machine-to-machine, traffic, etc., so does energy consumption. Although energy efficiency is rising, so is the amount of devices that are connecting to the internet. So is the amount of high-definition video that's being consumed per year. So is the amount of traffic in general. So these are all very relevant issues that are not getting, unfortunately, enough considerations at the policy level. There has to be an effort made, really, to monitor and address this foreseeable rise in a sustainable way, because it's, right now the curve is practically exponential when it comes to energy use as it relates to ICTs. So it's something we really need to count on, and it's something that Carlos mentioned. He was talking about how community networks have been such an integral part of connecting to SDG 9 and SDG 8. Well, the fact is they're also such a big push, or there's such a big actor when it comes to SDG 7. The community networks are hugely advantageous here because energy and power issues are typically one of the first considerations that community networks have to take into account when they're building community infrastructure, particularly in remote and rural areas. So, this is really a holistic issue, and it's one that, to me, it's impossible to see SDG 9 and not look at SDG 7. So, Christopher, how are we doing on time? 4 minutes. Perfect. So there's a few different projects that I want to highlight, and you can read more about them in the document. Most of them that I know of, a lot of related to SDG 7 are happening throughout Africa. One of them that was already mentioned is Mkopa, and that's happening in Kenya, which provides pay-as-you-go access to clean energy using portable solar panels, bright, efficient LED bulbs, and a charging solution for mobile phones and other devices. They've actually reached over 700,000 homes, which is about 3 million people throughout Kenya. Who also used to rely on kerosene. So as you see, it's not just energy in general, it's also very much connected to the environment. Another one that I've followed for quite a long time now, it's called Solar Sister. It's also in East Africa, but it's especially in Uganda. And it trains and supports women to deliver clean energy directly to homes in rural Africa while providing essential services and training, and that enable women entrepreneurs. So we talk about, the partnerships of the goals. You talk about energy, you talk about women. These are absolutely necessary because oftentimes, these are where the real changes are happening, especially in households. When you empower women, you change households. So very important to consider. And then another one is really interesting is Mesh Power Rwanda, which is happening obviously in Rwanda, and they offer pay-as-you-go access to solar power through smart interconnected microgrids that connects off-grid villages. So And then the IEEE has their Smart Village program. It's something that I think is very interesting because they connect. They do connect power and internet connectivity more broadly and more specifically. And then one that I would really like to talk about is not really specifically within the umbrella of SDG 7, but just as a larger one that's talking about sustainability is there's this really great project I like to talk about called Digital Inclusion Luxembourg, and they are holistically addressing refugee inclusion, digital media literacy, skill building, and sustainability, as well as recycling and reusing old devices. So for instance, again, while that's not necessarily related to energy, it is just a really good example of how holistic solutions as they relate to sustainability do exist and require a bit of creativity. But addressing the challenges as they relate to sustainability, as they relate to energy, absolutely requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. We need industry, we need government, we need policy solutions, we need reviews of supply chains, etc. And obviously we need solar power. That's one of the biggest considerations, seeing as how most of the people that are coming online now are, if they don't have access to energy, they're not going to be online for very long.
Thank you very much, Michael. Please join me in thanking him for his remarks. So the order will proceed from here. We actually have 15 minutes for discussion, for questions from the floor and discussions on general matters of anything involved in the session. I think that you've been briefed on this before, but the speakers at the end of that will have a 30-second to 1 minute to give one key takeaway that you would like the people to, so we'll swing back by all the people who spoke and give them the opportunity to offer their thoughts. And then at the end of this, then Paul Roney, on behalf of the MAG, will offer some closing remarks to wrap up, and I will tell you what will happen next with the project. So at this point, I would like to open the floor to any comments or questions. If you would, two things, make sure you identify yourself, and also because we have remote participation and we have interpretation, make sure to use your microphone. Please.
Yes. Thank you very much. This is really inspirational. I'm from Myanmar. My name is Dr. Tan To Kaung. I'm from the MBEBF. What we do is very, according to the Ms. Ratika presentation, I really appreciate using the libraries, because what we do is exactly the same. We're using the library network, empowering the local community by giving internet access, devices, training. But we got a support from a lot of international organizations like Microsoft, Gates Foundation, Facebook, Google, and so and so. But what we are lacking in our country is that support from the public sector. This year onwards, we're going to have, the government is going to have the Universal Access Fund, USF funds is available, but they're going to invest mainly on the infrastructure, mainly on the towers and so and so. So I would like to ask any of you, is there any cases where these USF funds are used for the training as well, not just on the infrastructure? This is what we do, that training to the digital literacy and media literacy trainings through our libraries. Thank you very much.
So I can answer directly. In the 1,000-case database of initiatives we're doing, about half of them are on the demand side. The single largest category is on digital literacy training. And if you look at the studies in Brazil, China, India, but also EU, US, digital literacy is the second largest obstacle to adoption. And so what is interesting is what is lacking in the digital literacy training side is a commitment to sustainability. All of them have no revenue models whatsoever. So unless there is a sustained commitment from a government or from a corporate social responsibility donor, those projects will die the minute the funding ends. And so one of the challenges that many of the community are starting to do with digital literacy training is to try to find a way to make them self-sustaining, so that the beneficiaries of that training provide some support back into the program so it can continue to scale and expand. But it is clearly an effort that many people are pursuing, and it is a critical part of any effort to connect those billions, because what we've discovered is without the digital literacy training, we can build all the networks we want. We will still not accomplish the goals that we seek. Jane.
I would mention a project in the United States for our Native American community. It's 19 tribes in Southern California. And Matt Rantanen is here. You will recognize him as a very tall guy with a beard and long hair. He's usually in a three-piece suit and some cowboy boots. We've worked very closely with Matt on indigenous connectivity. He has a specific example where their community network project wasn't charging, and when they did start to charge, and it is self-sustainable, it does fund itself now, people found more value in the network, because in some regions, free doesn't have value. And Matt is creating a sustainable, it is connected, and there is some public funding. And there are lots of projects in the United States as well, believe it or not. There's a lack of connectivity, a lot of it, where the government has funded schools, libraries, and hospitals under a specific legislation, and that was under the Obama administration. So there's a lot of public funding going in to libraries in particular as well. And we're very lucky to have IFLA and EIFEL here this week. You should definitely talk to them. And right in front of you is Leandro Navarro from GUIFI, and he knows a lot about the library work, as does Colnodo. Juliana Casasbuenas is sitting here as well, and Valeria Betancourt.
As does Don Means, who's joining us as well.
And Don knows a lot about TV whitespace and connectivity and libraries.
Yes. So, please.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Ellis. I'm from Dublin in Ireland, here from the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability, and I'm blind myself. There are 1.3 billion people with disabilities in the world, and probably disproportionately high, even higher than that percentage in developing and third world countries. The thing about people with disabilities is not only do they not have access to the internet, like the rest of society, but they often don't have access to the alternatives, such as paper-based systems and inaccessible education, inaccessible buildings or whatever. So if you develop systems which exclude these people, they are then doubly excluded because they don't have access to the new technologies which are made available to the rest of society. If they don't have access to them, they also don't have access to the alternatives. The Sustainable Development Goal mentions disability 11 times. And my request just today is that every system that you're putting in place, or funding, or whatever, ensure that you include the needs of people with disabilities. Thank you.
Well, thank you for those important comments. I know from the case studies we've done, the both encouraging and discouraging news is that there are some, but relatively small number of disability access-focused initiatives. It is a different challenge in terms of connecting more people to the internet, which we cannot resolve simply by building additional networks. In reference to the comments that Jane made and the most recent comment, there is a session being held on hybrid business models, which are not entirely privately focused, but also combined federal government funding, being held tomorrow in Sal 8 at 4:10. And on disability acts that One World Connected is participating in. And tomorrow in room 3 at 11:50, there is a session being held on accessibility improved, building inclusive societies with AI. And one of the goals of that is about increasing disability access as well.
Sorry, Jerry, again, just to say, in room 3 tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock, there are 3 sessions in a row on disability. I'll be chairing the middle one at 10:10. So there are actually 3 sessions on accessibility.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jerry. Any other questions or comments? Please.
Hi, my name is Eric Huerta from Rhizomatica. Just to call the attention on 2 of the presentations that were done, it made me think a lot the 2 approaches that I saw in solving the problems of unattended areas or unattended connectivity areas. One of the models, or many models mentioned by the person from Philippines, and also the solution talks by Carlos Rey Moreno on both sides. I think it's important to rethink how we approach to the problem, and how do we consider new ways of, new models that are not necessarily based on the same architecture of the network, and think different ways of architecture of the network in which communities could do those parts that are not that probably are the expensive ones for a traditional operator. For a traditional operator, maybe sometimes it's very expensive to manage the network within the community, but that could be done by the community and make it sustainable, and not needing to find someone to pay for the use of the internet, rather that the community could use those income generated by the community to manage the network, and to pay the fee probably for the other the connectivity that goes out from that community. So it just was, I want to call that the attention of the whole. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's important, I think, it's very appropriate coming from Rhizomatica, because for those of you who do not know, Rhizomatica has created a microcell architecture in Oaxaca, Mexico, that is going into areas where traditional carriers were not willing to serve, using a traditional cellular technology on a small-scale basis. I'm very proud that they're one of the things we cover in our report, and not just because the founder, Peter, is a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania. So, and I also wanted to recognize the Myanmar Book Foundation is also one of our case studies. We are happy to share the excellent efforts that all of you are making in behalf of trying to connect more people into one of the areas that needs connectivity the most. So we really appreciate it, and we hope that sharing these stories helps generate some energy and some ideas about new ways of doing things, to start to think of different solutions, such as the paid Wi-Fi model the paid models that we've seen coming out of Rhizomatica and other places. Renata, please.
So I just wanted to contribute to Eric's point about where do you get the community to participate, where do you get the resources. This becomes even more difficult when you have nomad communities. So for example, in the Amazon, what happens is that you have tribes that are always by the riverside, and they're always moving. If there are some threat, for example, from wood makers or land grabbers, they will move. So that's an extensive network of rivers. And what we do count on is to have routers on boats, on small boats, canoes sometimes, passing along to share the connectivity in the villages. I have a student, she leaves on Monday, on Sunday for a class on Wednesday in the capital, and during the whole day she goes community to community using internet, using maybe mostly mobile messaging to teach students. And then on Thursday she comes back, so she spends 6 days a week riding on the rivers, sharing connectivity, and 1 day a week only in the capital getting resources. So we cannot really count with anyone, because we are not going to know where we are and which are the communities that can help us. But we need to create fast and reliable ways of connectivity to exchange among ourselves. Also, I would like to say that we're counting this story also on, we are telling the story also on the launch of the GizWatch.
Well, thank you very much. We probably have time for one more comment, if there is one. Please.
Good morning. Thank you very much. It was a very interactive session, and I have really enjoyed being here. My name is Mohammed Azizi, and I'm the chairman of the Regulatory Authority of Afghanistan. One point which I basically realized from this discussion is that there are a couple of different actors that are involved in order to make sure that we have a solution for the issues of accessibility, but then what probably Michael mentioned is accessibility versus meaningful accessibility. I think we have to really understand one fact, that it is a real multi-stakeholder effort that will give us this success. The government and the regulators, they can only work on the soft sides of the equation, whereas the industry comes with the solutions. But when it comes to the users, there we have got a number of different stakeholders, and what I really appreciate is that you have brought the people who, as the non-profits and as the real players in the field, they have shared their experiences. So I think the message that I would like to convey is that we really have to strengthen the bond in order to make sure that all these stakeholders on a continuous basis work together. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that important perspective. What we've learned the hard way is that, yes, the industry is the backbone of a lot of the deployments, and the government plays a key role. Government funding is limited, and the industry's ability to reach the entire country will not be sustainable based on their obligations as going enterprises. So that is where hybrid business models, community networks, funding, seed funding on capital expenditure by USF, that is on sustainable projects, can be understanding how to use and marshal all the different parts of the resources becomes critical. And that's why I think a venue like the Internet Governance Forum, with its deep commitment to broad representation of every multi-stakeholder group, is important, because it emphasizes that we are not enemies, we are collaborators. We are all pushing towards the same goal, and that we need to find the best way to maximize the limited resources that we have so that they benefit as many people as possible. And so I thank you for your comment. At this point, I will close the open part of the participation. I will reiterate, this is only midway part of the process. We have a draft report out, which I encourage all of you to look and consider. For those of you who would like to give input, we would very much welcome any suggestions you have to improve the report. If you have a project that is not mentioned, we really depend on a submission process for people to generate information for the report. If you feel that your project should have been included, I will say anything that was included in the 2017 report we did not repeat because of just the lack of a need to repeat ourselves. But if there is something you would like to be included, we would very much welcome your contribution and would find a way to make sure that it is incorporated before the final output. And again, I would invite anyone who's interested in these case study-oriented presentations to consider joining the Dynamic Coalition meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 11. So at this point, I will now allow each of our participants to give one key takeaway if they would like to, on the plea, in the essence of time, to keep it relatively short, if I may. Why don't we start over here? Mary, do you have anything you would like to share as a last thought? And please use the microphone because of the remote participation.
Thank you very much. As I said, since we are looking at economic development from connecting the next billion, there must be fair distribution of the gains of what the new technology will bring. That's one. The second thing is that there must be proper reward for the developers, those that have developed new networks or new application or startups. There must be proper reward, and not, when we bring children together, they come up with ideas, and at the end of the program, the businesses would go make a lot of money from that development. So how are those ones that did the development rewarded? Thank you.
Thank you. June, did you want to share anything?
Hi,
reminder, I'm June. At the end of the day, as Mary said, businesses will make money from good connections and everything. But I'm going to say we rely on connecting tools like WebEx, Zoom, Skype, WhatsApp. But none of them work really without a good Wi-Fi connection. My problem is Wi-Fi connections, as you realize by now. We make payments online using various methods, but again, we need a good connection to do this. How can we work in e-commerce without good connections? We email and text, and we need a service, and we also need a network provider to do so.
Thank you, Joyce.
Thank you, Christopher. I'll keep it very brief. I think we all heard from the various people speaking today that the partnerships and collaboration is really key. I think whether we speak about community networks, whether we speak about energy, whether we speak about digital skills development, whichever of the topics we talked about today, none of them would actually have any form of success if we didn't actually actively collaborate and partner with each other to come to connecting that next billion. I truly hope we can, this forum actually allows for even more partnerships, that we can make more connections, and that we can actually enhance the work we're doing together, scale the work we're doing together, and actually get to the end goal that we all believe in. So, on equals in particular, obviously, I hope we can replicate that model in some of the other SDGs that we're working on as together. I just want to thank you for being here and for being so passionate about this topic that I think we all share. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Renata.
So I would just emphasize something very important. Partnerships are not dependence. So partnerships are about collaboration, are about mutual exchange. You can imagine that for us, in the Amazon region, a very well-known online retailer came with some very nice offers for us for social projects, but what we want is not to be dependent on a partner, because we know that that's not going to be long-lasting. We need to have our own way of doing things in our community. So partnerships are about being honest to each other, finding what you have to give and what you need from other stakeholders. We had a very impressive participation from municipal government stakeholders who climb trees and put our routers there. And this is like something they do voluntarily. So it's completely different from what beaded collar offer you would expect. Thanks.
Carlos.
Thank you. For me, I think is the point of, you were talking about resources and how to share resources, and how do we see the connecting and enabling the next billion as something that is a market failure, and therefore we need to start thinking outside the market and sharing those resources in a way that enables social development instead of profitability. I'm not sure I agree with you that it's a question of sustainability. I think it's a question of affordability, because there are a lot of resources, from fiber to spectrum to towers, that are there to be used and to make these cases affordable and sustainable, that people are not willing to share because they still want to take the last cent of the people that don't have money. So I think if we start rethinking outside the box and sharing resources to enable and connecting the next billion in terms of infrastructure and in terms of affordability, I think we could make a different case than the one that we are making today. Thank you.
Philip.
Yes, thank you. I think that's the kind of the different school of thoughts that we're trying to deal with right now. So when we're talking about affordability and sustainability, from a private enterprise point of view, our experience has been in the Philippines that it's not a question of technology. I think you're right. There's a lot of fiber available. There's even the low Earth orbit technology that's coming on board soon. And I think it's not a question of whether there's enough technology to serve the majority of people. I think it's a question of who pays for that technology. How do we find the monetization model that will offer this service for free? And when you mentioned earlier that free probably doesn't add add enough value, I think it's free to the user, but somebody eventually has to pay for it. And that's what we're trying to figure out, is what's that model that will make it sustainable so that private enterprise, corporations would be willing to spend to make this happen. And I think that's the journey of what we're trying to go through right now.
Michael.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear about something. According to the latest IPCC report, the International Panel on Climate Change, we have about 13 years to fix the Earth, more or less. Sorry to be a downer, but energy is such a key consideration. We cannot legitimately discuss internet access without discussing environmental, energy, sustainability. We cannot be retroactive with the way that we think about it. It needs to be integrated into the core design of networks, of our technology, etc. And I don't think that's the case. We need to work actively, collaboratively to ensure that happens, and it needs to happen yesterday.
Well, I think that one of the key takeaways for me is the need to think outside the box. I was thinking about, in our case studies, we have 3 Amazon case studies, including one that is using Cold War era ham radio towers to supplement connectivity, which I think is a brilliant idea to leverage existing architecture, which many people thought had become obsolete. We'll see if that actually works, but I think that's one of these great creative ideas that can work out. And I think Michael's point earlier is that it is systemically all part of the same problem, and one of the issues that we may solve the cost problem in connectivity is by thinking about it jointly with energy and other issues. Many times the communications network will ask, is there electric power? Interestingly, there are case studies we have where the communication network became established for its own sake and then became the first source of electric power the other direction. So it wasn't communications following power, it was power following communications. And in fact, when we can think about them as joint revenue models that provide overall services to communities, it may create new ways of solving problems that our hope is to study more and more and to share in continuing generations of the IGF. That's just what this project is for. We've reached almost the end. At this point, I will turn the microphone over to MAG member Paul Roney, who not only helps organize the IGF and devotes his time very generously to that, as do all the MAG members, but himself is a person who offers technical support and helps build networks in Africa. Thank you very much, Paul.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to everyone for being here. We really appreciate your support. As mentioned, I'm a member of the MAG. I'm one of the co-facilitators of this group, and I'm speaking on behalf of Renata, who had to leave, unfortunately. As mentioned, I'm a TV white space guy. I'm the guy that climbs the towers and gets some communities connected. There's been discussion on the MAG if the CNB is still relevant and is something we're still debating. I think it is. I think there's still a lot of challenges. We've almost got 50% of people connected, which means we've got over 50% that are still disconnected. There's been a slowdown. We've got countries, and specifically in Africa, we tend to miss our broadband targets. So this raises the questions why, what is changing? We made progress. We don't seem to be making so much progress. We need to support, I think, community-based networks. There's a lot of talk about community-based networks. We often don't have frameworks in our countries that actually allow these to thrive. And this is problematic. There's often the belief that the telcos, the existing telcos, will connect the next billions. There's a big push for 5G. The big conferences are on 5G. 5G is not going to connect. If anything, it's going to widen that gap. It's really not going to narrow it. But the debate on that, I guess, is open. There's talk about using libraries. There's other technologies. We need to embrace all technologies. We need to look at spectrum. There's a lot of unused, underutilized spectrum, which is just being kept there. We're not getting access to it. Our regulators want to monetize it, which is problematic because that impacts affordability. We've got different entities that have their own drives, which are not necessarily driving towards digital inclusion. We've got USS funds that are underutilized or misused. It goes on. Where I live, with the push for 5G, and Africa's pushing towards 5G, most of our citizens still don't have edge. So, you know, what do we really want to achieve? And is there really the political will anyway to connect all of our citizens? You know, that's also something we need to ask ourselves. So, really, in closing, I need to thank everybody here that's participated, and that includes yourselves, being part of the process, all of those that have put their thought processes into this. I need to thank Christoph on my left, who has facilitated this.
So, I need to just correct you. Who is not here is Raquel, and I am Renata. So we are the interchangeable Brazilians. I'm the much less marker one.
Apologies there. And the co-facilitators on the MAG, and of course, just to close, because we all want to run off, Radhika on my right, who's been instrumental for making this the session that it has been. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Paul, for your support. As Paul indicates, whether there will be a phase 5 of CENB is a matter that will be discussed by the MAG forthcoming. If you think this type of work is worth continuing, I would encourage you to approach Paul, Mary, June, the other members of the MAG who are here, and share with them your thoughts. If you are interested in participating, please read the report, give us your input, and if you have a project you think that should be included, we really would welcome your input. If you're interested in this case study work, I encourage you to come to the Dynamic Coalition on Innovative Approaches to Connecting the Unconnected, which will be meeting at 9 o'clock in room 8, and stop by our village in booth 1 in the village at One World Connected. And with that, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Okay, everyone. Hello, good morning. So let's start in a minute. Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this session, Hidden Aspects of Digital Inclusion. My name is Steffen Leidl. I'm head of digital at Deutsche Welle Academy and the moderator of this session. And I also want to give a very warm welcome to our panelists here. I'm happy to introduce you in a few moments. Maybe a few words about Deutsche Welle Academy. You might be familiar with Deutsche Welle, the international broadcaster of Germany, and we also have a media development institution. It's called Deutsche Welle Academy, so we do media development in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Middle East. And what is this session about? So this is thought to be a breakout group discussion. So we want to have some interaction, not just words from me and the panelists. So we will have a first part of input. I'm going to give a little intro on how we as Deutsche Welle Academy are defining digital participation and working on this topic. And then we have our experts' interventions, each of them 5 minutes. I will be a rough timekeeper because we have 90 minutes and also want to have time for discussion. And after that, we are going to have some group discussion so that you can talk together and you also can have exchange with the experts. So let's start with the content. I mean, we could ask ourselves, okay, what digital world do we live in? And I think one of the lessons we learned at Deutsche Welle Academy is that digital participation is not at all a technical issue. There are so many factors defining if people can participate or not. And I would like to start with a little quiz. So test your knowledge. I would ask you 3 questions and you give me the answer by raising your arms. So the first question would be, what do you think, how many people worldwide live under governments that disconnected internet, mobile networks, often for political reasons? There are 17%, 42%. Who says 17%? Nobody? You are all 42%. Okay, you're correct. I mean, you are experts, and these are new data from Freedom House in the new Freedom on the Net report. The other thing is, for example, if we look at the affordability issue, what do you think in Uganda? What is the price of 1 gigabyte mobile data as percentage of the average income in Uganda? Is it 2.5 or 16.2? What do you think, 2.5? Nobody? You are also experts. 16%? Correct answer. But it's, I mean, we have to imagine 2.5 is South Africa, for example, and we have in Africa also countries that are far more expensive. For example, Zimbabwe, I think it's around 30%. And this is a new, very interesting report just released from the Alliance of Affordable Internet a couple of days or weeks ago. So it's, I really recommend to read it. And the last question is about Wikipedia. And you know, it's a big topic that we have English as a very important language, Chinese, Spanish, but there are so many languages that in the world, I mean, we have around 6,000 to 7,000 languages. What do you think, how many language editions exist on Wikipedia? 43 or 292? 43? Okay. 292. So there's some reason for optimism, at least here. There are definitely 292 active language editions, but if you compare it still with these 6,000 languages in the world, it's still very few. So, as we have seen, digital participation is a topic that is really diverse, and there's no easy way to say if a country has a high or a low level of digital inclusion or digital participation. So we look, as Deutsche Welle Academy, as I said, we work in around 50 countries, in developing and emerging countries. We started a project to measure, in a way, digital participation. We call it the Speak Up Barometer. So what we do is we are assessing at the moment 8 countries, 3 countries in Africa. One we have already done is Uganda. And what we look is, okay, how can we describe the level of digital participation? We developed a special model for the measurement of digital participation. I don't want to dig too deep because we don't have the time to go to the method in detail, but you can read everything on our website. But just to tell you a little bit how we approach digital participation. So we say, okay, in the digital world you have like data, you have content, you have services, you have code. And there are very different types how you can participate. So you can, for example, take content. You can just consume it as a user. You can create content, but you also can share and govern content. And for us also an important aspect is you can innovate. So we think innovation can be a really important driver for digital participation. So, and when we now look at how we measure digital participation, what we consider are like 5 clusters or 5 thematic areas. So we look at topics of access, topics of media and journalism, topics of society, digital rights, and innovation. So we develop a kind of questionnaire of around 100 questions. We ask in each country based on expert interviews, field research, and also desk research. And for example, access, of course, we check all the technical things. How is the infrastructure? Is there public internet? How is the affordability, for example? Very important for us is the digital rights topic. So we look at the freedom of speech laws. We check, for example, okay, what about the internet governance topics? Is there, for example, regional internet governance forum, for example? And for us, of course, the traditional cluster we are really strong is the media and development, media and journalism cluster, because of course we do media development. And what we do there is analyze a little bit, okay, what do the media do? Are there independent media? Are there civic media? Public service broadcasting, for example. And more important is the society cluster, because of course in many countries, you know, cultural norms are determining if somebody can participate or not in the internet. I mean, if you have the gender topic, you have the language topic, for example. And the last one is the innovation thing. That, as I said, okay, it's really interesting that we have in many countries in Latin America or Africa, we have so great ideas and great projects, especially in the media ecosystem. So we are really interested how do these innovative actors influencing the whole system. So this we do on the basis, as I said, of expert interviews. We use a broad range of experts, for example, from the innovators to investigative journalists to community reporters, because for us also it's important the user perspective. What does people say that live in rural areas and they don't have access really? So some of our outcomes or previous results we have is, for example, that disinformation becomes an industry. This is really a terrible topic, that we have a professionalization of disinformation. In Mexico, for example, you can hire agencies for hate speech, for example, and not only in Mexico. We have in Kenya a big problem. I'm not sure if people from Kenya are here. We have a big problem with hate speech, for example, and this done in a very professional way. Yeah? Another thing, of course, is this social media taxation topic. More and more countries are discovering this topic as a way of, to determine or to limit freedom of speech. It's not just Uganda. But there are also positive developments. We don't only want to talk about the negative things. For example, of course, we have, as I said, these innovative actors everywhere, and also we have these social media innovators in many countries that are bringing in really good ideas on how people can participate. Okay, so I talked a lot, so now I would like to introduce our experts, and first is Sarah Kinnon from Uganda. I'm happy you are here. Sarah, you are a technologist and researcher. You like a lot open source, and you work on internet policy, and you were a Fort Mozilla Open Web Fellow. And now you're working on an internet measurement project focusing on broadband performance, internet peering, and user behavior. And I asked all of our panelists to give a little statement, or initial statement, and you say social media and mobile money tax will lead to exploding costs and drop in internet use for those who are already unprivileged. Hello, Sarah. Talal. Hello, Talal. You are from Pakistan, and you work as a project manager for Media Matters for Democracy in Pakistan, and you're also an expert on digital rights, and you lead, at the moment, you lead an initiative we found really interesting, is that you are fostering media and journalists' capacities to report on digital rights issues, and you say that cybercrime laws are used as a tool to enforce self-censorship of critical voices. And Daniel, from US, Daniel is, we are working a lot together, CIMA and Deutsche Welle Academy. He's associate editor at the Center for International Media Assistance, and Daniel specializes in the global media environment and also in internet policy, and he conducts research on internet governance and the implications of new digital technologies on media systems worldwide. And you say that social media platforms are, as new gatekeepers of content, make it easier for governments to censor content. And I also want to welcome Osama from India. He's founder of the Digital Empowerment Foundation, and your mission is to eradicate information poverty in India and the Global South by using digital tools. And he's also an expert on digital literacy. I mean, digital literacy, media information literacy, as we call it at Deutsche Welle Academy, is a very important line of work. And you are part of a new network we created on media information literacy called MIL Network. And you say misinformation is a curse for the society in the 21st century, connected world, mainly spread by political parties using social media. But ultimately, it is a societal problem, and it has to be solved by society itself. And last but not least, Mary Rose Ofianga Rontal from Philippines. I'm so happy you jumped in, because unfortunately Rachel Sibande, she can't be here. She's sick, so, but you jumped in, and I'm really happy that you are here, because you have done great innovative work. You founded a project called Women Powered Institute that provides opportunities for women to excel in the digital economy through training and community events. And you say innovation in the digital space is happening, but limited access to internet is preventing it at a larger scale, especially for women in Philippines. So this is our panelists, and now, I would ask each of them to give a little intervention, really only 5 minutes. As I said, we have some cards prepared. A yellow card means 4 minutes, and red card is please come to an end, because we really want to have space later on for the group discussions. So please, Sarah, I would like you to start. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you are okay. I'm happy to talk to you about access because it's something that's passionate to me in the recent past. I like to tell the story that I first got the access to the internet at the age of 12, and I count myself lucky because not so many people from my region actually have this kind of privilege that I got. So I also want to use this analogy. Just imagine the internet as a big jigsaw puzzle spread across the world. If you imagine the internet like that, you will discover that there are holes, very, very big holes, and that means we can't get a full, vivid picture of who we are, what's out there, and the aspect of our lives. Before we go any further, I would like to give you good news and bad news that you already know, but I think a constant reminder will help us to push for better. The good news is that half of the world's population has access to the internet, and of course the bad news is that the other half does not. So we need this constant reminder because it will help us to push for better. But if you look at other regions, for example, if you go to Africa, this statistic is even worse, so it goes to less than 36% of the people have access. And recent studies are even showing that the number is worse because regulators and operators are actually counting number of active SIM cards instead of counting how many people are connected. So for example, if I have 3 SIM cards, they will count that these are 3 separate people, which is not, I don't know how to count that, but I don't think that's the right way you would count how many people are connected to the internet. But it's also important to note that the internet has been said to have the potential to change our lives, so to give us access to better healthcare, jobs, improve our standards of living. But if half of the world's population doesn't have access to something that's very powerful to change our lives, I think that is very, very absurd. So when you talk about digital inclusion, you can't say we are talking about inclusion when there are people who are already excluded. They are not here, so you can't even begin to plan for people who are not there. So I think we need to think about these people as we plan. And there are so many challenges and threats, and the one about social media, the way of calling social media right now, I think we've started to see that very many governments right now want to start charging people for social media tax and mobile money tax. I saw in Uganda, in Zambia, in Benin, and in the case of Benin, actually, the cost went up by over 200%, which is really, really absurd. So there's already a barrier to access. I think one of the biggest challenges for people not to be online is cost of access. They don't have money to be online. So then you increase it by over 200%. You're basically adding, I don't know how many more layers and making it very hard for people to join. So I think some of these policies need to change. I don't know if you heard about the one for Tanzania, where they said that for someone, if you want to become a blogger or a reporter, you had to register, and the cost was $920. I mean, how many people can afford $920 to register to do these things? So some of these issues of internet shutdowns, we've already talked about the internet being an enabler, helping us to go to school. So you are shutting down the internet because of political reasons, and you're just keeping people off and off and off. So I think that's some of the things I can look at, but not to be all negative. I can say that there's been a lot of positive things. There have been a lot of positive developments. If you look at Africa in the last 5 years, at least the numbers have gone up. At least we have more people online, and the cost, the $16 that you showed us earlier, actually was worse maybe 5 years ago. So I think that would be my intervention for now, and I'll be happy to indulge more during the breakout. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. You will have space for your questions after everybody has given his and her intervention. So, okay, Talal, please.
Thank you. So from the digital rights perspective, I think when we talk about digital inclusion, I think 2 factors are very important. If you want to evaluate a society against digital inclusion, I think 2 factors are very important. The first is to what extent a society allows people to express themselves freely online. And the second factor is to what extent people are able to freely associate with others in the cyberspace. When it comes to Pakistan, I think we have had our highs as well as lows against these 2 factors. talking about the highs in Pakistani society, I think internet has definitely provided us the space. It has particularly provided the space to the marginalized communities to talk about all those issues which could not become part of the mainstream media. Let me give you the context of the Pakistani society. For a very long time, human rights defenders and marginalized groups have had a hard time in talking about the human rights violations and also taking a critical assessment of the security policies. These pressures continue to exist, and as a result, 88% of the journalists in Pakistan self-censor themselves. So in the midst of these pressures, internet was a medium where they could talk about all these sensitive issues. However, the laws of the internet freedom emerged very soon. Initially, the reaction of the state was that they would take down websites, they would request Facebook and Twitter to censor pages, they would censor some websites. But initially, we thought that probably that is the maximum extent to which the state could go. However, things changed drastically in 2017 when 4 bloggers were allegedly picked up. And their apparent crime was that they were managing Facebook pages that were very critical of these security policies. And that incident sent a very strong message. And the message was that if you try to cross red lines over the internet, you will not be spared. And unfortunately, that was not the only incident. Many instances have been reported. And just 2 weeks ago, the web owner of a news channel, the web owner and producer of an online news channel was arrested under anti-terrorism laws, anti-terrorism clauses of cybercrime law. And the apparent crime was that he was defaming the judiciary. You can clearly see that defamation of judiciary itself is a very subjective term. And now, using the anti-terror clauses to punish somebody for this crime is again, it has been unparalleled. It hasn't been witnessed in Pakistan as well. So, these threats are there. Physical threats as a result of digital expression are there. But more prominent threats are the online harassment. The more frequent ones are, if you say something, you can be a victim of online harassment. You can face smear campaigns. So these are these are the strategies that are more frequently used by some elements within the deep state. Now, how do we get out of this situation when you have journalists, when you have HRDs, when you have marginalized groups who came to the internet in the first place to talk about sensitive issues, but as a result of these digital threats, they do not feel safe. At the moment, I think that the digital rights community is trying to document all these violations because, if somebody gets picked up, it does not get reported in the media as well. So you have to, find a way to report these incidents, and you have to find a way to, take up with the Ministry of Human Rights as well. As part of my work as a digital rights advocate in Pakistan, I'm running the Digital Rights Monitor, which is essentially a news website. And I believe that, without documenting these instances, there's no way we can advocate for any change. And lastly, I think that the digital rights activists, they are fighting the war against these encroachments alone. There needs to be a broader participation from other civil society organizations, from other sectors, from private sector, from media. They need to understand that digital rights violations are a serious issue, and it could have long-term implications on all of us. So these are some interventions from my side on the digital rights as well.
Thank you very much, Talal. Now we are going to talk a little bit about the media ecosystem. So Daniel from CIMA.
Great, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to be talking about these inclusion issues from the perspective of the news media, journalists in particular. And what I want to say is, my argument is that basically that the internet is keeping us from the news. And I know that that's kind of maybe a provocative thing to say, but I want to explain kind of where I'm coming from with this. Over the past decade, we've seen significant changes to the news media market and the ability of news institutions to support themselves financially as the model of advertising has changed with the development of new dissemination channels for news, particularly with social media, with news aggregators online. And so this has created a real challenge for news media institutions that support journalists and support independent reporting because you don't have a financial way to support this really important work that we need in our society so that citizens have access to high quality, reliable information. And at first you might be hearing this and you might think, oh, well, this is really a sectoral issue that just affects media institutions or journalists. Why does this matter to the broader public? But really this is key to all of us because the internet is this amazing platform for news and information to help inform us, to help us make better decisions. And if we have this kind of societal layer, the news media system, broken, we see a further deterioration in how democracy is working worldwide. And I think if you look at the past 10 years, you can kind of see how kind of this crisis in the media system has perhaps had some negative effects on how democratic governance is working. And it's interesting that this is really paradoxical for some of us because, for me included, because, you know, when the internet kind of first came to a global scale in the 1990s, we really saw it as this incredible opportunity for new voices to enter into, you know, the barrier to entry to share news and information was much lower. But really what we're finding more and more with how people use the internet and the larger concentration into large tech platforms is that there's actually less media diversity than we thought. People want to go to sites where news is constantly being updated, kind of sticky sites, and so that means you have to, the news aggregators, social media are very popular, and so that means that the advertising revenue isn't being filtered back into the institutions that support journalists, support news media. And so we're actually seeing a deterioration of that. And also, it's not just having knowledge of an internet connection in HTML. You have to have a lot more you know, technical knowledge in order to create platforms that encourage people to come visit them. So really the challenges to the news media ecosystem are very difficult. You know, the internet's an amazing opportunity to share information and knowledge, but we can't be concerned solely with just access. We also have to be concerned about the quality of access. And so that's really what this issue is about. And you know, I think that the internet's keeping us from the news, but there's things that we can do, especially at a global level, thinking about the policies that can support independent media. So I would love to talk with you guys in the breakout session about some of those ideas that I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. So now we are coming to this very interesting cluster called society, what we call society. And Osama, you can share experiences from India.
Yeah. So most of the unconnected society in any case lives in India. So out of 1.3 billion people, about close to 1 billion people are unconnected in India. So we have, and we also have one of the highest connected people also contributing to the world. So I want to share two stories to you. One, how digital inclusion is actually resulting in digital exclusion. And so it's a negative story, and the other one is a more positive story. So the negative story is that there is this woman in a village in India who is actually a daily wage worker, and she has to get her wages every day in the evening, or she is dependent on ration, which is government entitlements. But she can't avail even a single entitlement without going through a biometric identification, which is actually dependent on a database which is supposed to be connected through the internet. And more often than not, about 37 to 40% of such women or men who are living in villages who are dependent on daily wages or ration do not get their biometric either correctly identified, or internet doesn't work, so database doesn't get connected, or they are asked to come back again, or they are said that, even if it matches, you can only take 1 kg of rice rather than 15 kgs of rice. So, so this digital inclusion actually created a mandate for the government to make it mandatory that you have to go through the biometric without really making the digital infrastructure available without having a fault in it. So, so this actually digital inclusion is resulting in digital inclusion. And this is just not one woman. We have about 350 million people who are dependent daily on a ration or a government entitlement, without which they cannot eat their minimum requirement of food on a monthly basis. So this is one example, and this may be the condition and situation in many, many more developing countries and many, many more countries where connectivity is not available. The second example is that there is this person who is a folk musician. He remembers 250 songs in a language which has no script, and he is a beautiful singer. But he has been using mobile to record all his music and all his folk music not to let it die, because in the coming generation, everybody may not be able to memorize all the 250 or 300 songs or the folk music or the language that you speak which doesn't have a script. So this is another digital inclusion which is actually resulting in saving many languages and preserving many of the culture and folk and music and art and heritage, which most of these world which has people without connectivity actually lives in. Because if you really look at 3.5 billion people who are not connected, and if you demographically give them a category, you will find that they are poor, they are tribals, they live in remote areas, they have great and huge heritage, culture and language, and something that you would love to preserve. So I think digital may be a very, very interesting tool to preserve it. Is that all the time that I guess I have? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Osama. So, and now our last cluster about innovation.
Bonjour. Did I pronounce it correctly? Hi, everyone. I'm Rose. So, innovation. I think all of us know about how technology and the internet brought up a lot of innovations and innovative solutions into our lives, like just a tap on our phone, we'll get the food delivered on our table or on our doorstep. But this isn't true for most people. Like, as Stefan mentioned, 42% is just connected. So in the Philippines, 63% of the people are connected to the internet. It's quite higher compared to other Asian countries, but the concentration of the connectivity is only at the urban areas. And as an island, the Philippines still a lot of things to do in terms of providing connectivity to the people. So the innovation ecosystem in the Philippines is thriving, but then there are, an opposite and totally different portion of the society, the digital gap and the digital divide. So there are people who are highly connected to the internet. They are so innovative. They are just using our smartphones to do everything that we want to do. But there are farmers and there are health workers who have no internet connection. So what we are doing right now, in my organization as Women Powered, we are trying to bridge the gap by bringing together the community and the tech community to develop innovative solutions to help the community where they don't have access to the internet, and come up with the solutions that is participatory and make sure that the innovation that they develop address to the specific needs of the community. So I've been organizing social innovation camp, startup weekends, and we always make sure that the problem that they're trying to solve it resonates to the market, to the users that they want to address to. So we make sure that they go out and interview the people at the community instead of the other way around, that they develop something and then when they go to the community, it's useless because first, there is no internet and there is no other option to use the app, and so it's not sustainable. Way back in 2014, we developed a healthcare app in an urban community in Metro Manila, actually. But after a year, it didn't sustain because there's no internet connection. The local government unit didn't provide internet connectivity, and so the app was useless. Health workers went back to the paper and pen documentation of the health status of the community, and they forget the application. So there is a lot of innovative solutions. A lot of people want to develop an application, a web application, a blockchain technology that could address fake news. But the question is, how can we sustain it? How can we sustain all these innovations? So from my experience, when we do workshop on developing innovative solutions, we make sure that stakeholders are in the same table. We make sure that the tech community, the developers, the programmers, go to the community, reach out to them, and ask them questions that, what are their needs? What is the current situation in the community? Do they have internet? Because it's useless for them to develop an app for the farmers to cut the middleman and provide the e-commerce platform if the farmers couldn't even use it, because they are just using the old phone. They are not using the iPhone or the smartphones that we've been using, right? So it means that it's important for us to build the digital gap by making sure that we connect to the community and to the people, the bottom of the pyramid, who needs all these innovative solutions for them to participate. Because these are the people who are the marginalized. These are the people who has no opportunity to participate because they don't have access to technology. And when we will just let that happen, the more that they are left behind in participating in democratic activities, in e-commerce, in online payments, and the digital divide will just go further and further. So later I will be excited to share my experience and how we do that and how it can help your organization to develop a program.
So thank you very much for your interventions. You have been so great keeping the time. And so we now will have time for discussion. Before we start the discussion, maybe one question to the audience. We hear about a lot of negative developments in the digital world, but also positive developments. So if I ask you, okay, do we have in 5 years from now a better digital world? Who would say, yes, I agree, we will have a better digital world? And who would say, no, it's getting worse? So who is the optimistic part? Raise your arms. Okay, some of them, but not all. So there are some pessimists, I imagine. Please raise your arms. Okay. And maybe this is also for discussion now, because what we want to do now is that please split up in 5 groups. We have colleagues from Deutsche Welle Academy and partners who will be your facilitators, and you can gather in 5 groups. In each group we will have an expert, and we really want to discuss and want to know from you, okay, what would you consider the most pressing topics of digital inclusion? Because this is called hidden aspects of digital inclusion. So what would you add as important topics? And even more importantly, what would you say are the promising solutions? Don't be afraid of the interactive part, because after that, what we want to do is come together again and then in short intervention know what each group has worked out. So if there's somebody in a group who would like to be the rapporteur, it would be great, but also we can do it, the colleagues of Deutsche Welle. It's Julius, Lena, Roslyn, Kuda. Where is Kuda? Yeah, hello. And me. So we are facilitators, and now we can start with, you have prepared some signs, so we have to try to gather a little bit and use the room. So maybe in each corner you can come together in the groups, okay? And it's about 20 minutes of discussion. We're going to put it on some flip chart paper and then come together again and discuss in total. Thank you. like this. I have a micro, so please come a little bit closer, as I said, and so we can discuss the results of your discussions. It was really interesting. We have here from the part of Rosalind, what was it? Who's going? You are going to present? Yeah, please. So we start with society. Please come to the micro so that we can have it for the remote participants too. They need to talk into the micro.
Okay, so in our group we were kind of, okay, society is quite a big remit, and how do we kind of take it apart from access and the other things that the other groups are talking about? And so we first looked at the overall kind of system in which we operate and live, and how there needs to be some questions around what our social norms are. And at the moment, are we kind of existing and working and operating in a patriarchal system, which is very much built upon imperialism and colonialism, and this structure needs to be questioned and changed for society as a whole. We've also talked about the power structure bubble, with very few people actually having power over the internet, and what that means for exclusion. The fact we operate in a capitalist system was brought up and questioned as whether this is the system that would bring about inclusion for all. The kind of connected and the hyper-connected versus the unconnected being one of the biggest problems that we're encountering, and then how information is consumed and produced, and who's the person producing it, and ultimately the majority being the consumers, and the impact that has on what is being consumed and the messages and opportunities that are missed by the lack of inclusion. Osama spoke a bit about different examples from India regarding this, to do with just basic things like tourism and hotels and restaurants and cultural areas that don't get any coverage because they're not online. We then looked at solutions. And so for solutions, public broadband access is one area where it's something that's a public opportunity, not something that's provided by a service provider such as Facebook, or it's actually for all. We looked at antitrust regulation and the fact that at the moment power is with very few companies, and how this should be rectified. Obviously, our promising solution is a feminist internet, which helps to change some of the norms and the system in which we operate and the power structure. We looked at more consumer-focused initiatives, such as the GDPR, which has come about, which is looking at how, the rights of society, capacity building and open knowledge. And then obviously media and information literacy as a way for people to also be empowered with that through access, but being able to access with the skills to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, great. So looking at the time, we have 10 minutes left, so please, maybe we come to the next topic, digital rights. Who's going to, are you going to report? Like 2 minutes, okay.
Yes.
Access.
Yes, my name is Daniel Bilopio, a Youth IGF Fellow 2018. So we've looked at the issues of access, but the good thing is that most people that participated in this group were mostly from Africa, because I think that's the major thing that is affecting people from that region. So some of the things we looked at are aspects that range from political, social, and economic. Most of the economic, we've seen it with taxes that are placed on some of the internet platforms, such as social media platforms, when it comes to countries like Tanzania, access for websites and all those other things. So we also looked at the issue of content censorship when it comes to issues of access. Before you relay certain kind of information on the internet, you're supposed to seek authorization from the government. Once the government agrees with that kind of information or that data, then you release it. If it's contrary to, you can't release that. So we also looked at issues on access for disabled persons and marginalized persons. Yes, we looked at barriers to innovation because of the problems with this access. So some of the promising solutions that we looked at, legal strategies, such as public interest litigation cases that are filed to challenge some of these unfair censorship policies, such as the tax policies. We also looked at fair spectrum distribution policies, in that various competing companies within the same space can rely on the same kind of broadband to ensure that access is extended to places that initially never had such. So we also looked at creating community networks to be able to enhance access in places where persons are unable to afford economically to be on the internet. Then promoting relevance of the internet. We established that in some of the African countries like Tanzania and Uganda, there are, for example, Wi-Fi hotspots in several places, but not only are they not trusted by the people around them, but even the people that have access to some of these spots don't understand why they need to be able to connect to those spots. So we need to promote relevance of the internet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So the next one, who wants to? Kuda, please. Talking about
digital rights. Yeah. So we were talking about digital rights, and the basic issues that we identified were the fact that there's need to fix, in summary, there's need to fix the offline institutions. So that's like your independent institutions and your constitutions and your legal frameworks in country, and then use these to protect rights or to protect people's digital rights in the online world. And the other issue that we identified was a lack of government policies as one part. The second part is that government policies, specifically government laws, can be overbroad. So these laws are then used to persecute people. Examples were given about how this is done in Nigeria as well as in Pakistan. And then the other topic that we identified was the lack of awareness that leads to people not being able to stand up and fight and demand the protection of their rights in online environments. And then there was also the issue of cyber harm. For example, cyber harm includes things like cyberbullying. Generally, it speaks to the lack of people's knowledge on how to promote and protect other people's rights online. And then moving on to the promising solutions that we came up with. There's what we're already doing here partly, which is to put together multi-stakeholders approaches to coming up with solutions that to the problems that we identified. There's also a need to set up and run awareness campaigns. An example was given of the Council of Europe guidelines to respect and protect and fulfill the rights of the children in digital environments. So that's an example of an awareness campaign that's running in Europe. So countries can also identify issues, then run awareness campaigns to address those issues. Another thing is that private companies, when we meet together to talk about the problems in the digital world and digital rights, private companies are sort of left out in the conversation, because private companies now are seen to be operating as semi-autonomous, making laws for themselves, so we need to rope them into the solutions as well. Then the last thing is that we need to use the existing human rights frameworks to promote digital rights.
Great. So for the last two clusters, media and innovation, please, 2 minutes. Now because we have to leave the room because the next panel is going to start. So innovation.
This will be quick. All right, so for the innovation, the discussion went around what are the pressing issues in digital inclusion and how can innovation address these needs. So some of the pressing topics that we identified were the gap of knowledge and skills in terms of how we can cope up with the development of technology and how can we develop skills from the universities up to the young professionals, for example. And then accessibility in the mainstream and the uneven distribution of access. This involves different ways of access in terms of the format of the content, like audio, video, and make it accessible like in a local language. And also like for persons with disabilities to make sure that infrastructure is also accessible for them. Another pressing issue, especially in Africa, is the social media tax. And transferring social capital into capital right now, especially with social media. Social capital has been used by companies and corporations. And child online protection to make sure that the kids right now and the young people knows about how to be responsible in using the internet. Facebook Zero is also one of the pressing topics because we identified it as a double sword. It can be an advantage to people in the areas where there's no internet, but at the same time, it could also be a means to propagate disinformation or fake news and those things. So promising solutions is that we know that blockchain technology right now is an interesting discussion. So we wanna use blockchain technology to help the unconnected to get connected. For example, using blockchain technology for farmers, for health workers, and even other people in the ground to access content using blockchain technology and top that with a accessible content. Universal design, we just learned that people with disabilities, they have a universal design that should be adopted by the tech community when they develop solutions. So we make sure that there's a participation and consultation with the stakeholders when they develop solutions to make sure that these people who are marginalized or are not to get connected has the right solutions. And maximize government programs like providing technical trainings to universities and other professionals. Online payment, and yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being... So, in the last cluster, Julius, is about media and journalism.
Yeah, last but not least, the media cluster, and we worked on the hidden topics, and we found, I think, three or four different sectors. One sector is the payment issue, because we had participants from Bangladesh, from Yemen, from Ghana, from Brazil, and they are all saying the same thing, that journalism are not paid enough, and because of that, the quality, we are losing quality. Then it's not a hidden aspect, but an obvious aspect with a hidden part. Social media is ruining journalism, what Daniel said. But why is it? It is because social media is following the money, so simple as that. Because even in countries like Yemen, social media companies are interested in revenue and not in freedom of speech. So we have to think to do something against that. And one very critical thing is that actually ideas like Facebook Zero and something like that are ruin also journalism, because they are channeling people in just small funnels, and they are one reason that the dark social, like we've seen in Brazil, is so mighty and is influencing even the elections. The third part is that there is, and then I come to the promising solutions, that there is the issue of regulation. Regulation has a bad side and has a good side. What we find out that regulation is always bad when there is no democracy, and that leads to no good regulation. Promising solutions. It's just a little bit disappointing, but our last speaker said, okay, there is no shortcut to establishing or to re-establishing a good journalism. So we thought about new solutions like, I think the most important topic was to raise awareness in society that journalism is important for them. I think this is a good summary of what we have discussed, and some ways of promoting journalism is just collecting money from the people via crowdsourcing, via funding, via funds, or engage with companies who give their grants for independent journalism. And also, journalists must be more proactive. So what we heard from Ghana, that there are some issues in the recent times, and journalists and newspapers and media did not report, and so the participants said journalists must be more proactive and find
Julius,
their role again.
Yeah,
so
to an end.
I have
No,
lots of more to say.
2 minutes over.
Thank you for the lively discussion to all of you.
Okay. So thank you very much, and thank you for, this is food for thought, and thank you for this great constructive discussion, and sorry for this 2 minutes, but now we're finished. Thank you.
Thank you to the transcriber as well.
This works. Oh, this really works. Okay. We have some good news, which is that no one knows when we're going to finish. Did you see the program? Yes. So if we get really animated, we can carry on beyond. If we get not animated at all, we could be done by 1 o'clock. Let's introduce the panel. My name is Chris Marsden. I'm co-chair. I'm at the University of Sussex. Oh, I have a prop. Luca, you've just launched a book, right? Yes. So I also have a prop, for those who don't know about it. I will hold this up because we're being webcast. This is me. A book called Net Neutrality. Thank you. Well, you're applauding, but actually it came out last January in 2017. So thank you, and I assume everyone's read it already. It's freely available online as well as you can buy it if you want a physical copy. You know, if you think that the web will crash as it has done today at the IGF. Is it gratis? It's online. It's gratis. For paper, we have to pay for the trees. So Manchester University Press. My co-chair, Luca Belli, who is, of course, the dynamic behind the Dynamic Coalition on Net Neutrality. Luca, should we just get everyone to say their name down the table, and then we'll begin?
Yeah, I think, good morning to everyone, and sorry if I was running a little bit late. I think, yes, we can have a first quick round so that the panelists can introduce themselves very quickly. I apologize for the reduced time slot due to the fact that the MAG decided that Dynamic Coalition only deserved 60 minutes. I encourage you to complain writing to igf.un.org to ask to have back our 90 minutes. Tomorrow there is also a Dynamic Coalition main session. You can also go there and complain directly physically. It's always better. Now, without further ado, please let's start to introduce ourselves very quickly so that then we can dig into the debate. Please, Marc.
Yes, thank you. I am Marc Lebonche from Orange Regulatory Affairs. I am in general in charge of European and economic issues. Here I also represent the African part of Orange activities.
Good afternoon. I'm Giordana Viotto. I'm from University Paris-Dauphine. I'm a researcher there. And with my co-author, who is here, Emmanuel Laurençon, we are developing a study on net neutrality and the departures from there. And this is what I'm going to talk a little bit about today. Thank you.
I am Serge Abitboul. I am a computer science researcher, and I'm at the board of ARCEP, the French regulation authority for telecommunication and post. And I will speak about measuring net neutrality.
And as this is the main theme of the session, Serge will also introduce with some keynote remarks what we are going to speak about.
Hello everybody, my name is Frode Sorensen. I'm representing the Norwegian Communications Authority and I'm also one of the co-chairs of BEREC's Net Neutrality Working Group. Thanks.
Well, I'm Luca Belli. I'm a professor of intergovernance and regulation at FGV, which is Fundação Getúlio Vargas, which is both a think tank and one of the main academic institutions in Brazil.
Advertise. You can, as Facebook tells us, you can never have too much targeted advertising. And I am a professor of internet law at the University of Sussex, and I'm also the founder director of the Sussex Centre for Information Governance Research, which is close but no cigar.
Hi, my name is Amba Kak. I'm a public policy advisor with Mozilla Corporation, most famously known for our browser, but I actually work on developing our positions on laws and regulations globally. When it comes to net neutrality and zero rating in particular, I've sort of been introduced and worked on this issue mostly as a researcher, first with the Oxford Internet Institute and later as part of the Mozilla Technology Policy Fellowship. And I'll talk a little bit about my research findings in the session.
Hello, my name is Simone Basso. I'm a researcher and developer at Tor Project. I will talk you about the research that we've done in the past to measure performance and how that is related to network neutrality with the UNI project, which is a project that relates and studies internet interference on the flow of communication.
Hello, my name is Luan Ferragus. I'm a research assistant at FGV Law School. I will be the moderator online for this session.
Okay, without further ado, I will ask Serge to introduce our session. And while the PowerPoint is prepared, I just wanted to reiterate how interesting and how productive has been to work with this coalition over the past 6 years, not only producing a model framework that has been directly used by the Council of Europe to elaborate the recommendation on net neutrality and now is utilized by more than 50 organizations around the world to lobby for net neutrality. The zero rating map, whose beta version was presented last year and that I will present the refined version in some minutes, has been also included in the ARCEP State of the Internet report, which is the first example of actually an IGF project being included in a national regulator's report, which is very, very good. And then, without stealing any further time to Serge, please, Serge, go ahead, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about measurements, and the first difficulty we meet when talking about measurement, it's difficult to measure the performance of the internet, and for a lot of reasons, including that topology we don't know very well. It really depends on how you access a network and a lot of other reasons. And this is the first thing that makes it difficult to actually measure net neutrality, because the underlying network is already hard to measure. Actually, I can give you an example for that. In France, a while ago, there was this idea that Netflix was throttling, was throttled on free. And then, you know, people looked, and actually the reason was not an actual throttling, but it was just a question of interconnection. And also there are all these conflicting demands for actually violating neutrality for sometimes good reasons. So I assume that we all want to enforce net neutrality, and the question is, how do you verify it? And the first, actually very good way to approach the problem is using crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing first allows you to get very good inputs from users. Users actually are confronted to this discrimination, and they know and they feel sometimes when they are discriminated, and they can bring in very valuable input that can be used for name and shame, for instance. We can also get very valuable inputs from third parties, stakeholders, academics. So essentially, this is a complex problem where everybody has to contribute. So ARCEP, the regulation authority for communication in France, has actually developed and worked on this area for a while. So I'll just mention briefly some of the work. First, a signaling platform to monitor relevant practices and assess their impact. QoS measurement tool co-developed with BEREC. A co-construction approach to develop best practice to do measurements. One of the issues with measurements is depending on the institution or depending on who you are, you measure different things. So then when you try to aggregate all these measures, it gets very difficult because people measure different things. And sometimes the measures themselves have biases. So the idea here is to actually put together all the people involved in this activity and try together to come up with best practices and really understand what it means to measure the network. Last, an API that you can put in the ISP boxes that allows you to characterize the end-user environment, again for the reason that the environment from which you're taking the measure has an important, strong impact on what you measure. I want to spend a bit of time on an application that's actually demonstrated here at the RCEP booth in the entrance hall at 2 p.m. It's called Wihi. It's an app that you can upload, download, and use to perform measurements on your telephone. Essentially, it's detecting whether a particular ISP is throttling or not a particular application that you like. The idea is actually quite simple, although the technical details are a bit complex. The idea is to actually compare what it gets when you just ask for instance, a video, and when you ask it in a cryptographic, in an encrypted manner. When you ask it in an encrypted manner, the ISP cannot know that it has to slow it down, and then if you see differences, then you can see that there is throttling. Actually, this was used by Wihi to detect that recently that Sprint is throttling Skype. And again, this is developed in partnership with Northeastern University, David Schoffness, and again, I encourage you to go and look at the demo in the RCEP booth. So I get to a conclusion, and again, when you speak about net neutrality, there are difficulties in measuring it. There are actually difficulties in defining exactly the net neutrality that you want, and it's not easy. So not only it's easy, but regularly there are new challenges, new practices like zero rating or new technology like 5G that basically re-ask the question, or if you want, is also the occasion for some to question the net neutrality. But again, if you believe net neutrality is important for society, there is no choice. So you have to understand a bit more precisely what net neutrality is so that you can articulate regulation. As I said, crowdsourcing is a very good way of getting information, understanding what's going on, and also our research and development on measurement is very important because there are technical issues to solve. I'd like to conclude with just a sentence that actually is enlarging a bit the problem. If the network is neutral, that's very good. That's already a good starting point for better freedom of choice for users and for more fair business competition. But that's not the end of the story. You have also to make sure that the entire ecosystem is neutral. And in particular, RCEP has put some work, has done a lot of work on on terminal devices neutrality. And that is important because, again, the network can be very, very neutral if the server that you help you get to the internet is hiding part of it from you. The neutrality is not complete. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Serge, and also for explaining how important it is to crowdsource the information and also the application of the regulation. And I think RCEP is leading in this, together also with other regulators in Europe. We will see with further. I would also like to commend the work that has been led by Sébastien Sarchayano, who is the president of RCEP, sitting here. And then, keeping with the regulatory debate, I would like to ask Frode Sørensen, who has been a net neutrality hero for the past years in Europe, to explain what is the work in this moment that has been undertaken by NCOM.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm really looking forward to discuss with you today. And I will first of all give a brief intervention. It's divided into 3 parts. The title of my presentation is a discussion of net neutrality measurements in a European context. That is not because the European context is the best, but that is because that's the context I know. My presentation will be divided into 3 parts. First, I will paint the background of this discussion. Secondly, I will present a European measurement tool that is currently being developed. And finally, we'll discuss some of the potentials that we have with such a tool and such a measurement platform. The background of my discussion is that, as many of you know already, European net neutrality regulation was adopted in 2015, and this regulation gave BEREC the mandate to develop guidelines for the implementation of the regulation. These guidelines were published in 2016 and set out how regulators should apply the regulation. Article 5 of the regulation obliges regulators to closely monitor and ensure compliance with the regulation. As a regulatory approach to accomplish this, a BEREC Net Neutrality Expert Working Group, which I happen to chair, developed a measurement methodology on the one hand, and on the other hand, we also specified a measurement tool, and both of these documents were published in 2017. Furthermore, during the spring this year, BEREC opened a tender for development of a net neutrality measurement tool, and in August, a contractor was awarded, and in September, the development of this tool started. And this measurement tool is planned to be available after 1 year's development, whereby regulators could start to deploy the tool from September, October 2019. Secondly, turning to the characteristics of this European measurement tool. The goal of the tool is to foster consistent approach for measurement of Internet access services. And this will cover two different aspects. First of all, the traditional speed measurement and quality of service parameters. And secondly, it will also cover, to some extent, traffic management practices that can be assessed against the net neutrality rules. The main characteristics of this tool are the following. First of all, it's based on open source software, whereby the software of this tool can be reused by the different regulators, but also by other parties, without any additional cost. Secondly, this tool is based on the standardized architecture. It's using the LMAP architecture developed by IETF, which is the organization developing and specifying the IP technology. The tool is based on crowdsourced measurements, whereby users across Europe can contribute to measurement results. And we have the possibility to achieve measurements from a huge amount of different users of the tool. The tool will be deployed nationally, and the national tools will be autonomous. Thereby, the regulators will maintain full control of the tool and the data collected by the tool. And this is particularly interesting and important regarding the privacy and integrity of the tool, which is highlighted in the European regulation, but also in some national regulations. That is why it's important that each instance of the tool has full control, maintains full control of the data collected by the tool. The tool will cover quality of service metrics like speed, latency, and packet loss. And the achievement with this tool is that the data will be comparable across different regulations, across different nations. So this provides a database of measurement results throughout Europe, which can be used to produce statistics. And if the tool is used by others, the same would apply to that. And finally, the tool will cover traffic measurement metrics, examples of functions that are implemented in the first version is port blocking, DNS manipulation, and some application-specific measurements like web browsing and video streaming. Finally, a brief discussion of what are the potentials of this European tool. A national rollout of the tool is foreseen, so the regulators will deploy the tool nationally, but the tool could also contribute to a federated system, so it would be possible for to measure from one country to another one across borders. The measurement results of the tool would reflect as closely as possible the end user's experience. And in addition, it would also be possible to cover measurements across Europe, whereby you could have a statistical data base for analysis of traffic over the continent. It is also foreseen that the BEREC measurement tool could contribute to standardization work within quality of service measurement. And this measurement platform, since it's used by many different regulators, it would also provide a platform for further development of methodology of researching of net neutrality supervision over Europe, but to the extent that other continents are contributing, that could also be, of course, sourced into this tool. So the possibilities are relatively great for this tool. Of course, it depends on the acceptance of the tool in the market, but with an organization like BEREC behind it, we believe that the support by national regulators could be relatively broad within Europe, at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frode, and also thank you for highlighting that the tool that you are developing also is open source, which actually could be very useful for, as an example, for other regulators around the world. And before opening for a brief break with a couple of questions, I would still ask to Simone Basso to complete this first measurement sections with his speaking about his work at the Tor project. After Simone's presentation, we'll take only 2 or maximum 3, let's say 3 questions, quick questions, and then we will get into the second segment of the session with zero rating and policy and research on different issues. And then we will have, of course, an open debate at the end. So, Simone, whenever you want, feel free to start.
We are trying to figure out how to go in presentation mode. Actually, I've never used Adobe, so I don't use Windows. And I think he does not also. Yeah. So, open
source fundamentals.
Yeah. How do we go? That's it. Full screen mode. Excellent.
I think it's working now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I apologize for that. I should practice at home with Adobe to be more okay. Anyway, so I'm Simone. As I told you, I'm from the Tor project, and I guess the main reason why I was invited here is that we did this campaign with Fight for the Future 1 year ago, in which we promoted our Uni app, which is a measurement application that you can install on from mobile stores to try to measure, let's say, the performance of video-like streaming. I'm actually here to, more than talking about this in specific, I would like to share with you my view of how we were doing measurements in the past, what we are measuring now, and what are the difficulties, speaking more broadly, and also encompassing stuff like Wiki that was mentioned before, and trying to give you the perspective and the frustration that a researcher may have in this space. So, 2008, this is not exactly the situation as the internet was working like this, but many researchers were using this mental model and were doing this kind of measurement. So what do we have here briefly? We have a couple of users, so a couple of laptops. They are connected to Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi is always to be taken into account because can create issues when you're measuring performance. And then the situation was basically that the internet was for sure much more tiered than it is now. So there was a transit tier, and there were ISP tiers. And then, let's comment a little bit on the several flows that we can see. So in 2008, many persons were doing peer-to-peer. And that was an issue, the main network neutrality issue. You may recall that Comcast started throttling BitTorrent around that time. So that's the red flow. And the reason why it was bad for ISPs is that it was using the transit, which costed to them. And instead, the green flow is what was the ideal for many ISPs. Well, I apologize, this is a bit simplified, but let's the ideal for many ISPs was, okay, I will direct traffic that user wants to caches that are inside me, and then people will access content from there. And the reality was that actually, in many cases, these caches were working. In other cases, they were accessing content that was, in many cases, not that far from them. Akamai was already a thing at the time. And then this will be the yellow flow. So they were passing, and that was not very far, but still, that was the place from which people was fetching content. So when Facebook, like in 2008, Facebook was already using Akamai, and you were fetching content more or less like this. And then what did people running measurements do? And that is the blue flow. So we tried to put servers in a place that was as near as possible to content. And for example, this is exactly the way in which Measurement Lab works. Measurement Lab is a platform for running experiments of this kind. And what people tried to do was, from the user vantage point, in a crowdsourced way, access content and see what happened. And that content may be anything. Could be a test web page, a big resource to be downloaded from the server, the measurement server, or could be something that looked like BitTorrent. And then the idea was to try and see whether there were rules inside of ISP number 2 in this case that were like throttling BitTorrent. So that was the situation. Now, fast forward 10 years, what changed? So there is still, of course, people that run peer-to-peer applications. However, the relevance of video, of CDNs, increased dramatically. And now also the architecture, the topology of the internet changed, and we already had peering, but now the shift towards peering and private peering has been huge. And then colors are good, that's great. What we see now is the following situation. So the violet flow is you streaming from Netflix. And you see that you don't pass towards a transit ISP. You just go straight into Netflix. And this is exactly how it works in many cases. And then you remember when a colleague, the RCEP colleague, told about interconnection issues? That's problems in that router over there. Problems because there is not enough capacity. And then that's the place in which you are slowed down. So this is a thing that happens. And this thing not only happens because of we need to upgrade the port, we need to create more capacity. Sometimes there are also business reasons because that cause either the ISP number 2 or the CDN not to want to increase the capacity. And sometimes what happens is that rather than taking the violet route, you take the orange route. And the orange route, in many cases, is worse because it's far away. And if it's far away, you pass towards other traffic, and so the quality is lower. So this violet-orange split is exactly what has been called in the past the tussle, or the issues between content providers and ISPs. And this is something that we would like to measure. However, it's complex because the architecture, the infrastructure that we're using for running measurements does not run in the cloud, is not running in a CDN. We don't have a server that's side by side with Netflix or with YouTube. So what we measure is still, at the moment, the blue thing. And so there are cases in which there are no performance issues in the ISP, but there will be performance issues at the interconnection. But we don't see them because we are taking another route. Or there are other approaches, like the Wiki one that was mentioned before, in which they replay traffic, and the replay is not going towards the violet line. It's going towards, it's still a replay going to the server, to the measurement server, to the blue path. But still there are rules in the ISP that see, for example, the YouTube name in the initial HTTPS exchange and throttle. So let's say this is the current situation. There are approaches that work, like the Wiki one is good, but still there is a big chunk of the internet that we don't see very well, and we are not able to measure like exactly what we would like to measure. So basically real content providers. And the main issue at the moment is this one. And yeah, this is the context of the project that I work on. I think I'm done. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Simone, and thank you also for highlighting that measurement still, it has a lot of benefits. It's promising, but it still has a lot of challenges that have to be overcome. So before passing to the second section, I would like to open the floor for just 3 questions. Try to make brief questions, not long comments, and to make them as precise as possible, please.
While we wait for the first question, let me just do an audience participation moment. We have online 100 countries, we have in the room 50 countries. We'd like people to please tweet the measurement tool that they use themselves in their country. So we've heard mention of WIHI and UNI and UNI. We've also had mention of some previous measurement tools like SAMNOS that's been used in the past. So what I'd like people to do is please use the hashtag DCNN, as in Dynamic Coalition on Net Neutrality, and please just tell us what measurement tool you're using. And hopefully in half an hour we'll have got together a decent collection of the measurement tools that are used. So we're crowdsourcing the actual use of measurement tools as well as the actual individual measurement tools themselves. There's definitely a question there.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you for the chairs. And my name is Toshiya Jitsune from Chuo University, Japan. I've been working for this net neutrality for the last couple of years, and also currently are part of the committee of the MRC of the Japanese government to deal with the net neutrality issue right now. Well, I have to say that I love the phrase that the entire ecosystem should be neutral. I love that phrase. And a neutral network is, I believe, important for our society. So that, but the net neutrality is not for operators or content creators, but for the people. So that I think that the QoS is not appropriate measurement for dealing with the net neutrality. I think the quality of experience, QoE, is more important. So because the not guaranteeing quality of experience is sometimes beneficial for end user quality of experience. For example, during the congestion period, prioritize internet video service such as YouTube may be beneficial for end user quality of experience because IP video needs more real-time real-time transmission of the packets compared to the SNSs such as Facebook. So my question is, how do you incorporate this possible contradiction between the QoS and QoE measurement into your measurement system, or you think it's necessary? Thank you very much.
As it is a quite long question, I would take only one other question and let the panelists reply. Is there anyone that wants to add something or make a question? Okay, so we can leave the panelists of this.
So just a reminder, hashtag DCNN and the measurement tool that you're installing right now on your mobile device.
Please go ahead, panelists of the first section. Be my guest if you want to reply to this question.
Brief comment from me. I understood the question as related to quality of service requirements for an application and not necessarily regarding measurement of that. And under the European context, there are different answers to that. How could quality of service be provided for an application? So first of all, I would emphasize that the internet technology is very dynamic and is developing all the time. So currently, video streaming is provided with quality over the internet through CDN servers. So it seems like sufficient quality is provided for video on the ordinary internet service, even though it's a best effort service due to the CDNs. Secondly, under the European regulation, specific streaming services like IPTV could also be provided as a service that is not going over the internet. That is something we refer to often as specialized services in Europe. So that could be provided for IPTV or, for example, video conferences where it's not possible to use a CDN. So there are two answers to that. The technology is already developing on the internet and is actually providing streaming with good quality. Secondly, you could also provide communications separate from the internet and thereby secure the quality without compromising the quality on the internet.
Frode, do you want to say something about, I think BEREC has recently discussed the fact that 5G does not have an automatic exemption from net neutrality? Maybe we should direct people to the fact there's been a statement by, I think, by the chair of BEREC. Is that right about that?
Yes, there has been a statement from the chair of BEREC in some conferences explaining that we don't see a problem to implement 5G technologies and at the same time ensuring net neutrality on the internet. BEREC will also publish an opinion to the European Commission in December this year, so we'll provide a more substantial explanation to that in that paper. But generally speaking, the way we see it, both from the Norwegian regulator, but also many NRAs in BEREC have the same view that 5G could be implemented with the current European net neutrality regulation, and that should actually be compatible with each other. That's the view of the European regulators.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. I'm sure everywhere in many of the countries that we're covering here, I'm sure people are thinking about 5G and net neutrality as well as specialized services. Let's move on to a further speaker from also from the open source community. Amber, you have the floor.
I'll admit that I don't know if I can take the title of being part of the open source community because I'm more a lawyer than part of that. But I do work for Mozilla, and that is definitely the value that we stand for. Okay, so I want to talk. We're going to just shift gears a little. We've heard a little bit about why technical discrimination is a hard problem. I thought we'd shift gears, and in this session, at least I'm going to speak a little bit about how enforcement of zero rating or price discrimination is also actually a hard problem. So to step back a little bit, whenever you take a regulatory choice to kind of restrict or ban a particular technology or a particular business practice, there's always the question of the counterfactual. What is the innovation that is not going to happen because you decided to ban something? So what is, in the case of zero rating, the very pro-consumer zero rating that you're not going to see because of the fact that you have banned it rather than, evaluating it later? And so when India, and you'll see on this map that we're in blue because we actually decided, the Indian regulator did decide to ban all forms of zero rating. When they made this decision in the explanatory memorandum to the regulation, they explained that one of the many reasons that they decided the way they did was that the social costs on innovation would probably be hard and very difficult to quantify in an ex-post analysis. And so it would be very difficult to show what had been the impact on innovation ex-post. And so for that and several other reasons, the Indian regulator decided the way they did. But what I was thinking about last year was that in the case of zero rating, we can actually ask that question of what if, of the counterfactual. So what I did was that I studied regulatory decisions in Europe, in Canada, and in the US before the repeal of net neutrality to ask when regulators had evaluated live zero rating cases, how had they decided, how had they picked good zero rating from bad zero rating? What were the factors that had become important in their assessment? Were there factors that were missing? And what did this tell us about regulatory strategies going forward? So I mean, for those who are interested, I'm happy to share the report later. But I'll start with some of the broad trends that I saw across these regulators. And I'll give the caveat that in the US, they weren't sort of regulatory decisions as much as the review of the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. But all the same, they did put forth the factors that they thought were concerning and those that were not concerning in zero rating. So first is that whenever it was zero rating of content that was affiliated to the ISP or the telecom provider, then that was definitely a red flag across jurisdictions. Secondly, in Europe, it was that when there was a particular service being discriminated within a class of the service, then that was more strictly frowned down upon. In Canada, they found that even picking a class of service, so for example, picking online streaming to be zero rated and not online radio, was also viewed as discriminatory. Then finally, the broader question, or perhaps the prior question of, is zero rating open to content providers to apply to? Can I, as a content provider that is not zero rated, apply to the ISP to be part of zero rating? And what are the terms of that decision? Is there a fee to be zero rated? And finally, and this is something that cropped up a lot, particularly in Europe, is there throttling of non-zero rated content, particularly after the data caps have been reached? Now, these are factors which intuitively make sense, but broadly, my kind of final conclusion reading through all these regulatory decisions was there seemed to be some factors that were missing, either completely missing or just were not being analyzed with any degree of rigor. And that meant that the true impact of allowing zero rating or allowing these plans on innovation, on net neutrality, was really not perhaps being evaluated the way it should have been. And those four factors, I'll sort of end with that. So the first is on data caps. Now, it's intuitively easy to understand that if your data caps are low in general, then there will be an incentive to use zero-rated content more than others. In Portugal, we saw that for a bundle of applications which were chosen by the ISP, the data caps were actually far higher than they were for normal content. And so if there is a distortionary effect, we can argue that it is definitely amplified when data caps are low. And there's another question, and this is what folks in Europe, both EDRI and Epicenter, have actually been trying to put forth evidence for, which is that how is zero rating in general affecting data caps for the general or the open internet? Are they falling? Are they rising? From their research, we found that actually it seems that these practices are making it more expensive. In other words, general data caps are not expanding. We're seeing the opposite trend, and that's something that's concerning. The second is we've heard a lot about, okay, the zero rating plan is open for you and you and you to apply. But where is this information? So how easy is it for me as a nascent content service to apply to be zero rated? I'm also going to do a plug since that seems to be the flavor of this panel. I recently finished a report with Daniel O'Malley from CIMA where we looked at how particularly news organizations had applied to be part of, did they know that there was Facebook Free Basics in their particular country? Had they applied? And we heard two interesting things. So first we heard that many of them had no clue that they could apply. It was buried in some part of the web perhaps, but they didn't know it, which is an important factor to note. And the second was that many of them felt that the technical specifications were either too complex, and those that were not adept to the digital age felt that they wouldn't even be in a position to apply. So I'm going to actually, NCOM is a regulator that in one of their decisions actually noted that the process to be zero rated should be simple, it should be open, it should be transparent, and it should be clear. And that's very important. There's been, I think, one conclusion I've definitely drawn is there isn't enough actual interrogation of how easy is it for applications to apply. And that relates to a second order and the third problem, which is, can you negotiate the terms of zero rating? So for example, if the terms include deep packet inspection or other implications that might have privacy harms, are content providers in a position to resist that? We don't have enough information on that. And that relates to another point which also Epicenter and EDRI pointed out in their report, which is that what about new technologies like blockchain or others that might be left out of these? So there is a broader question of not just is it open, but who is it open to and how easy is it to be zero rated? So I think I'll end with just the takeaway that the point of doing this report was, or doing this research was not just to say how can we make the process of zero rating more fair or more equal, but also to ask the broader question, which is that the rules that we choose today are definitely going to shape the direction of innovation we see tomorrow. So what are those data points? What is the evidence? And obviously, what are the principles that we should be thinking about when we decide regulatory strategies? Because I do think in Europe and elsewhere, there is another moment to think this question afresh. And yeah, I hope that we can do that over the coming year.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, do we want to give a quick?
No, I just wanted to specify for those who don't know it, because maybe they have not been present to the past DCNN session last year or in the debates on the mailing list. This is the zero rating map that we have been developing. I will get into the details of the map in a couple of minutes, but before.
Yeah, I'm conscious. I'm staring at the UK not being entered on the map, and I have a chapter in the book about the UK, but I haven't turned it into an input. So, Luca, my apologies. I can see Australia there as well. Where is Angela Daly when she should be filling in that section for you? So this is something which we can really complete, I think, very soon. We should pass on to Jordana. You have the floor now. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Luca, for inviting Emmanuel, Lorenzon, and I to participate on this debate. We have, as I said before, we have been developing a research project on that, and I'm going to talk a little bit on why and how it connects to the debate today. So, we live in a world today that is more and more digital. Traditional businesses are growingly using online tools to connect to customers, who in turn can benefit from a reduction in transaction costs, verification costs, and search costs in order to find and consume products and services that better match their preferences and needs. Furthermore, and perhaps even more interesting, an increasing number of startups are digital natives. So of course, when we talk digital natives, we often think about Uber, Airbnb, Facebook, and Twitter, but there is a myriad of new digital natives firms emerging every day. As a result of this, the internet service providers occupy a growingly central position in the economy as they intermediate the transactions between businesses and consumers. And so it is crucial to understand the implications of the distinct data regimes they adopt, either net neutrality, zero rating, paid prioritization, and so on and so forth. One of the main concerns regarding a potential departure from net neutrality, which was very highlighted today, I guess, and what moved us to investigate this matter, was that it might steer consumers' choice of online content towards the content provider that is included in a zero rating plan or a paid prioritization plan. As content providers typically rely on traffic to generate revenues, either from advertising or from subscription, the zero rating and other non-neutral practices might raise barriers to entry to content providers that are excluded from the plan, and might also, as a result, reduce the variety of content providers available to users. It can also interfere with the incentives for content providers to invest in quality. So these are all the concerns that we started from. And in our paper, we aim at understanding whether and how the departure from net neutrality could affect the incentives of content providers to invest in quality. Our results are still preliminary, and we are focusing basically on net neutrality and not other practices like paid prioritization. But they show, to our surprise, that the incentives vary with the elasticity of demand for the zero-rated content provider. In our preliminary result, when the demand for the zero-rated content provider is inelastic, the non-zero rated content providers would degrade the quality in order to minimize costs and in order to battle the zero-rated content. However, when the demand for the zero-rated content provider is elastic, the other content providers would have incentives to invest in quality as to fight the attractiveness of this zero-rated content. Of course, these are still preliminary results, and there are many questions that are not treated in our paper for the moment. For example, the distinct levels of data caps. But they support, our results support the heterogeneity of opinions in the debate right now. It also highlights that the effects will be different for distinct types of contents, and this might be taken into account from policymakers. So we saw today, one of the things that we wanted to do with our paper was to investigate empirically how it happens. Of course, we have difficulty in finding data, but today we saw some tools that might help us to shed a light and to get more insights with data from the real world to see how our results resonate in this context. Hopefully we will be able to offer policymakers and content providers with more insights in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, we want more evidence. That's always our call as researchers, and I absolutely support that. I should say, I would love to see inside the black box, which is Akamai, and see what they're doing on live streaming. That would be absolutely fascinating for specialized service definitions for the future. So we've heard from academics, we've heard from regulators, we've heard from lawyers, we've heard from civil society and the free software community. We haven't yet heard from someone who actually makes it all work in terms of the pipes, and that's why I'm delighted that our final word is from Marc from Orange. Marc, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting Orange. Openness is among the most preeminent principles of Internet governance and has been translated into several legislations. Telcos have strong incentives to provide quality, neutral, open Internet access. The value of most content available on Internet access, and thus the value of Internet access itself, depends on the ability of those contents to exchange together online. Think of search engines. Only neutral networks allow such exchange between applications. In comparison, specialized services provided in parallel on specific interfaces cannot exchange online with other applications. Therefore, depend on proprietary content and cannot be substituted to most contents available on the Internet. Thus, for end users, specialized services are complement and not substitutes of Internet access, which means that their value increases when the quality of Internet access increases too. European regulation requires to check if specialized services degrade Internet quality, general quality. The appropriate test in this respect should be whether, for a given set of usages, the quality of Internet services would be improved or degraded if the usage served by a specialized service was instead providing on Internet, if it may. As specialized services use optimal technical solution to minimize resource for a given outcome, not using such an optimization can be expected to reduce the overall efficiency, notably at the expense of the general open Internet quality. For instance, if instead of providing TV through a specialized service using multicast routing, the operator provides TV using standard unicast solutions, The service would occupy much more capacity at the expense of the quality of other services available on the Internet. So providing specialized services, when appropriate, improves the general efficiency of the network and notably the general quality of Internet service. Zero rate is an important theme of this session. Operators' motivation to provide zero rate are basic, proposing goodies for consumers for commercial purposes. The recent BEREC report on net neutrality in Europe mentions no prohibition of zero rate as such. This appears as a right interpretation of European regulation. In-depth analysis proves that zero rate entails no material restriction of end users' choice, except in very, very specific circumstances. On the contrary, zero rate generally increases the usage both of zero-rated and of non-zero rated services because it reduces their opportunity cost for end users. By directly increasing the usage of all services, it also generally indirectly increases the provision of all services in the long run. Operators may also propose to content providers to sponsor data traffic. This is a modern version of free phone numbers 0800 telephone service for which providers pay for traffic which is free for end users. This is efficient when providers have reasons to promote the usage of their online services, for instance, because they are part of their customer care package. Free phone numbers are not in contradiction with non-discriminatory obligation for classical telephony. The same should apply for sponsored data in the Internet world. There are around 4 billion Internet access in the world. Quasi all of them are the result of the technical, financial and commercial initiatives of telecom operators. Orange serves more than 200 million customers and more than half of them in Africa. African operators start switching from a voice-based to a data-based business model as European operators did. This requires a dialogue between authorities and operators to maintain the economic sustainability and to achieve a high penetration of broadband internet in Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have time. I say we have time for questions.
I wanted to provide a couple of insights on the...
I am reminded that we have one more speaker, and so I turn the floor to Luca.
It's just, as I promised, a very slight explanation of the zero rating map, because this is actually our main outcome for this year. We started it last year with the beta version being presented at the IGF 2017, and at the time it only featured 22 countries. Now we have 100. And we have also added further criteria and differentiated also the colors to identify in which countries. So the main goal is to identify where zero rating and net neutrality are available. And you see in blue the countries in which net neutrality regulation is existing, zero rating is not available. And then we have also added a further criteria that emerged as key in the debate and that was previously completely not considered, which is data protection. Why data protection is key? Because something that emerged already from the very first version is that, for instance, in Brazil, the Brazilian case, and then it emerged as a tendency in developing country, operators or those who sponsor zero-rated application may do this in order to collect data. I've just tweeted an article I penned last year called The Scramble for Data, because that is actually the first tendency that emerged as very clear from this project, was that many players that were sponsoring this application maybe were doing so because it was becoming convenient to sponsor the data that were consumed by the users to have access in order to get their personal data. And that first intuition was confirmed by the fact that in virtually all countries where zero rating is possible, the Facebook group applications are available. That intuition will also became a little bit more scary when we started to apply the data protection criteria, because in all those orange or red countries, there is no data protection at all, there is no zero rating on net neutrality regulation at all, and zero rating is available. So it means that a lot of people that usually utilize zero rating are people that may be of very low income, usually with low education, and that do not have digital literacy enough to understand what could be the risk of not being mindful with one's own personal data. So we have all this southern part of the world, with the exception of India, in which you have zero rating available. Only in some countries, only in the yellow country, you have net neutrality and zero rating regulations, and also data protection. In the orange country, you have no zero rating and net neutrality, but you have at least data protection. So although zero rating is present, at least you have this safeguard of at least a basic data protection framework, and that is usually due to the fact that data protection debate have emerged much before the net neutrality debate and zero rating debate. I would be very scared if I were living in one of those red countries, and that was also a democracy, well, formally a democracy, given the recent distortion that we are now used to hear about how personal data from people are harvested, used to psychologically profile people, and then divert democratic processes. Because what is also emerging is that now is not anymore a question of freedom of speech, innovation. It's a question of democracy. Although Brazil, where I live, has formally both net neutrality and zero rating regulation, and has just adopted a law on data protection that will enter into force in 2 years, so formally is a yellow country, I have experienced really very recently what could be this kind of distortions. Now, I don't want to transform this into a political debate. I just want you to think about this. If very few players in the world can collect data, and if very low income with no digital literacy at all, or no literacy at all, people are connected only to those few applications, and those few applications regularly leak their data or share them with people that may be not in good faith, that becomes a real problem for policymakers. And that is the last thing with which I wanted to close my speech, and I will let Chris moderate these 10 minutes of open debate.
So have a look at the blanks and think about your personal responsibility to help produce this official outcome of the dynamic coalition. Russia, China, Iceland, I know, passed data protection and net neutrality laws in June. Is there anyone from Iceland in the room? Sweden. Greenland, the world's largest producer of original music per inhabitant. I'm sure everyone knows that about Greenland. So think about what you can do for the, not what the Dynamic Coalition can do for you, but what you can do for the Dynamic Coalition when it comes to filling in the map. Let's take the question here. Has anyone else got a question? As we all know, we're about to go into the very VIP, very official, very formal session of the IGF this afternoon, so we probably have plenty of time to have an interesting discussion in here. So, question here, and then a question there. Yes, please.
Well, question and a comment. Basically, I'm from Ficora, so Finnish Communication Regulatory Authority, and we have basically the same rules as everybody in Europe. However, we don't have any zero rating, and I don't see actually a way to map that information to your information gathering exercise, because it's not because of the net neutrality or the privacy regulation, it's due to the commercial reasons why the operators hasn't implemented any zero rating plans in Finland. And I would believe that would be interesting information So it's not only the regulations, but also the market impact, or how the market has decided the thing.
For people who don't know, let's just say this, and Amber mentioned this is one of the reasons why we need to be very careful about zero rating. In Finland, basically, everybody has unlimited data on mobile. They just have, you mentioned to a Finnish consumer zero rating, and they say, what are you talking about? We have unlimited data. We don't need any zero rating offer ever. So really good point. Thank you for making that. I think we're together tomorrow. Can I quickly say, Luca, tomorrow 4:40, there's another session on measurement of net neutrality. So this is, if you like, the official Dynamic Coalition session, but there's a further session tomorrow. And we'll be talking about Finland, and also Alyssa Cooper from the IETF will be speaking as well.
Also, just to complement what Chris was saying, and also to encourage you to add this kind of information on the zero rating map. If you go on zerorating.info, there is also on the right bottom corner a link to a network calc, so that everyone can feed the map. Is a crowdsourced effort. So this kind of information, a country where there is net neutrality regulation, there is data protection, and there is no zero rating, would be, of course, a blue country like Canada or India. But then I have Thomas with a brand new haircut.
Yeah, hello. Thomas Lohninger from Epicenter Works, and I have two questions for our colleague from Orange. And we are about to enter a reform debate in the European Union about our net neutrality framework, and we heard before that it is vital to have a factually based debate. And so my two questions would be, you mentioned multicast versus unicast as one distinction criteria for specialized services. I think this is a very well-known example that we've heard about a lot. But what about 5G? Can you mention any concrete specialized services that you know Orange or the wider industry is thinking about? Because I think everybody in the room is quite keen to hear about the concrete business models that we want the regulation to allow or to prohibit. Having those examples, I think, would be very helpful. And secondly, you mentioned sponsored data as one potential zero-rating business model. And again, just to come back to a factual level, do you know that Orange is implementing or thinking about implementing sponsored data-like schemes anywhere? We only know of AT&T in the US applying such a model yet, but maybe you can enlighten me. Thank you.
Well, on 5G, the position of Orange about the net neutrality, the open internet regulation, so to say, is that it is compatible. 5G is compatible with current regulation, 2015 regulation. We may come into different detail on what type of modeling of categories of the regulation. It can be around segmentation of internet access, it can be about specialized service, it can be about reasonable traffic management. All these categories which are indicated in the regulation could be appropriate ways of addressing or considering 5G within the scope of net neutrality. So Orange is not requiring or asking for any review of the open internet regulation for the reason of 5G, for 5G. Then it's a question, I would say, of interpretation and implementation, which is in the hand of NRAs. And our view on the, I would say, the NRA record on the actual record of decision-making of most NRAs in Europe is a reasonable record of implementation of the net neutrality regulation. So we think, and also it's a question of philosophy, so to say. Either you consider any initiative from operators with suspicion, and you you start by considering that it is a breach, a priori a breach, and you make obstacle and you make limits, then I think if the state of mind of regulation were in that way, it would prevent reasonable development of 5G. If there is an a priori thinking that the industry initiatives within 5G are reasonable and that we do, as I think, have strong incentive to be fulfilling quality neutral internet access, and that we are not going to have any initiative that would prevent quality internet access to happen, then if this is the state of mind of regulation, I think things will go very nicely. For now, as I said, there are 4 billion reasonably neutral internet access in the world, and all of them are the initiatives of telecom operators. So it's a bit strange to say that telecom operators are against the net neutrality market and the internet access market that they have provided themselves. It would be a bit surprising from us to be considered as not supporting the internet that we have ourselves provided.
Sorry for interrupting you, Mark, but we thought that we could take our time, but actually there is the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations waiting outside to have this room, so we cannot.
So can we take that last question as a tweet?
Yes.
Or as an email, and we'll...
And there is a session also on 5G and net neutrality tomorrow in room 2 at 11:50, and where I think these kind of questions will be thoroughly debated. Thank you very much for your comments.
And thank you, Luca, and the panel.
And if you need if you think that we need more than 60 minutes but 90 to have a discussion for the dynamic coalition, you can comply to Changatai, who is there directly for this. Thank you, Changatai.
Hashtag Occupy IGF.
Exactly. Hashtag give our 30 minutes back.
Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace. Cuando daban a las peleas que hablaba el locutor, no ahora que sale después en los noticieros. Eso era una persona con un cartón al dar la cara en serio.
No.
Blame me, not the...
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Fine.
Now it's on. Chengetai. Yes. It's on now.
Hello. If you're a non-MAG member, can you please exit the room? We need this room for a meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our MAG meeting, so if you're not involved in the MAG, all right, thank you. And I think for time's sake, let me just hand it over to our chair, Lynn Saint-Amour, to start the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're a little sort of apologetic for the sort of format we have here with a panel and there, but that's what comes with a lot of the rooms here in this building. I'm going to introduce the other people that are up here with me in a few moments. We'll say a few words, and then we're really looking for engagement with the MAG members. If you do take the floor, we would ask you to just very quickly say your name, the country you're from, and your stakeholder group. And again, as Chengetai said, this was meant to be a meeting between MAG members and UNDESA officials, who, of course, UNDESA is the institutional home of the IGF within the UN. But we are a very open community, so if you're a non-MAG member and want to sit in, you're certainly welcome. But again, we would ask for the engagement to be between MAG members and the UN staff. So here to my left is Mr. Liu. He is the Undersecretary General of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Again, UNDESA is the institutional home for the IGF. To his left is Mr. Stefan Schweinfest. He is acting head, I guess, of the IGF activities. He is, in fact, the director of the statistics division within UNDESA, but also as part of his portfolio for a period of time. He's been leading the IGF activities, and he'll say a few words later as well. And then, of course, we have Chengetai Masengo, who is the head of the IGF Secretariat and is back with us, at least for some period of time. As many of you know, of course, he was sort of seconded or with the high-level panel on digital cooperation for some months. So we're very fortunate to get him back here during this crunch period. So again, with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Liu to say a few words, and then Mr. Schweinfest, and then we'll open it up for a discussion between the MAG and actually one other thing. There are at the very end some certificates of recognition for the outgoing MAG members, so if you can stay to the end to get the certificate, that would be great. If not, don't worry, we will certainly get them to you later. Thank you. Mr. Liu?
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saint-Amos. For moderating this meeting. Dear colleagues from MAG members, I think it's a very great honor and pleasure for me to meet you again in Paris. Last time we met in Geneva. That's my my first time to join IGF. So I'm very glad to be back here. We are so glad to be, after a year, we're convening IGF again. I think, let me start thanking all of you of the MAG members for your support in the preparation of this year's IGF. Without your support, I think it'd be not possible that we could have a good preparation of the session of the IGF. Dear colleagues, I think where we are going to have the opening session this afternoon. The Secretary General Guterres is going to address the meeting. I think we need to reflect what we are doing and how we are going to see our progress. For the MAG itself, definitely I think, let me glad to share you Secretary General Guterres already approved the new list of compensation of the new MAG members that we are going to release very soon. So luckily the new MAG members will start the work immediately after this IGF meeting. So let me also take this opportunity to thank those outgoing members of the MAG who will not continue to stay in the MAG, in the group, for your contribution over the past 3 years in supporting the MAG and supporting the IGF. And when we are looking at the IGF, I think we are now in the 13th year of the IGF process. When we are looking at what we have achieved, definitely I think we have achieved a lot we could see it be with joint efforts of all stakeholders, we have achieved a lot over the past 13 years. But I think the people outside this community also asking, what are you doing for IGF? You're coming every year. What are you doing? What do you have achieved? I think, let me say it be, really, this is a very, very challenging area that we are now engaging. I think challenging that be first that be will challenge many pressing issues in the area for internet governance. Many issues emerging for digital divides, I think for cybersecurity, for capacity building, for privacy of the internet users, many of the issues that are emerging every day and every hour. Secondly, I think of course, there's a divide among member states, among stakeholders still remaining. That has been, I think, behaviorally affected our progress in IGF process. Third challenge, I think, we are now definitely the rapid development of new technology, the so-called fourth industrial revolution, with artificial intelligence at the center of this so-called fourth industrial revolution. You know, I think when these three elements combine, IGF, we are growing, increasingly, we are confronting many of the challenges, pressures from the governments, pressure from the old people, normal people from, I think, people from the south. You know, within the UN, in the intergovernmental process, I think whenever I'm going to see the ambassadors, the diplomats from, and some even the ministers from the south, we have never seen the people are both excited and worried about the current industrial revolution. You know, we can't predict the bit. Even with this new technologies to be developed in the coming years or coming decade, actually, internet will continue to serve as a platform for the use of the new technology. I think the people are worried about when we are still struggling for the internet governance. And I think you know the difference of member states still there. Then what are we going to regulate? How are we going to regulate new technology? The impacts of new technology might be caused to I think, including the impact on basic values, ethnic values in the future. So I think that gradually, I think, a lot of worry about these new developments. So that be also the worry, I think, will become a kind of pressure on the process of IGF. So that's why I think over the past year, during my meetings with professors and Amos to be the chair of the MEC, how we are going to improve our process, how we could make good use of the IGF to really to speed up our progress in the coming years. So this will be a challenge. I think I shall count on the continuous support of all the members of the MEC. I hope these new MEC members really devoted some time to help to develop kind of midterm, not in addition to preparation for the forthcoming annual meetings, develop a kind of midterm program for the IGF process to see how we are going to build up our efforts in supporting the IGF gradually. We are going to do something more substantively, and we could achieve some outcome in the coming years. Of course, this process still challenge in the B, I think we still need to develop, I think, enhance our solid support from our capacity. Capacity, we are confronting some capacity be whatever, both the financial support and also the human resources support, as well as the secretarial support. So a lot of challenges. I hope the distinguished members of the MAG, you know the process much better than anyone else. I hope you'll be really devote some time to consider how we are going to plan our future in next year. So I count on the strong support from you. I think you could also count the support from the Secretary, from UNDESA. But you see, UNDESA, I think, we are prepared. Of course, we are also constrained in the resources. That's why we should rely on your political support that you are going to mobilize member states that they will continue to support this mechanism. I think I'm confident that in the next 3 years, we hope that we could really achieve something to demonstrate that the IGF really could deliver something. We don't need to wait. After 7 years, a member state is going to decide, we need to renew the IGF for another 10 years. I think that'd be send a very poor signal. Of course, definitely, we need the internet governance would be a long-lasting issue, but we need to really improve the process. So, dear colleagues, I think let's work together in the coming 3 years that be really to improve the process and to deliver some concrete outcomes. So, Professor Sindamos, and also let me congratulate you. I think you accepted to continue to serve another year for the chairmanship. I hope you will lead this transition process to make, I think, you're making the MAG very more effective and more substantive. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. And we'll come back to any questions from the community in just a moment. But I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Schweinfest to say a few words. I have to also say that Stefan hit the ground running a few months ago, not having been a part of the IGF activities, but he mobilized very well a number of resources in DESA who have participated deeply in a lot of our working groups, fundraising and some of the other working groups, and it's really made a very big difference. So I also, his efforts and Mr. Liu's efforts have also resulted in the MAG and the MAG chair announcement happening later today. Should be on the website any moment now, I think. And that's a full 4 months earlier than it's been the last few years. So we will have time to do a lot of the more strategic, more thoughtful work and some work on improvements. We'll continue to roll out the full set of IGF ecosystem activities. So I think we're all really excited about that. And I personally would like to extend my grateful thanks to everything they did to actually facilitate that happening through the end. So with that, Stefan, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon. Pleasure for me to meet you. I'm Stefan Schweinfest. With that last name, everybody knows me as Stefan. So in case you see me popping up somewhere, I just wanted to briefly explain how do I get into the game here. I've been in DESA at the UN for 29 years, and I'm a statistician, and I've made it all the way to the director of the statistics division, which is one of the divisions. And I don't know what I did wrong then, but my boss obviously thought I didn't have enough work. And whilst the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government is currently looking for a new director and leadership, in the interim, he's asked me to assume the directorship of the second division. So this is why I came in the 1st of March until the process is concluded sometime next year. As you know, the UN is not exactly the fastest organization on the planet. It will take a little bit of time, and in the meantime, I'll have the extraordinary pleasure to work with you. Now, just because I was put in this position, it does not, I wasn't genetically altered. It doesn't make me overnight the biggest expert on public institutions or digital government or IGF. And I would be foolish to pretend that, but I don't have to because I have a fantastic team in New York. Wai Min Kwok is, of course, leading the team in my division in New York, and then we have, of course, Chengatai in the Geneva office in the IGF Secretariat, and they will continue to have the substantive lead, but I can perhaps help a little bit. There are perhaps three things I can bring to the table. After all these years, I know the UN system very well, and I have a couple of important telephone numbers in my book. And I could help, indeed, last weekend in order to deblock a couple of things that easily get blocked in the UN. So I'm happy that the MAC appointment and the MAC chair appointment for this year is done a lot earlier. I also know how to manage things in the UN, so I'll bring that to the table. And the third point is with statistics, it's actually, I'm learning a lot because statistics and data management, and so we sometimes in privacy management, we're talking about some of the same issues. I'm coming from a different angle, but I learn a lot, and I have the pleasure to work with you and people like Lynn and my team. So I'm wildly determined to do that well. If I can do something better, just let me know. And I think I'm coming in a very exciting moment. There are lots of topics that are really, really interesting. And then the SDGs in the background, where we all have to reflect in the UN how any process can help the SDGs. And of course, I just happen to be German, so this morning I actually had a first meeting with the German delegation, and we already started the IGF 2019 preparation, so whatever I can do to help in that process, I will certainly do that. So I'm here to serve you, and a pleasure to meet you, and thank you for your cooperation.
And so now you have a sense of how we've been able to make such progress in the last few months. I really would just like to open it up to the floor to either current MAG members, because of course your term extends through the end of this IGF, and any of the incoming MAG members that are in the room. I mean, this is the opportunity for us as MAG to actually engage with UNDESA as the institutional home in the UN for the IGF. Are there any? And so if everybody could please, again, introduce yourself, country, incoming or current MAG member, and which stakeholder group. Thank you. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, the Secretary General, dear colleagues, thank you so much for this tremendous opportunity to be here with so many excited people to participate in the internet governance, because as we really see, as fourth industrial revolution is taking place in the world, and the digital economy is now one of the main priorities. We in Russia, we also put a really huge emphasis on this development of the digital technologies and digital economy, and this is why internet is definitely the basis infrastructure for this, and this is why the more and more experts and stakeholders should be involved. And this is why I believe this platform is very crucial for us, and I believe that the new MAC group will be able to really commit to some specific results, to see some progress being made in our work, and that we will see some real internet governance as a result of our process, as the process of our involvement. Thank you so much, and good luck to all of us and in our endeavors. Thank you.
So you obviously, as you've just said, are from Russia. You're an incoming MAG member.
My name is Roman Chukov.
And if you could give us your name as well.
Thank you.
I think you just said it, but I was speaking over it. Raquel, you asked for the floor.
Thank you, Lynn. So my name is Raquel Gatto. I represent Technical Community, and I also work with Internet Society. I'm finishing my second term as MAG member. And so I wanted to share that this morning we run one session, so we're starting the IGF with a high note about the IGF, the improvements that the IGF and the future of the IGF can take. I welcome very much Mr. Leo and Stefan for the remarks and taking up on the need for change for the IGF. It's really important. We see and we're saying out loud that the world is much better with the IGF than without it, and that's true. But it doesn't mean that the IGF is fixed and it's a good place. We're all here to make the IGF more powerful. And the improvements that we are going to prepare also some quick takeaways, but I can bring 3 of them. I think Mr. Leo already mentioned the need to deliver more tangible results and how we can improve the processes towards more outcomes-driven at the IGF. There is also a certain fatigue regarding some of the, let's say, the schedules and the agendas and how we can improve also those processes to make these discussions meaningful, to really make a cohesive and focused program. And that also takes for the MAG, right? I'm not skipping on the responsibility there. But how we can bring those changes to really bring this focused program and discussions, and will be helpful also for the outcomes. And perhaps a third one that regards, we were very fortunate to have the 3 host countries, the Swiss from previous years, the French from this year, and the German for next year. But I mean, now we are in a good place to have the host country confirmed for next year, but then we have another 5 years to go, right? So how we can also make some of the efforts by reducing not only the schedule and bringing this relevance back to the IGF, making it stronger, to have more host countries willing to do that. Sometimes the requirements are very hard. So for some of the UN requirements are very hard. We've worked with some potential candidates and they couldn't afford it. So as far as we can do something there, I think it's important now that we have time to look for 2020. So I will leave like this. Thank you very much for the opportunity also.
Thank you, Raquel. Veni, and then Salah.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Veni Markowski. I am on the MAG, current member from the technical community. I'm the ICANN's Vice President for UN engagement, so I keep on interacting with DESA all the time, and I have to share now publicly that our relationship is not only good because we invest in it, but also because UNDESA invests in having a good relationship with the technical community, the civil society, the businesses, you name it. And it's a very good example. On the IGF question, and thanks Lynn for organizing several working groups within the MAG, which were open also for other participants to join in. Really the question is how to ensure that it has stable funding for the Secretariat, but also how to ensure that there are countries that can take the lead and become champions of the IGF, if I can use this term, because governments we're certainly hopeful, and that was the spirit of my colleagues when we were discussing this, because it's hosted in France and it's with the high-level participation of President Macron and others, and Secretary General today, we are hopeful that other governments will take a look and maybe have a second look after so many years of having IGFs. But one reason for them to engage would be the fact that IGF created all these regional IGFs and national IGFs, and they're becoming some entities on their own. They are developing now, I would say, far beyond the original idea of the IGF, which was to have a global forum. And it's good because it provides different regional perspectives, and then they bring them to the global IGF, and that makes it more viable, it makes it more interesting. And it makes it also, I need to remind everyone that the whole idea about the IGF was to have a venue where all stakeholders meet and discuss issues which are important for everyone. And we see that in the hallways of the UNESCO today and tomorrow in the next few days. So it's a great example of what we can do. I know we were all stressed out because of the late announcements and stuff like that. And even regardless of that, I think the fact that we are here in this building and we are having the meeting, and even the lines were not that long in the morning when I came here at 8 o'clock, it's a good thing. So thank you, Dessa, and thanks, Lynn, for your leadership as well.
Thank you to the Secretariat and certainly to the UNESCO staff as well, who I think have taken great pains to make sure people weren't standing out in the rain. Sala, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Salanieta Tamaniko Amaru for the record, but Sala for short to everyone. It would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the amazing leadership by you, Lynn, particularly the past 3 years. I know you're very modest, but the kind of leadership you bring to the MEG is one which fosters a family, and we felt like we were a family. It wasn't like work was work, and we'd lovingly do things for you. Not because it was you, but it's just the way, it's just the style of your leadership. So, and this is a face-to-face MEG meeting, so I thought I'd personally put it out there. We're extremely grateful. I'd invite my colleagues to put a hand, massive hand for Lynn. Yeah. And whilst we're there, I'd also like to acknowledge the amazing, unseen, invisible work that the Secretariat does, often thankless, often blind emails sent to the Secretariat at crazy hours across crazy time zones to do things and expect unbelievable results. And you're pushed at 3 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So again, to all of you at the Secretariat, Chengetai, Anya, Lenora, amazing Anya, and Luis Bobo, everybody just give a hand. And, you know, the MEG receives criticism, and that's normal. I mean, we expect that in life, and things sometimes don't go according to plans. Things sometimes fail, and that's fine. But the thing is, we don't have to get twisted about it. If it happens, it happens. You know, we innovate, and that's the strength of the MEG. The past 3 years, I've seen the MEG innovate. Like the WebEx fails, hey, let's use Skype. If somebody does a DDoS attack, you know, feel free to go around and innovate. And that's the beauty of internet and the internet governance and the nature and the culture of it. And one of the strengths I've seen in terms of evolution of the MEG is the diverse synergies that went from assimilated blocks of people from diverse geographical regions to that being lost in just one global family space where people transcended geographical boundaries, transcended constituencies, where we were no longer, you know, so much into, okay, you're from private sector, I'm from civil society, technical, we can't relate, as opposed to, hey, common vision, guys. And that shows the strength of your leadership, Lynn. And I thank you for it, and it's been a privilege to work under you. And having said that, one of the encouragements I would like to give to incoming MEG members is to remember that teamwork makes the dream work. No one individual can carry the load, and never be afraid to ask for help. And sometimes it's easier to criticize, but it's much more productive to lend a hand. And sometimes I think, from speaking from my own personal perspective, sometimes I should hold back, be less quick to judge, but more quick to help, more quick to collaborate. And I think that's the strength of the MEG. And personally, I would like to thank each and every one of the 55 members of the MEG who've influenced me in ways that you cannot begin to imagine. And I thank you for it. And also thank you to those who are unseen and who do thankless tasks but may not be named, previous MEG members who continue to support in contribution and in kind. So with that, Lynn, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sala. Someone said once a MAG member, always a MAG member. And I only have one friendly amendment to what you said, and that given the bottom-up community-led nature of the IGF community, of course, it's the chair that actually sits under all of the MAG and the community and work under you and at your direction. I think we often forget just how new a lot of what we're trying to do here is in similar circumstances. So it's important that we're innovative. It's important that we learn to take appropriate levels of risks, learn, and then and then move on. But that means some things don't always move at the pace you'd like and don't always work as well as you would have perhaps expected. So personally, I think we always are open to suggestions for improvement, criticisms or otherwise. We hope that the next statement, of course, is, and this is how I can help you fix that, because we are a community-led set of activities, and we really need the community and the resources to move forward. It's not on the basis of 4 people in the secretariat and a part-time chair that the IGF actually continues to improve. It's on the basis of all the activities of the community. Renata, you've been patient. You have the floor.
Thank you, Lynn. I am Renata Quino Ribeiro, a civil society MAG member. I am outgoing, and I just want to say that that's the best birthday ever. The good news here about the word, my favorite word, continuity, the announcement of the new MAG and the certificates. My mom will love that. That's a good president too. But most of all, really, I would like to thank Chengetai for his amazing work with the MAG, and Lynn as well, and welcome our work for 2019. My colleague Jutta Kroll from IGF Germany has been such a light and such a support in my work this year. I would never think I would learn so much from someone on the MAG, so thank you so much. That's an example of how continuity is important. And I do hope that the new MAG feels that, can always reach out to the former MAG, because it is indeed the community that moves the MAG. I was community way before being MAG. So I appreciated very much this experience, and I understand that we have, with the working groups, really made such huge steps with the working groups for improvements of the IGF, the multi-year, all of them. And I do hope that the community continues to give such support. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. I'm going to move to this side. In the order we saw the hands in were Suresh, Julian, and Arnold. So Suresh, you have the floor. Sorry, yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Secretary General Rajesh Charya from India. I was just going through the words of Secretary General about what is the position of IGF and what will be the IGF doing. We have to understand that the next billion of the internet user is coming, and the more and more internet user will come, more and more problem will come. And to resolve this issue, sitting amicably is very important. That's why during the Sharm el-Sheikh IGF, I have addressed to the gathering that the IGF is required another for the 10 years. Now, okay, the 10 years are getting completed. Again, this 10-year extension is required for continuity of the IGF. Salah, you told me that the criticism is happening of the MAG. Only the person who is working will get criticized. The persons who are not working will not get criticized and will not get recognized. Team leadership is very important, and with the ecosystem and with the bottom-up approach, we can do a lot of things for the coming future of the internet user, and that's the responsibility on us to do. Thank you very much.
It's very well said, Rajesh. Julian, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Lynn. I'm Julian Casasbuenas from Colombia, outgoing MAG member, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, the Secretariat, you, Lynn, and also former MAG members that support me to better understand how to get involved in this space. And I feel that this has been very important for me and the personal level, but also for my organization and all the work that we are doing in the local level with our Colombian IGF initiative. I believe that being here has been very important to put more efforts on the local level, and also to bring voices from grassroots organizations and people that are not connected yet. And I believe that this work we are doing here to keep an open and inclusive internet is very valuable, especially for developing countries like mine. So thank you very much, and I wish the best for the new MAC members, and I certainly will keep involved from my local initiative with all these internet governance issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. I should point out quickly that Julian actually led a working group on improvements this year that built on some work from a previous year. But what that effort did was took every improvement that's come through the CSTD Working Group on IGF improvements reports, the stock-taking activities, the retreat that was held by DESA, organized by DESA a few years ago, and all the suggestions that come in through various routes, and have categorized them in terms of what type of suggestion, what its impact is, and who should have, or what group should have responsibility for actioning that. And they're beginning to share that sort of second level of I don't know, sorting, I guess, with the community here this week to move on. So again, we take the suggestions for improvement very seriously, and if you look at the size of the spreadsheets in the process, you'll know just how thorough that working group is being in terms of addressing those and trying to move forward. So I really want to thank Julian, too, for all of his efforts. Arnold, yes, Arnold, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Lynn, and thank you, Mr. Liu, for your presentation, for your plea to continue our work. I'm Arnold van Rijn from the Netherlands government, and I'm an outgoing member. Let me share very shortly a few thoughts I have on the future of the IGF. It's all about processes or content and money. On the side of processes, we all know there is a very important resolution from UNGA 70/125, which calls for a further improvement of the IGF. We're nearly halfway. Looking back at the 3 years I was a member of the MAG, I noticed a very powerful push within the MAG, all stakeholders involved, to improve the IGF. Intersessional sessions, we have the best practice forum, we have working groups working very hard within the MAG on funding, on local content, and we already came up with some tangible outputs. So that should continue. And if we are talking about improvement of the IGF, my plea would be a IGF which is working more structural planning, having a focused and oriented outcome. That is very important to show the outside world that we are not a talking shop, but we produce outcomes, which of course other platforms, because there is a proliferation going on globally with organizations dealing with internet governance, who can pick up these signals coming from the IGF and then work on that further and report back to the IGF. That would be my ideal picture of a more structured work planning of the IGF. On the money side, I think it is also important to increase the donors to the IGF. An organization without a secretariat cannot function. And we all noticed, has been said many times here, and I will support it as well, the IGF Secretariat is doing an outstanding job after the last 3 years, and they will continue to do so. Without a strong Secretariat, you cannot fulfill your task. So we need more money. That was a reason for the Netherlands government to come up with a 5-year contribution to the IGF, making it more stable for the IGF to see that money is coming their way for a period of 5 years. So we would also plead to have other donors coming up from the private sector and other governments to financially contribute to the IGF Trust Fund for a longer period than only 1 year. I'm very happy, and I was part of that a working group on fundraising did outstanding job by producing a fact sheet and letters, but also a flyer. And I brought with me 500 flyers asking participants here in Paris to think about it, to come up with a financial contribution to the IGF. That is a little step from the MAG to improve the IGF. Last but not least, we know that IGF 2018 is here in Paris. Next year it will be in Berlin. The Netherlands is hosting the European Internet Governance next year, 19th and 20th of June. You are all invited, and we are in contact with the French host and the German host to see whether we as a European IGF can contribute by prolonging the discussions which are taking place here and have hopefully concrete output to bring this further to Berlin. That's a small plea also from our side. So see us, the Netherlands or European Internet Governance Forum next year as a small pillar, but important pillar, under the bridge Paris-Berlin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arnold. And of course, the thank you and recognition for everybody is great. The concrete suggestions, are frankly like an early holiday present, I think. So I'm going to turn to, I'll come into you in a second, Miguel, and then just turn to see if there are any final words on the panels before we actually give out the certificates. If I could just comment to Arnold, though, not only did the Dutch government actually make a 5-year contribution, if you look at the running rate over the first 10, 11, 12 years or so of their contribution, they actually tripled their annual contribution, and they actually committed it for 5 years going forward. And they have certainly given us permission to use that to, if you will, to spur other equal contributions. We really do depend on contributions to run the Secretariat and support the intersessional activities. And as Arnold said so clearly, without those funds, we basically are trying to run forward and, fairly hampered. So Miguel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Lynn. Well, my name is Miguel Ignacio Estrada. I'm from Argentina. I'm one of the members of the technical community. This is my 3rd year as a MAG member, so I don't want to miss this opportunity to, first of all, echo Raquel's comment on the importance of those improvements for the future of the IGF. I would also like to thank UNDESA for being so diligent in selecting the new MAG members. I think this is really important for the future, for implementing those improvements for the future of the IGF. Also, I would like to echo Sala's comments on the Secretariat's work. It's been 3 years here, and I don't know how they do it. They work really, really hard, really, really hard. And finally, thank you, Lynn, for your leadership. You are a really good leader. You are really positive, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. I hope I can still work with you all in the working groups.
Once a MAG member, always a MAG member. Mr. Liu?
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. I think let me thank those members who have spoken. I think for your kind words, for your remarks, for your insights, and for your suggestions. I think let me once again to thank those outgoing members for your contribution. As Professor said, I must say to be, even you are going to leave the MAG temporarily, I think you will be our honorary member forever. But definitely you are the permanent member for the IGF process. Let me share with you, after listening to you, I think I'm always thinking how we could build up IGF process. I think really, in my mind, it's only 3 words. First is sustainability. This is a process that we need the support of all stakeholders. Definitely, first and foremost, we need support from the governments. I think why we just have IGF forum, because convergence and political will of the member states had not been consolidated. Otherwise, there should be an international organization. Then, because that's, I think we're still in the process of building that. So, I think to keep the IGF process be sustainable, I think that would be a challenge for us. So I hope that even we are going to produce something in the coming years, doesn't mean IGF would be concluded. We need to maintain IGF for some years, or maybe for some decades, definitely, because IGF governance, together with the emerging of new technologies, will require our attention for the forthcoming decades. So we need to maintain the attractiveness of the IGF process, that be to have the support and of all the sectors. I think one colleague mentioned we need to avoid any fatigue. To avoid that, we need active participation of all stakeholders, especially from you, from the scientific community, from the business sector, from the civil society, and from the government sectors. So it's I think, to ensure the sustainability of the process, still our challenge. I hope, but I'm confident that we could achieve that. Second issue is productivity. That be after 13 years, I think some of you also mentioned we need to avoid becoming just talk show, just talk. We need to also produce something. This is not only, this will be a challenge for the MAC. I think to ensure that we are going to sustainable, I think we are not going to just talk. We need to have a really very substantive planning for the forthcoming process. So productivity, I think, will be really be kind of a challenge for us, for the process. Third word is universality. Over the past 13 years, I think we have tried our best to ensure that the universal participation for all countries. But due to various reasons, I think participation from the South is not so active. I think even including the hosting of the IGF sessions, that we need to continue to encourage the more meetings will be organized in the southern capitals, southern cities. So that's, I think, if we really work on to achieve the goal of these 3 words, I think that be definitely we are going to make a progress. But for the UN, I think we should continue. Secretary General himself, I think, determined to support this process. He has also intention to build up the secretariat for supporting this IGF process. Of course, you see, due to various reasons, I think the regular budget is not sufficient for that process. There'd be the tendency in the UN would be member states, okay, asking us secretary to do this, to do that, but they never approve budget. So it'd be always rely on us for the resource mobilization. So I appreciate our colleague from Netherlands. He offered us very nice ideas. I think we hope all of you will continue to help the IGF, to help the MAG to continue not only to work for the program, but also to mobilize resources. Only by doing that, I think we should really make this process more substantive. So you could count on the support of the UN Secretary for DESA. I think we should continue to work with you in building up this process. So Professor Amos, I think we should, I hope the new MAC will continue its work to make a substantial contribution under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you. Stefan, are there any words? No? Nothing more to it.
He's the boss.
Then Chengetai has a couple of announcements, I think, to make, and then we'll move to handing out the certificates for the outgoing MAG members. So Chengetai?
Very, very quickly, beginning since everybody was thanking everybody else, first of all, I'd like to thank the MAG. It was very great working with you, and of course, I'll continue to work with you, and also Lynn, of course, as the chair. But I also want to mention, because they weren't mentioned, Wyman and Dennis. I talk to them every single day, and they are very, very helpful. So just to make sure that they are mentioned, and you do know that they are a very critical part of the team as well. Okay, thank you. And of course, thank you to Stefan for the backup. Thank you. For the photos after the award, giving out the certificates, let's all meet downstairs by the Picasso, because we would like to set our positions, because when the Secretary General has finished his speech, he only has 5 minutes presently on the schedule, and as you know, these things do tend to take more time than was scheduled for, so we might be squeezed out, so we want to be ready. He comes, stands, takes a photo, and then he goes. So after this, can we please meet downstairs? Thank you. Just the current MAG, unfortunately. Yeah. It's downstairs. You know the Picasso on the wall. I didn't recognize it as a Picasso, but I'm not... In front of room 1. Thank you. Yes, after the opening.
So let me just repeat what Chengetai is suggesting is we're going to give out the certificates here now. And then I think he was requesting everybody to go downstairs immediately after that to understand where they're going to
be standing.
Because everybody's going to be placed, apparently, so that we all know where to go when we all rush out of the opening ceremony after President Macron's speech to take the picture really quickly. And I think what he's trying to say gently is if you're not there within about 2 minutes, you're likely not in the picture, because it will be like that. So I think that was...
Yes.
I will leave the ceremony to you. And, of course, huge thanks to everybody. I think we may need to split this into 2 sessions, one where we do sort of formal thanks and another where we actually do engagement on improvements. And, but obviously, none of this could be done without the full support of the MAG and the community and all the support we all have, each of us individually behind us. So thank you very much. Over to you.
So the first certificate is for Russia. Mr. Abdullah, please. And then Ziana, please. Is she here? No. Ziana, yes. I'm saying it wrong, I'm so sorry. Now you get to know if I know all your name. Yes, I know. Julian? Oh, Julian. Oh, okay, now it comes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alejandra? I say that one right? Arnold? Miguel? Billy Chen, is he in? I didn't see him though. Billy, yes. Yeah, okay, never mind. Let's go. Wisdom. Douglas? Enggak. No. Omar? Is Mohammed here? Oh, now you're forcing me. Mutaz? No. Okay. Renata, please. Yeah. Oh, birthday. Wow. Ahmed? Yeah. Salah? Oh, let me get out there. Okay. Lisa's not here. And I think that's basically... That's all? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, yes. You take your time to do that. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Chengetai, at last we have a small present from the MAC to you, since you have a new position.
Dress rehearsal.
Oh, no, don't worry.
fais un test son pour la caméra. Tu me dis, Sarah, quand c'est bon. Je te vois pas, mais il faudrait que tu me dises, Sarah, si c'est bon pour toi, pour le son, pour la caméra. Vandy, est-ce que c'est bon pour toi ou pas? On continue? Je continue ou pas, Vandy? Je te vois pas. Hein. Est-ce que c'est bon? Oui? Ok, ça marche.
C'est bon? Ladies and gentlemen, please can you be seated because the ceremony is about to start. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que vous pouvez vous installer? Les officiels vont arriver et la cérémonie va bientôt commencer. Je vous remercie.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be seated? We're about to start. Thank you very much. Well, thank you.
Mais pour les francophones, ça voulait dire merci de vous installer, car la cérémonie va commencer incessamment. Merci.
Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la République française, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un très grand plaisir, et il y a, je crois, beaucoup de sens à vous accueillir aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO pour ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Je voudrais remercier le Secrétaire général et le Président de la République française pour leur présence aujourd'hui, qui montre à la fois leur engagement sur les questions qui sont les questions de notre présent et de notre futur, et aussi un engagement fort pour le multilatéralisme, qui a été le sens des derniers événements organisés par la France à Paris, et notamment du Forum pour la paix qui s'est ouvert hier. Parce que les défis du monde en train d'advenir, profondément bouleversés par la révolution du numérique, des données, des algorithmes, de l'intelligence artificielle, sont des défis qui ne peuvent attendre, et ce sont des défis qui engagent la communauté internationale tout entière, parce que nous savons qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre seul, et qu'aucun État ne peut les résoudre sans l'apport de la société civile, du secteur privé, des chercheurs, du monde scientifique. Il y a des bénéfices immenses qui peuvent être tirés de la révolution numérique pour notre agenda commun, qui est l'agenda 2030. On le voit déjà dans de nombreux domaines, et dans le domaine qui est celui de l'UNESCO, notamment de l'éducation, de la protection du patrimoine ou bien encore de la surveillance des océans, pour ne citer que. Ces bénéfices sont déjà là. Mais il y a aussi des défis sur lesquels nous devons travailler ensemble, et notamment qui touchent au mandat de l'UNESCO et aux valeurs universelles que nous devons protéger, que nous devons défendre dans ce monde du numérique qui n'est pas un autre monde, mais qui est bien notre monde. Défi d'abord d'un Internet universel, parce que la connectivité est encore très inégalement répartie. 4 personnes sur 5 ont accès à Internet dans les pays développés, mais 2 sur 5 dans les autres pays. Inégalité sociale aussi, inégalité de genre entre les hommes et les femmes, qui s'accentue dans le monde numérique plutôt qu'elle ne se résorbe. Inégalité de langue aussi, avec l'importance derrière la langue de la pensée. Défi ensuite de l'expression dans le domaine de l'espace numérique. Je pense évidemment au harcèlement en ligne, qui touche notamment les enfants à l'école et qui est là aussi un phénomène mondial. La diffusion des idéologies meurtrières, des messages de haine qui se répètent et qui s'amplifient sur les réseaux. Sur tous ces sujets, il y a urgence à penser, à agir, à encadrer et aussi à former, à éduquer. L'expression dans l'espace numérique, c'est aussi celle du monde de la création, des auteurs, des artistes, de tous ceux dont la créativité peut se déployer en ligne, mais qui doivent aussi être rémunérés pour ce travail, si l'on veut que la création continue à vivre. Défi enfin de penser l'humanisme dans ces bouleversements technologiques. C'est toute la question de l'éthique qui est au cœur du mandat de l'UNESCO, et je pense notamment au chantier de l'éthique de l'intelligence artificielle, qui se pose à nous tous, qui pose la question des principes humanistes que nous voulons garder dans ce monde de demain, et qui nécessite une conversation mondiale à laquelle l'UNESCO va évidemment participer, soutenir, avec l'ensemble du système des Nations Unies et avec l'ensemble de tous ceux qui veulent bien y participer, bien sûr les États membres, mais aussi, encore une fois, les anthropologues, les chercheurs, les philosophes, les artistes, qui ont beaucoup à nous dire pour cette conversation commune. Alors merci à vous, merci à tous de cette présence, merci de votre confiance. Cette maison a été créée pour abriter et nourrir la réflexion sur le monde que nous bâtissons, et je ne doute pas que ce sera encore le cas grâce à ce forum et grâce aux nombreuses occasions que nous aurons encore de nous réunir. Je vous remercie de votre attention et je vous demande d'accueillir le secrétaire général des Nations Unies.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui à Paris, en France, où la créativité et le génie humain ont toujours prospéré. C'est ici même, en 1805, que le télégraphe mécanique a été utilisé pour la première fois. Et dans les années 70, le Minitel, invention française, a accompagné les débuts de l'Internet. Grâce à son datagramme, Louis Pouzin a rendu possible la commutation par paquet et par la suite l'Internet. Et c'est ici en France qu'ont été jetées plusieurs des fonctions et des fondations de l'ère numérique. Le président Macron s'inscrit dans cette riche tradition en traçant lui aussi de nouvelles voies. Et je tiens à le remercier de nous accueillir aujourd'hui et en particulier de faire se rencontrer ainsi de façon inédite l'histoire, la technologie et la philosophie. C'est en connaissant l'histoire que nous pouvons nous projeter dans l'avenir. L'heure est venue de réfléchir aux moyens de mettre les technologies et leur formidable pouvoir émancipateur au service des valeurs fondamentales de l'humanité. Le dialogue national qui s'ouvre en France aborde des questions déterminantes pour notre avenir numérique. Dans les amphithéâtres et les cafés parisiens, philosophes et écrivains réfléchissent depuis des siècles à l'impact de la technologie sur la condition humaine. Cette quête de la sagesse et de l'innovation nous amène aujourd'hui à l'UNESCO, qui a l'amabilité et la générosité de nous inviter, et dont les murs résonnent chaque jour des débats sur l'éthique, l'intelligence artificielle et la connaissance numérique. Et je vous félicite d'ailleurs de votre initiative en matière d'éthique et intelligence artificielle. C'est là, à la confluence du passé et du futur, qui s'ouvre aujourd'hui le 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the IGF has made a long journey since the World Summit on the Information Society in 2005 in Tunisia. At the time, Facebook was welcoming its first followers, and the first tweet had not yet been sent. In 13 short years, the digital world has changed profoundly. New pathways of opportunity have opened. Digital solutions are transforming lives and can turbocharge our work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But alongside the tremendous benefits that it can bring, new issues have emerged around cybersecurity, data and artificial intelligence. We see the Internet being used as a platform for hate speech, for repression, censorship and control. We need look no further than the headlines to see how the Internet and social media can be used to divide and even radicalize people, feeding distrust, reinforcing tribalism and breeding hatred. Over time, new fora were established to discuss these and other issues, and the IGF must consider how it will adapt. Today, one of our most important questions is how do we keep the IGF relevant? The good news is that France, this year's host, and Germany, next year's host, are investing a lot of time, energy and planning into the IGF. And I'm particularly pleased to learn that the UN High-Level Panel on Digital Cooperation, which I launched in July, is working closely with the IGF. These discussions will reflect on the ways that digital cooperation can be improved. As you discuss how to enhance the relevance of the IGF, I would like to make a few suggestions that I've also proposed to the high-level panel. First, we must be more than multi-stakeholder. We must also be multidisciplinary. Cooperation among actors in the digital space has not kept pace with new technologies. Digital technologies are transversal, yet discussions are still siloed. For example, data is addressed across policy spaces from technology, economic, human rights, standardization and jurisdiction viewpoints. The more silos there are, the higher is the risk for conflicting and suboptimal policies for industries, for governments and for users. When you discuss data and artificial intelligence, you might want to invite philosophers to consider ethics. You might want to bring in anthropologists and other specialists who are not typically included in technological gatherings. When you discuss social media, you need to include political and social scientists. We need the wide range of expertise, experience and ideas to strike the right policy balances. For example, to find the right interplay between protection of privacy and security. Second, we need to create shared language and references. I ask you, as I ask the panel, to inspire new thinking and language on digital cooperation. Create shared references, propose new approaches, and look for possible ways to reframe existing problems, be them in trade, security, or human rights. We need to make sure that the most competent fora are dealing with the most consequential questions and that they can benefit from cross-cutting resources. The answers to these questions should weave stories of digital cooperation from around the world into a global narrative. Third, you will need a dedicated effort to include and amplify the weak and the missing voices. A great strength of the IGF is its multi-stakeholder approach, but I urge your digital discussions to move beyond the so-called usual suspects. Digital growth affects everyone, and traditionally unheard and marginalized voices should be more visibly involved in the IGF's work. Reach out to local communities that have many fascinating stories and insights on leveraging digital technology for business and inclusion. Get stories from people with disabilities, who are among the most creative users of digital technology. And spare no effort to bring in the voices of women who have been underrepresented, both at the design and end-use level, and subject to deep gender gaps in access to digital technologies. Actively seek out networks of the elderly, who are increasingly active users of digital and robotics technology. For youth, the digital economy is transforming the labour market, creating new jobs while simultaneously destroying old ones. How do we support a culture and education system that encourages lifelong learning? And do not forget that more than half of the world's population still does not have meaningful access to the internet. How can the IGF help to bridge this digital divide both between and within countries? I encourage you to reach out to governments, in particular from developing countries. Let us listen to their concerns and their ideas on how the IGF can be more important and productive for them. Do they suggest more discussion on internet public policy issues? Or can the IGF provide help to governments and the private sector in dealing with pressing issues on data, security and infrastructure? Lastly, and most importantly, we need to make sure that these discussions and these fora have greater impact. New technologies are transforming every aspect of our lives. Our understanding of the transformations and the disruption they cause is inadequate. Technology should empower, not overpower us. And as with past transformative inventions, we need to set policies that contain unintended consequences or malicious use. Discussions on internet governance cannot just remain discussions. Policy, and where relevant normative frameworks, must be developed to ensure impact. We cannot leave our fate in the digital era to the invisible hand of market forces. But classical forms of regulation do not apply to many of these new generation of challenges. Non-traditional, multilateral and multi-stakeholder cooperation will be crucial, including governments, the private sector, research centres and civil society. And the IGF needs to reflect on how it can have greater impact in internet governance. Over the next 3 days, I encourage you to focus especially on innovative solutions that can increase trust on the internet. There are many digital risks, but some of them could be turned into digital opportunities. You have the support of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and from a wide community of regional and national IGFs. You also have support from your multi-stakeholder advisory group. I want to congratulate you on having full gender parity on the MAG this year and for the diverse age and geographic representation you have been able to achieve. The World Summit on the Information Society provisions that established the IGF provide us with enough space to improve current mechanisms. It is important to gather and consider the proposals that have been advanced about strengthening the IGF. In addition, discussions with the high-level panel on digital cooperation can generate new ideas. Make the most of this unique opportunity. When it comes to governance, we must be as creative, as bold as those who first built the Internet. You can count on my support in this journey towards a prosperous, safe and fair digital future. And most of all, know that you are making a difference. And I wish you a very successful Internet Governance Forum. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, cher Antonio, à la fois pour votre discours, votre accueil en ces lieux, mais aussi les paroles que vous avez prononcées hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix, où d'ailleurs ces sujets de réflexion étaient au cœur de votre intervention. Merci, Madame la Directrice générale de l'UNESCO. Monsieur le Président du Libéria, cher George Weah, merci pour votre présence parmi nous. Et Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis. Je crois que c'est la première fois que je suis parmi vous officiellement comme président de la République française et que j'ai l'honneur de m'exprimer ici au sein des Nations Unies et dans le même temps en plein Paris. Alors, laissez-moi d'abord vous dire le plaisir qui est le mien d'être parmi vous à l'UNESCO, qui est un instrument unique de notre coopération multilatérale en matière de protection du patrimoine culturel, l'Agence mondiale de l'éducation et de la science, une plateforme internationale de promotion du plurilinguisme, vous l'avez rappelé, mais aussi un centre de diffusion de l'innovation et des savoirs numériques. Dans les temps que nous vivons, nous avons besoin de cette conscience des Nations Unies qu'est l'UNESCO, pour citer une auguste parole, et je crois que nous avons besoin que l'UNESCO puisse convaincre de plus en plus de pays ou de rester ou de se joindre à cette initiative. Elle me paraît indispensable. Donc je suis encore plus heureux d'être parmi vous. Et vous prouvez cette vocation de l'UNESCO en accueillant aujourd'hui cet événement et ce forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Cela fait 30 ans seulement qui se sont écoulés depuis la naissance du World Wide Web, et à peine 50 ans depuis le premier message échangé entre deux ordinateurs ouvrant les prémices de l'Internet. Et aujourd'hui, en 2018, c'est la moitié de l'humanité qui est connectée. Mais ce que nous sommes en train de vivre, c'est aussi une formidable accélération de ce mouvement, et nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure ensemble avec quelques-uns d'entre vous. Les quelques dernières années ont été marquées par une accélération absolument formidable de ce mouvement. On compare souvent l'avènement d'Internet avec l'invention de l'imprimerie au milieu du XVe siècle. C'est vrai, parce que les pionniers, à l'époque, dont vous êtes aujourd'hui, ont permis une diffusion extraordinaire du savoir au plus grand nombre. Mais le bouleversement induit par Internet est à la fois plus rapide, plus vaste. L'évoquions, les 2 dernières années, c'est 90% des données que nous avons créées depuis le début de l'humanité. Donc il y a un changement d'échelle dans tous les domaines. Mais c'est en même temps, depuis quelques décennies, une transformation de la manière dont les hommes s'informent, échangent des idées, créent. C'est une transformation profonde de nos manières de produire, de consommer, de faire, de gouverner. Internet a rendu chaque existence plus intense en donnant l'impression que chaque être humain pouvait vivre 1000 vies en une. Et donc, plus qu'un changement technologique, c'est une révolution culturelle, sociale, philosophique qui s'est immiscée dans chaque strate de l'activité humaine. Et cette révolution est d'ailleurs toujours en cours. Chaque jour, la liste des évolutions s'allonge, avec l'intelligence artificielle que vous venez d'évoquer l'un et l'autre, avec l'Internet des objets et plusieurs autres encore, qui nous laissent envisager d'immenses progrès en matière de santé, de sécurité, de culture ou d'éducation. Et c'est au fond une constellation profondément nouvelle qui émerge depuis quelques années devant nous, avec des opportunités immenses, une accélération des progrès de l'humanité et des défis à chaque fois nouveaux sur les conséquences que cela emporte dans notre vie quotidienne comme dans la défense de notre espace commun. Ainsi, au moment d'ouvrir ce 13e forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet, qui s'inscrit aux côtés du Paris Peace Forum et du sommet des GovTech, je pense qu'il est important de dire combien nous vivons en effet ce moment important, ce moment de charnière. Je veux ici dire, au nom de la France et en présence du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Antonio Guterres, que la communauté que vous formez et qui permet à Internet de fonctionner est, dans ce temps-là, pour toutes les raisons que je viens d'évoquer et que je vais développer, éminemment important. Aujourd'hui, à Paris, se tient ce qu'on a voulu appeler en bon français la Paris Digital Week, c'est-à-dire cette semaine où il y a à la fois le Forum de la paix de Paris, le sommet des GovTech et le Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Et ceci s'ajoutant au rassemblement de plus de 80 de chefs d'État et de gouvernement d'une centaine de délégations pour l'armistice il y a 100 ans. Et cela montre à quel point ces sujets sont liés les uns aux autres et à quel point nous devons aujourd'hui, éminemment ensemble, y réfléchir et agir. D'abord, vous dire qu'à mes yeux, aujourd'hui, Internet est une évidence menacée. D'abord, comme auraient dit certains, Internet, ça marche, et c'est là. Et en dépit des incidents cyber qui émaillent régulièrement les bulletins d'information, nous faisons tous une confiance presque aveugle à nos outils numériques du quotidien. Et pour les plus jeunes générations, Internet est devenu une évidence absolue. Elles en oublieraient presque que cette invention ait pu un jour ne pas exister. Et vous êtes plusieurs au quotidien à améliorer chaque jour l'usage ou à en déployer l'usage partout sur nos territoires ou à travers le monde. Nos entreprises, nos administrations oublieraient aussi presque que ce réseau de réseaux auquel nous tenons tous peut parfois être menacé. Et je veux commencer la réflexion partagée, mon propos, par cela. Cette évidence, pour tout le monde ici dans cette salle, est aujourd'hui éminemment menacée. D'abord menacée dans sa structure elle-même. Parce que si le cyberespace se réduisait brutalement à un simple lieu de conflictualité, il cesserait vite d'exister comme un ensemble cohérent pour se fracturer en plaques nationales ou continentales. Et c'est un risque qui est à l'œuvre, si nous n'arrivons pas à trouver les bonnes formes de régulation, les bonnes formes d'espace collectif. Parce que les faiblesses et les failles du système ne sont à ce jour contenues que par les moyens considérables déployés par les États, les stratégies de défense face aux cyberattaques, qu'elles soient d'origine d'ailleurs étatique ou criminelle. Mais il arrivera un moment, si nous n'arrivons pas justement à assurer la stabilité, la confiance, la sécurité de ce système, où il se fracturera et où des comportements pas forcément non coopératifs, mais de sécurité de nos espaces, reverront le jour et fractureront quelque chose qui est d'abord né d'une initiative de la société civile et du privé, mais dont les implications pour le fonctionnement de nos services publics est telle qu'il amènera à une fragmentation si nous ne savons pas en assurer la sécurité. Nous l'évoquions tout à l'heure, la nature des cyberattaques que nous subissons aujourd'hui fait qu'on peut mettre à mal le fonctionnement de services de sécurité stratégiques, de la santé de tous nos concitoyens, du fonctionnement d'à peu près tous les hôpitaux des pays qui sont ici représentés. Et donc, si nous ne sommes pas à chaque instant totalement sûrs du système, eh bien, le système se fragmentera pour redessiner des espaces de certitude en son sein dans lesquels nous pouvons assurer ces services. Ensuite, le réseau est menacé dans ses contenus ainsi que dans les services qu'il procure. Parce que la liste des pathologies du net s'allonge de jour en jour. Parce que le terreau sur lequel ont germé les printemps démocratiques, les mobilisations pour le climat, pour les droits des femmes, nourrit du même engrais le développement des organisations criminelles et la propagande du terrorisme. Et aujourd'hui, soyons lucides. Nous parlons davantage de l'Internet en parlant de ces menaces que nous ne voyons des révolutions démocratiques formidables se propager par celui-ci. Il y a 10 ans, il y a eu des révolutions démocratiques extraordinaires. Et les réseaux ont été cet hyperespace de la place Tahrir et d'autant d'autres lieux de mobilisation de la liberté mondiale. Aujourd'hui, quand je regarde nos démocraties, Internet est beaucoup mieux utilisé par les extrêmes, par les discours de haine ou par la propagation des contenus terroristes que par beaucoup d'autres. C'est une réalité. On doit la regarder en face. Et aujourd'hui, les interstices, d'ailleurs, nos propres faiblesses, sont utilisés beaucoup mieux que nous-mêmes par les régimes autoritaires qui utilisent ces leviers pour pénétrer dans nos démocraties, essayer de les affaiblir quand ils les ferment chez eux. Et c'est une réalité. Et c'est une réalité qui oblige aussi à différencier le discours sur l'Internet et à être lucide, volontariste mais lucide. On ne peut pas simplement dire on est les défenseurs d'une liberté absolue partout parce que les contenus sont forcément bons et les services reconnus par tous. Ça n'est plus vrai. Nos gouvernements, nos populations ne vont pas pouvoir tolérer encore longtemps les torrents de haine que déversent en ligne des auteurs protégés par un anonymat devenu problématique. Et nous sommes en cette fin d'année 2018 à un tournant. Non seulement Internet est menacé, mais Internet commence à être décrit lui-même par certains comme une menace singulièrement dans les sociétés démocratiques. Et il faut faire attention à une coagulation possible entre les discours de régimes autoritaires qui ont toujours vu Internet par essence comme une menace, parce que c'était une façon d'ouvrir nos sociétés civiles, et les anticorps démocratiques qui sont en train de voir, parce que cet espace n'est pas dûment régulé, Internet comme ce qui est utilisé dans nos démocraties par les régimes autoritaires pour le déstabiliser. Cette défiance, elle est aussi multipliée par le fait que toutes ces transitions, et vous l'avez parfaitement évoqué, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, à l'instant, ont bousculé nos sociétés et font que notre réflexion sur Internet doit aussi nous conduire à réfléchir sur les opportunités que cela permet de créer, sur les nouvelles formes d'emploi, la capacité justement à créer de l'inclusion dans nos sociétés, là où la défiance se nourrit, des exclusions dans l'accès à l'Internet, qu'il s'agisse des savoirs, des réseaux ou de celles et ceux qui restent en marge de cette avancée. Le réseau, enfin, est menacé dans ses idéaux et ses valeurs. Parce que la tentation existe, via la remise en cause du principe de neutralité du net, d'introduire un biais dans l'accessibilité des contenus par les utilisateurs. Parce que les plateformes géantes risquent de ne plus être de simples gateways ou passerelles, mais des gatekeepers ou gardes-triage, contrôlant à leur profit les données personnelles de leurs membres ou les contenus qu'elles mettent en avant. Et au fond, sur ce sujet, pour moi, nous sommes face à 2 risques symétriques. L'idée que le concept de neutralité du net soit la fin de la pensée. Comme je viens de l'évoquer, la neutralité du net est un concept extrêmement important et vous avez contribué à toujours le garder parce que c'est l'idée que certains acteurs ne puissent pas capturer en quelque sorte l'accès et avec lui des éléments essentiels de survie et de déploiement du réseau. Mais la neutralité, ça n'est pas l'universalisme. Et c'est là où je veux faire ici ce distinguo, et il faut poursuivre la réflexion commune. Mais nous avons créé entre les États et les gouvernements, progressivement depuis un siècle, des principes qui sont tenus, protégés par les Nations Unies, qui est l'idée de dire qu'on a des valeurs, une hiérarchie entre ces valeurs, mais que, malgré tout, il y a des valeurs universelles qui s'imposent aux autres. La neutralité n'assure pas cela. Et ce serait faux de le dire. Parce que la neutralité du net permet aussi à des acteurs qui ne partagent aucune de nos valeurs initiales de se propager. Et de l'autre côté, le risque symétrique serait qu'au nom de la protection de certaines valeurs, on puisse fermer l'accès à Internet. Et c'est ce que permet de protéger la neutralité. Et donc il nous faut construire cet espace nouveau, c'est-à-dire un Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, auquel je crois profondément, qui permette l'accès de chacun, mais qui nous permettent aussi, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos valeurs, qui permettent, dans cet espace, de faire respecter nos idéaux. Et je crois qu'une des erreurs que nous sommes en train de commettre, ce serait au nom de la neutralité, de céder à une forme d'indifférenciation dans les contenus. Ce serait au nom de la neutralité de renoncer à l'universalisme des valeurs que nous portons depuis le début et qui ont fait ces lieux. Et je crois que c'est une limite conceptuelle que nous n'avons pas intégrée dans notre réflexion collective à ce stade et qui a fait qu'au nom de la liberté, on a laissé avancer à visage découvert tant d'ennemis de la liberté. On les a laissés rentrer dans tous nos systèmes en faisant croire qu'ils avaient les mêmes droits que les autres, alors qu'ils foulaient aux pieds tout ce qui nous a rassemblés et tout ce qui a permis à l'Internet de se déployer. Tout ça conduit, à mes yeux, à une responsabilité croissante des acteurs et à une régulation du net. Ce sont toutes ces menaces d'aujourd'hui, mesdames, messieurs, qui motivent précisément pour cela ma présence devant vous aujourd'hui. Parce que je crois très profondément qu'il y a urgence. Urgence à ce que nous, acteurs multiples du fonctionnement de l'Internet, prenions en main ces sujets en acceptant toutes nos responsabilités à cet égard. Et c'est dans cette perspective que j'ai proposé que votre session annuelle se donne comme thème l'Internet de la confiance, avec cet objectif que nous partageons, d'ancrer fermement la confiance dans l'Internet. Confiance dans la protection de la vie privée, confiance dans la légalité et la qualité des contenus, confiance dans le réseau lui-même. Vous le savez, la France et l'Europe portent depuis plusieurs années le projet de réguler davantage les activités conduites sur le réseau. Usant ce verbe « réguler », j'entends déjà monter les murmures des approbateurs. Mais la saine défiance entretenue par les entreprises et les sociétés civiles à l'égard des gouvernements ne doit pas nous empêcher de poursuivre un intérêt commun. D'abord, je veux dire ici qu'il y a une forme d'injustice dans cette défiance. Tous les gouvernements ne se valent pas. Il y a des gouvernements démocratiques, il y a des gouvernements non démocratiques. Il y a dans certains des gouvernements de la démocratie libérale qui se déploie, il y a des démocraties illibérales et il y a des non-démocraties. Et on ne doit pas être dans la relation avec les gouvernements non plus dans une forme d'indifférenciation. Ensuite, pour les raisons que je viens d'évoquer, je crois profondément qu'il faut réguler. C'est la condition pour que vive l'Internet libre, ouvert et sûr, tel que l'ont vu ses pères fondateurs. Et la France est d'ailleurs le premier État signataire du contrat pour sauver Internet, lancé par Tim Berners-Lee pour sauver cette vision originelle. C'est aussi la condition pour que des gouvernements démocratiquement élus et respectant l'état de droit puissent protéger leur population. Et je le dis souvent, si nous ne régulons pas l'Internet, le risque, c'est de bousculer les fondements de la démocratie. Si nous ne régulons pas les relations à la donnée, les droits qu'ont nos concitoyens sur leurs propres données, l'accès, le partage de celles-ci, quel est le sens dans ces cas-là de gouvernements démocratiquement élus? Mais qui peut mieux que ces gouvernements dire quel serait alors le droit? Ça veut dire qu'implicitement, on accepte que des acteurs, parce qu'ils sont économiquement dominants, ou qu'un système qui n'a jamais été discuté démocratiquement, serait mieux en droit qu'un gouvernement vis-à-vis de ses propres citoyens, et peut-être de ses seuls citoyens, de dire quelle est la bonne relation à ces données? Ça veut dire que quelque part, la notion de responsabilité à l'égard des citoyens s'en devient elle-même ravinée. C'est aussi pour cela que je crois que nous devons sortir de la fausse alternative qui s'offre aujourd'hui à nous et qui voudrait que n'existe que deux modèles. Celui d'un côté d'une complète autogestion, sans gouvernance, et celui d'un Internet cloisonné et entièrement surveillé par des États forts et autoritaires. Pour être très politiquement non correct, on voit deux types d'Internet qui émergent. Je le disais tout à l'heure, il y a une forme d'Internet californien et il y a un Internet chinois. C'est les deux, c'est l'alternative dominante. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a un Internet tiré par des acteurs privés, forts, dominants mondiaux, qui ont été des formidables acteurs de cette diffusion, qui ont des qualités formidables et avec lesquelles nous travaillons, mais enfin qui ne sont pas démocratiquement élus et auxquels je n'ai pas envie de remettre personnellement la totalité de mes décisions, et je n'ai pas fait ce pacte avec mes concitoyens. Ça, c'est le système de l'autogestion, mais il n'a pas vraiment sa gouvernance et il n'est pas démocratique. Et de l'autre côté, je vois un système où les États ont un rôle fort, mais c'est l'Internet à la chinoise. Et c'est un Internet où le gouvernement tire les innovations, le contrôle, où les grands acteurs de l'intelligence artificielle sont tenus par le gouvernement, et il a énormément de... J'ai beaucoup de respect pour ce modèle. Beaucoup de respect, on travaille avec la Chine, on fait beaucoup de choses avec la Chine, mais nous n'avons pas les mêmes préférences démocratiques. Nous n'avons pas les mêmes référence culturelle sur tous les sujets. Nous n'avons pas le même lien aux libertés individuelles. C'est une réalité. Et donc, cet Internet-là, l'État a su trouver sa place, mais elle est hégémonique. Il nous faut donc construire, par la régulation, cette voie nouvelle où les États, avec les acteurs de l'Internet, les sociétés civiles, l'ensemble des acteurs, arrivent à bien réguler. Et vous avez un intérêt objectif à vous investir rapidement sur ce sujet, parce qu'il y aura inévitablement à l'avenir davantage de régulation, et que vous serez les premiers à faire les frais de règles mal élaborées, et que mon souhait constant, c'est ce que nous avons fait en mai dernier à Paris, à travers notre initiative Tech for Good, c'est de construire justement cette régulation coopérative, en commun. Ce qu'il nous faut faire, c'est apprendre à réguler ensemble. C'est actant du fait que l'ensemble des acteurs de l'Internet, société civile, acteurs privés, ONG, intellectuels, journalistes, gouvernements, sont les codépositaires de cet intérêt commun qui doit nous conduire justement à agir de concert. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si la notion de commun a connu un tel succès à l'ère numérique. Le web, la profondeur de données et de connaissances hébergées par Internet, les services essentiels auxquels il donne accès sont des trésors collectifs qu'il nous faut gérer ensemble pour pouvoir justement les transmettre aux générations futures. Et c'est donc bien ici qu'il nous faut inventer un nouveau multilatéralisme adapté à la réalité de l'espace numérique tout en étant efficace. C'est pourquoi je suis venu vous proposer aujourd'hui une nouvelle méthode collégiale. Le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet existe depuis maintenant 12 ans. La qualité des échanges qui s'y nouent est partout reconnue. Mais ce forum doit désormais produire autre chose que des débats, des réflexions. Il doit se réformer, devenir une instance de propositions concrètes. Et moi, je soutiendrai fortement toutes les initiatives allant en ce sens. C'est pourquoi la France, avec l'aide du pays hôte qui l'a précédé, la Suisse, et dans la perspective du forum qui se réunira à Berlin en 2019, souhaite justement promouvoir ce mouvement de réforme. Dès cette année, et dans l'esprit de l'expérience menée l'an dernier à Genève, nous rassemblerons les principales conclusions des débats. Mais il vous reviendra, pour la suite, de définir des modalités de production, de recommandations en matière de politique publique. C'est d'ailleurs ce à quoi vous invitez le mandat du Forum dès sa création en 2005. Je serai également très favorable, c'est une suggestion, à ce que le Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet soit désormais directement rattaché au secrétaire général des Nations Unies et qu'il dispose d'un secrétariat général dédié. Cher Antonio Guterres, je m'en remets à vous sur ces différents points, mais je sais votre engagement sur ce sujet. Je vous propose par ailleurs que nous commencions à nous interroger sans attendre sur ce que pourrait être une feuille de route commune, sur laquelle je serai attentif à vos recommandations et qui pourrait être une boussole pour vos travaux de ces 2 prochains jours. Plusieurs sujets sont à cet égard pour la France des priorités absolues, sur lesquelles un travail de réflexion inédit, animé par le secrétaire d'État au numérique, est en cours. Et je veux en détailler quelques-unes. Premièrement, la protection des citoyens autour de 2 grands sujets. La protection des données et la régulation des contenus. Nous avons déjà en Europe commencé à travailler main dans la main, Madame la Commissaire. Le sujet crucial de la protection des données, avec l'adoption du règlement général sur la protection des données, est la meilleure preuve que la régulation, loin de brider l'innovation, crée au contraire la confiance des utilisateurs dont les entreprises ont tant besoin. Et cette régulation a émergé au moment où, par-delà l'océan, d'autres scandales émergé qui montrait la sensibilité, l'importance de ce sujet de l'accès aux données. Ce règlement est à cet égard en passe de devenir un standard mondial, mais l'édifice n'est pas achevé en cette matière, même en Europe, et nous devons aller plus loin. Je pense par exemple à l'idée d'instaurer un cadre européen commun pour les actions de groupe en matière de violation du droit des données personnelles, permettant à tous les usagers européens d'obtenir réparation selon un cadre harmonisé. Je pense également au besoin de développer de nouvelles solutions pour faire de la portabilité des données plus qu'une idée ou un droit théorique, mais une vraie possibilité pratique. Ces solutions, ce sont vous, entreprises, ONG ou codeurs passionnés qui allez les produire. Ces standards internationaux sont ceux que vous devriez à l'avenir pouvoir proposer dans cette enceinte, notamment en matière de régulation de contenus illicites ou indésirables, qui est la prochaine frontière. Il s'agit évidemment d'un ensemble complexe dans lequel il faut distinguer deux blocs. Le premier concerne la lutte contre les contenus objectivement et gravement illégaux, le terrorisme, la pédopornographie, pour lesquels des obligations de résultats ambitieux doivent être mises en place. Et le second rassemble les contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à une interprétation, souvent d'ailleurs différente d'un pays à l'autre. Les contenus haineux, la diffamation, le harcèlement, et pour lesquels les instruments et les circuits de décision ne peuvent pas être les mêmes. D'une part parce que l'intelligence artificielle, qui est mûre pour reconnaître une vidéo terroriste ou une image pédopornographique, n'est pas encore assez fine pour distinguer l'ironie, la parodie, ou au contraire, reconnaître un sous-entendu abject sous un discours policé. D'autre part parce que ces qualifications fines devront souvent revenir à une autorité publique ou un juge, sauf à laisser les grandes plateformes la responsabilité de fixer elles-mêmes la doctrine sur ce qui relève de la haine ou, à contrario, de la liberté d'expression. Et si la société civile veut jouer un rôle de vigilance, d'alerte et de contre-pouvoir face aux États et face à ces entreprises, c'est là qu'elle peut et doit intervenir. Néanmoins, nous avons d'ores et déjà fait des progrès importants et nous devons continuer en la matière. Des progrès importants ont été accomplis sur les contenus gravement illégaux, notamment en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. L'an dernier, avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne, nous avons engagé des discussions directes avec les opérateurs de l'Internet, regroupés au sein du Forum mondial de l'Internet contre le terrorisme. Nous l'avons fait dès la réunion de septembre à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. D'importants investissements que je salue ont été consentis pour développer la détection automatique et améliorer la modération des contenus. Mais cette approche fondée sur le volontariat a évidemment ses limites. Les progrès sont disparates et il y a un effet de report vers les plateformes les moins outillées. Je crois que nous sommes prêts à légiférer sur ce point. Pour sa part, l'Europe, Monsieur le Commissaire, fixera un cadre clair s'imposant à toutes les entreprises. La Commission européenne a présenté en septembre dernier un projet de règlement européen. Je le soutiens pleinement. J'espère son adoption rapide avant les élections européennes. Mais c'est à vous qu'il appartiendra d'encourager et de proposer des règles claires au-delà du continent européen. L'anonymat que procure Internet doit continuer à permettre la liberté d'expression, là où celle-ci est parfois étouffée. Mais il ne doit pas permettre à des criminels ou des terroristes d'échapper aux poursuites. Il nous faudra donc trouver les voies d'une coopération judiciaire efficace pour lever cet anonymat et rechercher des preuves électroniques lorsqu'elles existent. L'Europe et les États-Unis devront notamment trouver le chemin d'un accord de coopération judiciaire tel que permis par le Cloud Act, qui soit respectueux de l'application des droits respectifs des ressortissants américains et européens sur leurs données. S'agissant des contenus dont le caractère illicite est soumis à interprétation, nous devons également, de façon urgente, trouver les moyens d'une lutte efficace, en commençant par les contenus haineux. Cette exigence est encore renforcée après les propos abjects que nous avons vus sur les réseaux sociaux, qui ont précédé et accompagné les drames récents aux États-Unis. Ceux qui ont conçu Internet et ont toujours porté des valeurs d'ouverture, de partage, de fraternité, n'ont jamais voulu cela. Il en sera de même pour moi, du cyberharcèlement, notamment des plus jeunes. Je le disais, d'évidence, nous ne pouvons pas avoir le même type de régulation que sur le terrorisme. Sur le terrorisme, nous allons légiférer au niveau européen. Je souhaite qu'on puisse se doter d'une vraie législation internationale, de véhicules de coopération, et que nous renforcions les choses. Sur les propos haineux, sur le cyberharcèlement, il nous faut faire beaucoup plus en matière de coopération entre États et avec les acteurs privés. Mais les ravages de ce qui est en train de se passer sont là, en particulier dans notre jeunesse. Le cyberbullying est une réalité qui conduit à des suicides que nous voyons chaque jour se multiplier. En ces matières, l'Europe devra faire évoluer son cadre légal pour sortir du système binaire des statuts d'éditeurs et d'hébergeurs. Les très grandes plateformes qui à la fois organisent et analysent les contenus pour leur exploitation publicitaire ne peuvent pas être exonérées de toute responsabilité. Je l'ai déjà dit, quand il y a des contenus haineux, je souhaite qu'il y ait une responsabilité de ces plateformes. Elles doivent assumer des obligations renforcées, le cas échéant par la mise en place d'un statut intermédiaire d'accélérateur de contenu. Mais quand il s'agit de contenus racistes ou antisémites, il doit y avoir une responsabilité et on doit pouvoir légiférer. Mais là encore, la réglementation européenne ou nationale sur laquelle nous nous sommes engagés à avancer en 2019 doit être co-construite pour être juste et efficace. C'est pourquoi la France lancera, avec Facebook, une expérimentation de terrain inédite durant le premier semestre 2019. Facebook accueillera prochainement une délégation de régulateurs français qui auront pour mission, avec les experts de la plateforme, d'élaborer des propositions conjointes, précises et concrètes sur la lutte contre les contenus haineux ou offensants. C'est une première. Elle illustre, à mes yeux, cette méthode de coopération que j'évoquais tout à l'heure. Je me réjouis ici de cette démarche expérimentale très innovante qui permettra de réfléchir très concrètement aux meilleures voies pour garantir que les grandes plateformes appliquent un haut niveau d'exigence et de qualité dans la modération des contenus qu'elles hébergent. Et c'est cette méthode que je souhaite que nous puissions propager, diffuser. C'est une expérimentation, mais c'est une première étape à mes yeux importante. Enfin, la protection des citoyens en démocratie passe par l'accès à une information de qualité. Internet constitue un formidable vecteur d'accès au savoir, mais le paradoxe, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il est devenu l'espace privilégié de la désinformation, de la rumeur, avec le risque que demain, l'évolution technologique ne rende indétectable une image truquée ou une vidéo tronquée. Il m'a été donné de voir, là où je suis, les nouveaux mécanismes, grâce à l'intelligence artificielle, qui permettent de totalement falsifier un discours ou ce qui apparaît aujourd'hui comme une trace de prononcé. Et donc il nous faut des tiers de confiance. Il nous faut travailler ensemble sur le statut de la preuve, du fait, de la vérité dans Internet. Et il nous faut consolider les tiers de confiance démocratiques que sont en particulier les journalistes. C'est à tel point qu'aujourd'hui, si nous voulons restaurer cette confiance, nous devons prendre des décisions bien plus radicales que celles prises jusqu'alors. L'ONG Reporters sans frontières a présenté une déclaration internationale pour l'information et la démocratie, qui est le fruit du travail d'experts d'une vingtaine de pays qui posent des principes pour garantir, face aux menaces que nous connaissons, un espace public propice à la démocratie et aux droits de l'homme. Cette initiative a été présentée hier au Forum de Paris pour la paix et soutenue par plusieurs chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Je la soutiens pleinement et je pense qu'elle est indispensable. La France a commencé à prendre des mesures, justement pour lutter contre les fake news, tout particulièrement lors des campagnes électorales. Et je vous invite, vous tous, à soutenir de manière très concrète ces initiatives. Et là aussi, ne nous trompons pas de bataille. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour l'intégrité des campagnes électorales dans les démocraties aident les régimes autoritaires et tous ceux qui veulent les affaiblir à fausser la sincérité et la loyauté de ces campagnes. Ceux qui ne se battent pas pour que l'information ait un véritable statut, que les journalistes aient un véritable statut, une déontologie qu'ils portent même et qui n'est pas à définir par les gouvernements, se trompent profondément parce qu'ils finissent par tomber, là encore, dans un relativisme contemporain qui pourrait paraître être à la mode s'il n'était aujourd'hui le principal cheval de Troie de ceux qui veulent tuer la démocratie. Toutes les informations ne se valent pas. Il y a des informations qui sont vraies et fausses. Tous les commentaires se valent à considérer qu'ils se basent sur des informations justes. C'est le principe même de la démocratie. Et hier, en soutenant votre initiative, cher Christophe Deloire, je rappelais Hannah Arendt, qui avait exactement les mêmes propos lorsqu'elle luttait contre le totalitarisme. Il y a une forme de totalitarisme contemporain qui renaît, se nourrissant de l'obscurantisme religieux ou se nourrissant justement de nouvelles formes de nationalisme dur qui utilisent notre propre faiblesse, qui utilisent tous nos canaux de transmission, mais qui utilisent notre relativisme, Le fait que quelque part nous sommes en train de mettre un genou à terre sur l'universalisme de nos valeurs, et qui est le fait que nous sommes quelque part en train de mettre un genou à terre sur le rapport à la vérité. Et donc sur ce sujet, il nous faut être intraitables, et c'est pourquoi je vous invite, vous les membres de cette communauté si attachés à la liberté d'expression sur Internet, à vous impliquer dans ce projet et à inventer collectivement les contours d'un droit à l'information de qualité, et donc aussi à l'émergence de tiers de confiance dans ce cadre. La deuxième priorité que nous devons poursuivre, c'est la confiance, la stabilité, la sécurité du cyberespace. C'est le meilleur moyen d'éviter sa fragmentation, tel que je l'évoquais tout à l'heure. S'il est devenu un lieu de conflictualité, c'est bien parce que des acteurs malveillants, publics comme privés, s'affrontent en exploitant les vulnérabilités des produits et services numériques. Notre réponse ne doit pas se limiter à la défense. Elle doit aussi être celle du droit et de la coopération. Il nous faut travailler ensemble à l'approfondissement des règles régissant les rapports entre États et acteurs non étatiques dans l'espace cyber. C'est dans cette perspective que la France a décidé de soutenir l'appel de Paris pour la confiance et la sécurité dans le cyberespace, lancé à l'occasion du Forum de Paris pour la paix et du Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet. Ce texte constitue la toute première déclaration engageant dans le même temps États, organisations internationales, ONG et entreprises, municipalités et acteurs locaux à travailler ensemble en faveur de l'application du droit international dans le cyberespace, de la protection des droits en ligne, de la lutte contre les actions déstabilisantes ou encore de la sécurité des produits numériques. Cet appel a été rejoint aujourd'hui même par plus de 370 États, organisations de la société civile et entreprises. Et sans doute cette liste est-elle en train encore de s'accroître en ce moment même. Il reprend les acquis de près d'une décennie de travail des enceintes multilatérales et multi-acteurs sur ce sujet. Et je suis convaincu que la plupart d'entre vous pouvez y souscrire. Je vous encourage à y adhérer et à le diffuser. Mais le véritable défi, ce sera de le mettre en œuvre. Je propose, en accord avec le secrétaire général, de confier au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet la mission d'en suivre l'évolution, d'enregistrer les soutiens exprimés et de travailler à identifier les initiatives et mesures de coopération nécessaires pour atteindre les objectifs qu'il nous fixe. C'est maintenant le temps de cette mise en œuvre qui s'ouvre et c'est un combat indispensable. Enfin, la troisième priorité pour le futur d'Internet, c'est la préservation des potentialités de création, d'invention et de développement économique du réseau. Et je le dis ici parce que c'est à mes yeux tout à la fois l'ADN d'Internet et de l'UNESCO. L'ADN d'Internet, ce qui rend ce réseau unique, c'est cette capacité à permettre à chaque talent, quels que soient ses moyens, la langue dans laquelle il s'exprime, de rencontrer une audience universelle. Et c'est aussi le caractère unique, profondément transformant de cette innovation. Et c'est pourquoi, je le redis ici à l'UNESCO, où cette question prend un tour tout particulier, il nous faut agir dans l'espace numérique pour préserver la diversité culturelle. Nous sommes en train d'adopter une directive européenne essentielle qui permettra un juste partage de la valeur des biens culturels. Et là aussi, c'est un combat que la France mènera dans toutes les enceintes et qui est indispensable. Et là aussi, parce qu'il y a une forme de transformation, en quelque sorte, de l'idéologie collective. Bien, pendant des années, quand on a aimé Internet, on a aimé l'ouverture. Pour ma part, je continue à l'aimer et à la défendre. Mais en aimant l'ouverture, on a en quelque sorte plaidé pour l'indifférenciation. On s'est dit, le principal combat, c'est d'ouvrir, et les contenus n'ont plus d'importance. Et le combat que nous avons en Europe aujourd'hui, nous ne devons pas le perdre. Le combat pour un marché unique du numérique, c'est évidemment de lever toutes les frontières qu'il y a entre les 28 aujourd'hui États membres, peut-être demain les 27. Mais c'est au-delà de cela, s'assurer qu'on a une régulation commune pour permettre la création, les contenus et la reconnaissance des droits d'auteur dans cet espace. Et c'est la même chose au niveau international. Je sais bien que beaucoup d'entre vous se sont battus contre les droits d'auteur, ou la reconnaissance du fait qu'il pouvait y avoir une valeur qui était reconnue. Mais si aujourd'hui nous ne nous battons pas pour cela, nous reconnaissons le fait qu'il n'y a qu'un droit d'auteur, celui qui diffuse, qui n'est pas un auteur, qui est un diffuseur. Il nous faut aujourd'hui regarder ensemble cet espace. Il y a un arbitrage de la répartition de la création de valeur entre celui qui crée et celui qui diffuse. C'est une réalité. La répartition des bénéfices dans la chaîne de valeur doit être préservée dans le monde des services numériques, entre grandes plateformes et start-up, entre entreprises et travailleurs indépendants, entre hébergeurs et producteurs de contenu. Mais si nous ne nous battons pas pour les créateurs, d'abord nous ne reconnaissons pas les différences qu'il y a entre ces derniers et nous ne protégerons jamais la diversité culturelle, comme il le faut. Et donc moi je souhaite que dans cet espace d'Internet, on reconnaisse que ce que fait un journaliste a une valeur et donc un prix, que ce que crée quelqu'un dans un pays du monde, si c'est diffusé et aimé, ça ne doit pas simplement rapporter à celui qui le diffuse, mais aussi à celui qui l'a créé. Sinon, on ne lui permettra pas de créer d'autres choses. C'est une règle de base, mais aujourd'hui, nous ne la protégeons pas correctement. Et je revendique le fait que se battre pour les auteurs, que se battre pour le copyright, non, ça n'est pas ringard et non, ça n'est pas contre Internet. C'est même tout l'inverse. C'est même la possibilité d'avoir de nouvelles personnes, de nouveaux talents, des femmes et des hommes qui ne céderont pas à l'hégémonie qui s'installe aujourd'hui aussi dans Internet, comme dans tout moment du monde, des formes d'hégémonie s'installent. C'est ce qui permettra de maintenir, préserver, assurer la diffusion permanente, justement, de cette créativité. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai proposé la création d'un observatoire des plateformes au niveau européen et la mise en place d'une véritable régulation platform to business en complément du droit de la concurrence qu'il faut préserver et qui doit occuper une place plus grande encore dans la régulation numérique, mais qui doit lui-même évoluer pour mieux capter les spécificités de cette nouvelle économie. Là aussi, nous ferons des propositions complémentaires sur ce thème en vue du renouvellement des institutions européennes. Se battre pour cette diversité culturelle et les potentialités de création d'Internet, c'est se battre aussi pour l'éducation. C'est notre combat à tous, peut-être le plus important. Se battre pour éduquer les plus jeunes à apprendre, d'abord avoir l'éducation de base pour se protéger de certaines choses, mais aussi être une conscience éclairée à l'ère du numérique, se battre pour avoir accès au code, se battre ensuite pour que chacun soit formé à avoir accès aux nouvelles formes d'emploi de l'Internet. Le combat pour l'éducation, l'investissement dans l'éducation, des gouvernements, des organisations internationales, de tous les acteurs étatiques et non étatiques, est fondamental pour l'inclusion, la confiance et le développement. C'est la seule chose qui permettra de créer véritablement ensemble ces lumières de l'Internet auxquelles nous devons aspirer et éviter que l'Internet ne tombe dans un obscurantisme contemporain et ne soit bousculé par ses propres peurs. Préserver la capacité d'innovation du réseau, c'est aussi développer une approche équilibrée de la question fiscale pour que les nouveaux entrants ne soient pas pénalisés vis-à-vis des acteurs installés, pour que les insiders ne ferment pas les portes aux outsiders. Et c'est aussi un combat que la France mène au niveau européen, mais que nous devons avoir au niveau international. Aujourd'hui, la taxation dans le numérique n'est pas une taxation équitable. Aujourd'hui, tout le travail qui a été fait, en particulier grâce à l'OCDE, qui a permis de taxer de manière plus juste, pour éviter qu'en quelque sorte nos peuples soient les seuls à contribuer, que les classes moyennes de tous les peuples ainsi constitués soient les seuls à participer à l'effort, est indispensable aussi dans le numérique. Sinon, l'acceptabilité des grands acteurs numériques se réduira progressivement, et sinon l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs ne sera pas possible, qui eux payent tous les impôts dans leur pays, mais seront toujours victimes d'une concurrence déloyale de grands acteurs qui arrivent à optimiser leur situation et à ne payer presque rien. C'est pourquoi nous poursuivrons des efforts au niveau européen pour avoir une taxe numérique, et c'est pourquoi je souhaite que nous puissions accélérer les travaux au sein de l'OCDE en la matière. Sur ce sujet aussi, nous avons besoin d'imagination collective pour permettre non seulement d'avoir une juste taxation dans nos sociétés, mais pour éviter l'effet de domination et d'hégémonie de quelques acteurs qui accumulent tous les avantages et aujourd'hui n'ont pas une juste taxation. et permettre ce qui est l'ADN même d'Internet, l'innovation permanente et donc l'émergence de nouveaux acteurs. Et là, c'est un juste droit de la concurrence et une juste taxation qui le permettront. Nous devons enfin, évidemment, pour cela, poursuivre les investissements et la coopération en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous le faisons au niveau national, nous allons le renforcer au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen, ce qui sont des investissements pour permettre justement la création, mais aussi un travail cohérent pour aller plus loin en la matière. La France prendra sa part. Durant la présidence française du G7 en 2019, sur l'intelligence artificielle, je porterai, dans la continuité du travail mené ces derniers mois avec nos partenaires canadiens, et suite à l'engagement que j'ai pris avec le Premier ministre Justin Trudeau, le projet de création d'un équivalent du désormais célèbre GIEC pour l'intelligence artificielle. Mais en disant cela, je veux partager avec vous l'ambition que nous devons avoir en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Nous devons investir davantage en la matière en Europe. Nous ne représentons aujourd'hui que 10% de l'investissement mondial. C'est ridicule. Et donc c'est au niveau des gouvernements comme des entreprises, et nous allons continuer à le faire au niveau franco-allemand et au niveau européen. Nous devons aussi, au niveau international, avoir cette initiative forte et concrétiser ce que nous avons entamé avec le Canada et quelques autres partenaires de création de ce GIEC. Ce GIEC, pour ma part, il doit avoir un spectre large. Il doit travailler avec, évidemment, la société civile, les meilleurs scientifiques, tous les innovateurs ici présents. Il doit s'appuyer pleinement sur l'OCDE pour mieux suivre ses travaux, et en particulier en matière d'innovation. Et il doit pleinement s'appuyer sur l'UNESCO en matière d'éthique, tout particulièrement, parce qu'il n'y aura pas de développement de l'intelligence artificielle. Et pour moi, il n'y aura pas un véritable GIEC de l'intelligence artificielle s'il n'y a pas une réflexion qui inclut la dimension éthique. Et donc, cette structure que nous devons inventer, elle doit justement nous permettre de réfléchir sur les enjeux éthiques, techniques, scientifiques de cette révolution qui dépasse les seuls États, en s'appuyant pleinement sur les organisations internationales que sont l'OCDE et l'UNESCO. J'inviterai donc, dans le cadre du G7 en France, les grands penseurs et spécialistes de l'intelligence artificielle à se réunir à la fin du premier semestre 2019 pour jeter les bases de ce réseau scientifique. Là encore, ces débats devront déboucher sur des solutions et nous pourrons faire le point sur tout cela dans un an au Paris Peace Forum 2019 et au Forum de la gouvernance de l'Internet de Berlin en 2019. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis, Kofi Annan, un des prédécesseurs d'Antonio Guterres, dont nous pleurons la récente disparition, avait eu il y a quelques années cette remarque visionnaire. Pour gérer la présence d'Internet dans nos vies, disait-il, nous devons être au moins aussi créatifs que ceux qui l'ont inventé. C'est le vœu que je formule pour nous aujourd'hui. Nous avons besoin de poursuivre la créativité technologique, mais nous avons besoin de créativité éthique, diplomatique, politique, sociétale. Et ça n'est pas un hasard si nous nous réunissons à Paris ce 12 novembre, un jour après le centenaire de l'armistice de 1918. En 1918 s'ouvrait, en même temps que l'armistice, la conférence pour la paix, qui dura plusieurs années, par un travail inédit où nos prédécesseurs ont conduit, là aussi, une véritable innovation. Ils ont innové alors parce qu'il fallait inventer des nouvelles formes de coopération internationale entre États, parce qu'ils venaient de découvrir la Première Guerre mondiale et la conséquence d'une non-coopération entre les nations. La Société des Nations allait être créée avant d'échouer devant les crises économiques, morales, la fracturation du monde, mais elle portait les prémices des Nations Unies. Il nous faut aujourd'hui, dans le contexte que j'évoquais, inventer, innover cette nouvelle coopération multilatérale qui implique non seulement cette fois-ci les États, mais l'ensemble des acteurs que vous représentez. C'est tout ce que je nous souhaite, c'est tout ce sur quoi je veux que nous avancions ensemble. Ces défis font peser sur la communauté de l'Internet, sur vous, des responsabilités immenses, sur nous aussi. C'est pourquoi je ne doute pas que, portés par le formidable élan des pères fondateurs, nous saurons, ensemble, les assumer et les relever. Je vous remercie. travail. Merci à vous. Merci à vous. Merci, bon travail. Bon travail à vous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, there are two high-level panels that will follow the speech of the President. Very interesting panels, so for those of you who want to continue discussing IGF matters, please stay in the room. The first panel, moderated by Ambassador Martino, is going to start in a few seconds and will be followed by a second one. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons continuer la session d'ouverture avec les panels de haut niveau. Le premier panel de haut niveau modéré par l'ambassadeur Martino, on va commencer dans quelques instants. Je serai donc reconnaissant de vous installer pour que nous puissions continuer cette session de haut niveau. Merci beaucoup.